Well, I was there for Among Us. Uh, damn. Yeah. Damn your voice, man. Yeah, she's muted, Leon. She knows she's fixing it.
Hasn't even been a day since I seen ya. Feels like 100 years in between us. Got a couple things I wanna do to ya. On
Yeah,
my
I don't hear you. I
mind.
just do my hair myself. I don't hear it.
Wrap your arms around my waist for a minute. Put my face to your face, let me kiss it. Look at me and I'm yours in an instant. It's no lie.
Remember.
Nowadays feel harder when you're gone, when you're gone, when you're gone. Can't last much longer when you're gone, when you're gone, when you're gone.
It wouldn't be a tofu stream without some scuff right at the beginning. So I mean,
You babe, and I'm headed your way. Save a little bit for me. Wanna hold you all night, losing track of the time, and I'll be there in 5.
yeah, but said
Save a little bit
in
for me.
did OBS reset your audio?
Days
Or
just so I could dream about you. Waking up and I'm thinking all about you. I bet just ain't as cozy
hmm,
here without you by my side. Nowadays feel harder when you're gone, when
hmm,
you're gone, when you're gone. Can't last much longer when you're gone, when you're gone, when you're gone. I've been waiting all day just to be near you, babe, and I'm headed your way. Save a little bit for me. Wanna hold you all night, losing track of the time, and I'll be there in 5. Testing. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. I had to
there you
like
go.
put like voice mod like thing to another audio and then switch it back and now it's working.
Maybe. At least you fixed it.
Why does my stream always end up being like this?
I don't know. It happens to everybody.
Well, yesterday we played golf and then we played a bit of Among Us and I kept getting killed instantly. And I was so upset, so I went again. We go again because I kept dying, and no matter what happened, I died right off the bat. And then there was one time where I was innocent, and they all Jack could have saved me. No, he decided to stay silent because someone shapeshifted into me and killed someone, and I'm like, what? And I was like, I was off by myself, like putting away leaves, and I am very loud. I am very loud. Okay, I'll lower my volume. Because Logitech had this weird update, so I had to adjust some things. Give me a second. I want to watch some YouTube videos actually while I
Like work.
play, while I work. Yeah. So I'll be like switching back and forth for some stuff. Is my mic okay now? Like I'm not too loud, hopefully. Um
It's
good.
okay.
Kelsey Jr. You missed the invite. No. Yeah, I was like, I mean, we have one. We can invite Leon to this. That you didn't reply, so I was like, oh, I guess he's not there.
Yeah, I missed it on Sussy Chaos.
Sussy chaos, sussy chaos. It was fun though. It was fun. It was a lot of people. That was like the most I've had like a lot of people to play with for Among Us.
Yeah, I think that's since like it came out. That's probably like the most people I played with.
Yeah.
That hide and seek mode was actually like super fun, but also terrifying.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. I definitely wish there was more maps to pick.
Mm-hmm.
More maps to pick from. I was watching.
Wish...
I want to find videos that like I could just listen to. Side. Horror story animated.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
I worked as a food delivery driver during my first few years of college. Mainly, I would drive for DoorDash and Uber Eats. I didn't like making small talk with strangers.
Today, Goathouse was fun to watch, and today went violent mode. She decided that I do not care about Lizzie. He kept like
being a normal Uber driver.
It's because I attacked him first, and he's like went all rage mode because I hit him.
Pretty much no issues, aside from the occasional customer mad that the restaurant messed up their order. Anyways, it was late Wednesday night, and I didn't have any classes in the morning, so I decided to make an extra
hiding
few
my
bucks
face
and
behind
deliver
like
for
this
a little bit.
fatigue.
I did 4 or 5 quick orders and ended up about 20 minutes from my dorm. It was about 1 a.m. now, and I figured I should probably end it there and head back. The way the delivery apps work is pretty much you just drive around and wait for a
DoorDash, they do
random
horrible
order
stuff
to
for
pop
restaurants.
up, and then it'll give you an estimate of how much
do?
you'll make and how far it is. Then you either accept or decline it. On my way back, I left the app running just in case there was a really quick delivery nearby.
And then, like,
I got a few requests, but they were a bit too far and didn't seem worth it to me. But then another one popped up.
Really? I've
just as
never
I was
had that
pulling into
issue.
my dorm.
I've always like, there's times in restaurant would
about
always miss my
12
order, and they
miles
always
away,
like compensate
but the
for
payout
it.
was
So I'm
really
like,
big.
okay.
I'd never seen anyone offer that much money before.
Hard to hear Matt. Matt's always quiet though.
I gave it some thought, as it was pretty far. But
I can't do anything on that end. Matt's just very quiet.
And started the directions to the restaurant.
Until he plays video games.
I arrived and pulled up their order so I could make sure I picked up the right stuff. As I walked through the door,
let me cancel a customer's order.
The customer had only ordered 2 items, and the total was only over $6.
Won't let you.
This was really unusual.
Cancel customers. Oh, are you a DoorDash driver?
Orders are because of large deliveries of expensive food. This meant that they were just giving me a really big tip.
Hello, Virgil. How are you?
During the drive there, I
your
was
parents
really
were
just trying to
I see.
understand why they would give such a big tip for such a small order. It was a little weird, but honestly, I just came to the conclusion that it was either just a mistake or they were trying to be kind. Although 12 miles wasn't too far from my campus, I had actually never
you
been
work
to
as
this
on a
area.
ramen shop and also work
It
as
was
DoorDash
really
driver?
nice,
Damn, that's
mostly
dedication.
gated off neighborhood communities and huge houses. Luckily, their house wasn't gated, and I was able to just pull into the neighborhood. I looked at the homes as I passed by, and realized that the tip money made a lot more sense now. The
You're not
street was
DoorDash
long,
driver.
though, and I was just a couple minutes from the house when the customer sent me a text through the app. They told me to make sure I delivered the food to the right address when I pulled up. I figured maybe the map showed his neighbor's house.
On the merchant side, it sucks. I guess so. Customer side is not so bad.
And asked if that was the right one.
I definitely feel for like the people that have to like depend on DoorDash.
I waited for a little bit, expecting him to describe his house for me, but he never did. I sent him another text describing his neighbor's house, to which he replied no again. I was starting to get pretty annoyed.
COVID hit, everyone started using DoorDash.
Tried calling him instead, but he refused the answer.
Yeah.
He would ring a few
it was, like,
times,
popular
and
before,
then he
but like
declined
after
the call.
like during the pandemic, especially.
I looked at the address again, and then copy and pasted it into
Sometimes use
Google
it here and
to
there.
try and look it up there. Doing this, I actually noticed that the number for the address wasn't a regular number. It had a subset of numbers on it. I'd never seen this before, and wasn't even sure what it meant.
They changed your menu and added in a
So I
combo set
searched the
without
address
telling
on
you. What?
Google
They
and
can
looked
do
at the
that?
results.
What the heck?
When I zoomed in on the map, I saw that the address actually pointed to a spot right in between the 2 houses. Zooming in further, it looked like there was a really small garage, or maybe even a shed, It was barely visible. I looked up from my phone and moved my eyes to between the two houses, and sure enough, there was a small garage-like structure. It was just a
Well,
few
your
feet
menu
from the
department's
main
pretty good
house that
slap.
my delivery app brought me to. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect or why someone would even live there, but I already came this far, so I wasn't about to walk away now. So I got out and started heading over. As I walked up the driveway,
Your menu
I could
department,
clearly see
is
what
it-
the place was.
Oh, on
It
our
was
menu
pretty much
department
just a
added
large
in.
storage garage,
Oh.
probably meant for keeping an old car or something. I didn't see any normal door though, so I put the bag down by the garage door. As I began taking my phone out to take a picture for the
I feel
app,
bad for the drivers
man
too,
came
though,
around
in
the
a
right
way
side of
too.
the
Because sometimes
garage.
there's like shitty weather conditions.
I looked
They have to
over
drive
at
through that to pick up
and
someone's
he
order.
just stood still, staring at me. The guy was really creeping me out, so I said, "It's right here for you, sir," as I pointed at the bag and slowly started walking away. Then he replied, telling me that this wasn't where he wanted me to drop it off.
Especially now that like
I turned around and noticed that he
coming
was
in and it's
still
gonna be, like,
standing in the
snowing and
same
stuff.
spot. Sorry, where did you want me to put it? I
least
said,
on, like, the bright side,
starting to
usually,
get
like,
really uneasy about the situation. He pointed
DoorDash,
around the
like,
back
Uber
of the
Eats, stuff like
garage
that's
and said that the
available in,
door
like,
was over there.
more like urban
At
places,
that
so like
point,
you don't have to
there
worry
was
too
no
much
way I
with,
was going
like,
to follow
roads
that
being
guy
plowed
to
and whatnot.
wherever he was trying to
Yes,
get
so
me to
yeah.
go. I just kind of stood there for a moment, then said sorry and quickly walked back to my car.
City isn't so bad since you
I
can
looked
pick up
over one more
multiple
time
Yeah, that's true.
before driving away, and the man was walking back behind the
is best.
garage, but he left the bag
Yeah.
of food. I got out of there and drove back to my dorm, shaking the whole way back. Something about that whole thing felt very off, and the fact that it was in a really nice neighborhood made me even more confused. The more I thought about it though, I realized just how strange it was that he needed to specify for me not to deliver to the main house, and that he refused to take the food unless I followed him to behind the garage. I'd never had to call the police before in my whole life, and I ended up not calling them this time either, as I really wasn't sure if maybe he was just some weird harmless guy. Anyways, it freaked me out for a few days, but eventually I got over it and continued doing deliveries in my spare time. Nothing else happened, though a couple weeks
Talking
later
about
I had
food
another
delivery
big
reminds me, I
order
keep getting
pop up
emails
on my
from
app.
Uber Eats being like,
and
"Oh,
the
you have
area of
$30
delivery
of
was
credit
the
you can use if
same.
you use this code." I'm like, I can't even
I
use your
obviously
service, my
declined
guy.
it, but I couldn't help but think about
You don't
whoever ended
do
up
it out here
accepting
'cause
that
I'm in the
order
goddamn
and
nowhere.
what happened to them during their delivery. It was the beginning of fall, and I worked as a cashier at a small store near my apartment. My usual shift ended at 9 p.m., and then I'd usually go
At
do
the same
food
time, I'm kind of
deliveries
glad
for a
because I
couple
know
of
if I had
hours
money,
before
I
heading
was able
home.
to order food like
I
whenever I
actually
wanted.
enjoyed
I
doing
picked it
deliveries at
containers.
night, as the roads
Honestly,
weren't
like,
busy,
my area
and
doesn't
most
have a
other
lot of
delivery
good,
drivers
like,
would work during the
good
day
choices,
and
so
they'd take all the orders.
I
so
guess
I'd actually get more orders to
fortunate.
do
They're
at
lucky
night.
that I'm not around, I guess.
Anyways,
I mean, the
I had
good
just
food
gotten out of
places, you know,
work
if they had
and
bubble
set up
tea, oh my
app
god,
to
I
get
would order
ready
that
to do
shit like
some
almost every day.
deliveries. The
Damn.
first one that came in
I
was
actually
quick
tried that.
and only took about 15 minutes.
Is it weird that your
Then I
VTuber
waited
child
for a
has a
few
lot more
minutes
mommy
before the
vibe than
next
YouTube
order
food?
came in.
No.
It was a good payout, and the delivery address was 20 minutes away from where I was. I headed over to the fast food restaurant to pick up
Bro,
their
I don't
food,
think I would pull
then
that mommy
started making
vibe
my
well,
way
to be
over to the
honest.
house. The town I live in
Yeah.
isn't too big and
I
has a
could-
lot of
I
empty
can't see
plots
it.
of land. There's the
Maybe,
main
like,
center
here
of
and there, but,
town,
like,
which is where my apartment is, and most of the restaurants. Then about 10 minutes out,
Back when I
there's a
used
lot
to
of
work in the city,
farmland,
there was like
and
a
the houses
bunch
are
of
much
boba
more
places.
spread
I
out.
was like always
Almost
like
all
that,
of the
like, in a hurry.
deliveries I get are within the town area, but every once in a while I'll get a delivery further
Too
out
much
into
of
the
a-
farm area.
I have too much chaotic energy
I
to be
assumed
like,
this was going to be a farmhouse since it was 20 minutes away. However, the app
Like,
said that
mommy
the
vibes,
address
yeah.
was located in a small neighborhood
like, you
area
could, like, one
just off
off,
of a small
like
highway.
every once in a while.
I didn't like delivering to
probably do it.
isolated
It's just, like,
farmhouses at
you were-
night,
you were too
as
chaotic.
it just kind of creeped me out, so I was happy to be delivering to a neighborhood home. Once I got off the highway, I turned left and started making my way down the road toward the neighborhood. But almost immediately, I got a call from an unknown number. I declined it as I thought it was just a scam, but just a few seconds later, they called again. Figuring it was probably the customer, I accepted it. "Hello?" I asked. A few seconds went by with no response, so I just hung up.
Eeh.
This one. I kind of like. I like spooky.
My name is Dalton, and this
but
is
like
my
I like
story.
creature feature spooky.
It all started when my
anything.
friends dared me to stay in an abandoned haunted train. When I got there, I said goodbye to my friends and
Creature
walked to the
features
train.
are like the best
It was
horror.
freezing. I'm lucky I brought my thermal coat, otherwise I
like
would have got
slashers.
frostbite. So when I got
I
to
think
the
more
train,
polygons
I
like
found a
Automorph.
perfect room to sleep in for the night, and I laid down for 20 minutes
I
and
don't
fell
think
asleep.
so. I mean,
This
I
is
woke
just
up to the sound of
the mattress,
screaming
man.
and windows being broken. I jumped out of bed and
I
looked
don't
out
think
to the
so because
hallway.
I've always been doing
Into
something
my
like this. It
disbelief,
hasn't really
I
like
saw a
begged or
ghostly
anything.
man looking through all the train
And, like,
cabs for something or
If
someone.
anything, this is just more like
Just then,
movement.
we locked
What we're
eyes.
doing for is what we're doing
He
right
came
now is
running
just like
after me
adding
at
fake
full speed.
movement,
I just stood there, terrified out of my mind.
so like
When
it
he
doesn't
touched me,
break
at that
weirdly in
point,
odd
I
places
woke up
when
and
it moves.
realized it was all a nightmare. I
It's
decided
not like
to
in
not
Unity
sleep that
when
night.
you're like, oh, I gotta
So I
make
went on
sure
my
this
phone, and
isn't
10 minutes
over
later, I heard
many
screaming
tries
again
and
and windows
polys or
being
it's gonna
broken.
break.
I looked out to the hallway to make sure that man wasn't there.
What's that? You want to put your
But he
model into
was.
something? It's
I
50
thought to
gigabytes.
myself,
'Cause, oops.
did I see into the future? But I didn't waste any time thinking. I grabbed all my things and climbed out a broken window to escape. I called my friends to pick me up and tell them what happened. As I looked back, the man was staring at me. Then he disappeared. Did I just
I
imagine
don't
that
even know if
man,
Live 2D has
or was it a
polygons, to be
ghost?
honest. Like, I feel like that's
But
a
no
3D
matter what,
thing.
I will never forget that man's cold and lifeless
I don't think
face
I've ever
as he stared
heard
at
of
me
anybody
with his
talk about
creepy smile.
polygons for live duty, so I don't think so.
A few days ago, I was with my girlfriend and ended up coming home late.
I don't know if there's like.
Since I wanted to finish something on my game development project, I lost track of time and
Yeah,
went
I
to
don't know.
sleep around 3 a.m. So anyways, I fell
I
asleep.
personally don't think
Later
so,
that
but
night, I had a dream that resembled my school
like if
breaks.
polygon,
But
if
it
this
was in a train
these were
busish
polygons
thing.
things, then I've
At
added a
breaks, I
lot.
used to
'Cause
patrol
I've
around school
been
and
making
see a
like
bunch of
models for a
people,
while, and
say
this
hi,
is
laugh with them, annoy them, and just energetic social
hasn't
shit.
really
So after
like,
messing around
and
with
so
my
far all I
friends
know
in
is
my
for
dream,
this is like
I went to sit on a train chair. When I
depending on
started
how
bending over
you
the
kind
chair,
of
suddenly I saw an
mesh
old
the
lady
models. I
figure.
guess it depends.
She looked
Like
pretty,
it helps with
I don't know how to
so
explain
like
it,
if it
kind of like
curves, it
the
helps
old
with like
lady
it
from the
moving. I
comic
guess in a way.
Bone,
Like I'm not sure
but a
how to
messed
explain
up,
it
skinny
properly.
version of her. She moved in my direction while moving her
It makes
hands
the
in
motion
big,
look more
weird
fluid, it makes
circles.
it look better.
Yeah.
And suddenly, I felt a hand holding my wrist really hard. I got scared, while the holding started to be more painful.
Like, I think
Then
the
I
mouse would
realized
be
it
a
was a
good
dream and
example.
tried
I'll
to
show
wake
you
up.
in a bit here after.
I managed to wake up about a minute after. I woke up while my wrist was in heavy pain. I looked
if
at
I
the
click
clock
the
to check the
mouse,
time.
it's like this.
It was
It looks
8 in
like
the
this.
morning. My eyes were still blurry. I got
This
my
is-
phone
this
to check
helps
if my
with, like,
girlfriend sent me a message. Nope,
like,
only a
movement.
message from my mom. Since she
The
usually
closest I
texts
can
me
think of in,
recipes,
like, 3D
I
would be,
decided to
like,
check
for
later.
model stuff like this
I
would be,
went
like,
back to
Visemes.
sleep and woke up a few hours later. I opened my phone and checked the message from my mom. Hi, we didn't want to interrupt you this morning.
They're like
Grandma just
blend
died.
shapes.
I was totally shocked. I didn't tell anyone but my girlfriend about it. It's such a weird feeling.
I had been suffering from severe anthropophobia for almost 10 years. I didn't even remember the last time I stepped out of my room. I just avoided people like I was avoiding shit. My mom used to say my gravestone would read, "Does anybody know me?" So one day, I finally made up my mind to receive hypnotherapy. Searching on the internet, I found a hypnotherapist and visited his house. I didn't know then it was the door to hell. The hypnotherapist welcomed me with a big grin,
Hell.
which looked like he was stretching
What?
his mouth side to side rather than smiling. The pupils of his eyes were as dark as the inky blackness itself, and it felt like his eyes were about to suck my soul like a black hole. There were a lot of pictures hung on the wall along the entryway. In the pictures, he was hypnotizing. However, the expressions of those being under hypnosis looked weird. Their mouths were ridiculously wide open, and their eyes were rolled back. I couldn't figure out whether they were laughing or screaming. Above the pictures, it was written, "Once you walk into John's paradise, you can't walk away." John was the name of this hypnotherapist. I was a bit leery of walking into the office and thinking about going back. At that moment, I heard the voice. "Come and lie down on the sofa." That voice made me unconsciously go to the sofa and lie down on it. "Close your eyes. You are going to lose all your strength." As soon as I heard his voice, all my strength faded away in a moment. I just laid there thinking, is this really hypnosis? And I began to get scared. You see an emerald green sea and hear the sound of seagulls. You feel the warm sunshine with a pleasant breeze touching your cheeks. There are beautiful women enjoying a beach party around you and all kinds of delicacies. How do you feel? Immediately with his words, the picturesque scenery of a beach appeared right in front of my eyes. And it felt like I was really there.
A lot.
I couldn't help but smile and exclaim in spite of myself. This is paradise! This time he said, however, the gravity of this beach is 50 times greater than that of the Earth. Now your body is going to be drawn deep into the ground by the massive gravity. Then, it felt like my whole body was being trampled by a giant rock. Somebody help me! I struggled to get out, but my body didn't move at all. Let me out, you bastard son of Satan! I cursed him frantically.
Not even
in
close to 5 layers. You probably won't even be able to break a
like
bottle
even
with
my
5
mouth and
layers
tongue
unless
were
it's like a
completely
tiny
restrained
one.
by the gravity. I could barely utter a groan.
Imagine how that would look.
Then, he whispered in my ear.
Like, here's 2 parts of an
Want me to
eyeball.
make it heavier? Or will you just shut up? I got quiet quick. From now on, you just do as you're ordered. You understand? Welcome to John's paradise. I felt my tears rolling down my cheeks. From that day, I enjoyed pleasure all day long in his fake paradise. I had the finest foods, lobster, steak, caviar, and other fancy stuff, all which tasted exactly the same as the real things. And I enjoyed a party with beautiful girls. I felt really good.
With
Even
beautiful
happy.
girls.
At night, I fell asleep and dreamt of flying through the sky all day. But soon, I heard his voice saying, "Open your eyes." My eyes suddenly opened wide. It was morning. I saw him grinning right in front of my face. His face made me mad and I was about to throw a punch. But at that moment, he said, 50 times gravity. And on that word, my body was pulled back and got thrown to the bed. I couldn't even move a finger. I was extremely furious and wanted to cuss him out, but the words were just running through my mind. I couldn't move my lips. I just kept shedding tears. Lightly shaking his head, he said, "You still try to resist. You have to clear your mind. Now, no thought is allowed to exist in your brain." As soon as he said that, every single thought in my mind was just gone. I couldn't think or feel anything. I just became calm, peaceful. From that point on, I became his prisoner and slave. After a few days, a man came in. He was big and burly. He came to receive therapy for his depression. I had no idea how much time had passed. John called me in, and I saw the guy stiffly lying on the sofa with his eyes frantically rolling. John then ordered me to bring an axe. I was scared, but my body picked up the axe regardless of my will, automatically reacting to his voice. "Look at the guy's flesh. It would make the most tender and flavorful steak. Go and bite it off. You will taste the best meat ever." Suddenly, the guy lying down began to look like a chunk of meat, and I became filled with a strong desire to taste it. I could almost feel the taste of juicy steak, and my mouth began to water. The lying guy struggled to come out of hypnosis. His eyes were bloodshot as if they were almost going to burst. The blood vessels of his whole body swelled, and his body was trembling violently. As he couldn't speak, he groaned like an animal. And John, this time, told the guy pointing at me, "He's sneering at you. You know why you're suffering from depression? Because of him. Punish him, and your depression will be cured." Then, the guy stood up and immediately rushed at me. He threw a punch at me and his fist broke my facial bone and teeth. If I was who I used to be, I would have ran away or given in to him right away, not fighting against him. But in that moment, he seemed like a delicious chunk of meat, and that's it. I swung the axe and we violently fought like wild animals in the savannah. Luckily, my axe was plunged into his neck, and he collapsed with blood splurting out of it. Enraptured as if I slaughtered a cow, I was about to take a bite of his flesh. At that moment, John's jubilant shout hit my eardrums. Whoa! It sounded like a primitive tribe shouting for joy after their great success in hunting. He danced around in excitement, and soon shivered. He shouted out loud, "Life and death are under my control!" On his shout, I suddenly came back to my senses, and I realized what I had done. Then, I wet myself standing there. Frowning at me, he shouted, "Hey, Mr. Champion, do not excrete without my permission." He sent me to the toilet. When I came back, the dead body disappeared. Since then, I had been sick in bed for a week and barely came back from the dead. After some time, while I was lying on the bed, the police rushed in. John was already involved in a number of murder and missing persons cases. The police searched the entire house and found some bloodstains and evidence here and there, but they couldn't find John. Although they kept asking me who messed up my face like that, I stayed lying in bed in silence, just staring at the ceiling. At that moment, a voice came from somewhere. "Welcome to John's Paradise. Close your eyes. You are standing on a beach, enjoying the warm and nice sunshine." When two of the police were about to close their eyes, the remaining one shouted, "Open your eyes! Don't be fooled!"
What are you
John's
watching?
voice was
I'm
still coming out
watching
of a speaker mounted on the wall.
like kind of short
"You are
story
losing all
horror
your strength.
animated.
Listen carefully to the sound of waves and seagulls on the beach. It's perfectly peaceful." The speaker was sending the sound of waves as well, together with his
I like to
voice. Finally, with their eyes half
watch
closed and legs
things while I
turning to
work.
jelly, it began to stagger wobbly from side to side. "Open your fucking eyes! This is not a beach! Son of a bitch!" They kept swearing.
Like how
John's voice from the
animated
speaker
the stream
continued.
listen to what it is. Open
"This
your
is the
fucking eyes!
paradise. Clear your mind
your
for
fucking
just this
eyes.
moment. Lie on the beach and get some sweet rest." His slow and gentle voice
What
made
if
them
I
lie
do
on the
not want
floor
to open
one
my
by
eyes,
one.
Mr. Man?
A few minutes later, all of them lay around on the floor, with smiles on their faces. Their faces and postures looked absolutely relaxed. At that moment, I heard the sound of trampling feet. Stepping towards them, John said, "Now all of you are under deep hypnosis. What you have to do is only to obey my orders. All right? Open your eyes. You have water guns in your hands. Now, it's time to have some fun with your friends." Then, they picked up their handguns with naive smiles. John said, "On the count of 3, you will shoot each other with your water guns. It will be so much fun. 3, 2, 1, BAM!" With his shout, they shot their guns at each other and their blood splattered everywhere, and they all collapsed. I trembled with fear and began to lose my breath. John told me with a generous smile, "Do not be scared, child. I'm just saving people from this filthy world." Then, he left that house, bringing me along with him. For several months since then, we wandered around various places and continued to lure and hypnotize people. And I had another 5 fights. In my second fight, I lost some of my toes. And in the fourth fight, my ears were torn. In the fifth fight, my enemy poked out my left eyeball and ate it up. In every fight, I was nearly on the verge of death. But fortunately, I survived anyway. But my body was totally ravaged by continued fights, and I became unfightable. So, John sent me to jail in place of him. I told the police that I was under hypnosis, but of course they didn't believe me. And John is still at large. But I am happy now in prison. Although I am behind bars, I finally got out of his control and regained my freedom. Now I can control my body as I want. When I open my eyes every morning, I shout loudly, shedding tears of joy. "I'm alive! I'm alive!" I know he's still out there continuing to do his awful deeds. But I don't know anyone who can stop him. If there's anybody who's going to try to catch him, I will warn you. As soon as you face him, Your soul will be possessed by him, and you will never get it back.
My name is Leah. Before telling you this story, I should tell you that it is not mine, but that of a girl named Mary. Mary had a friend named Jane who was also her roommate in college. It was exam week, but Mary received a text from her crush inviting her to a party with him. Mary was excited. She asked Jane if she could go with her, but she said that she couldn't because she had to study. Mary tried to convince Jane by saying that she could wake up early and study then, but Jane insisted on studying late at night, so Mary left alone. When Mary got to the party, she ran into a few friends who convinced her to stay the night at their place. She agreed, but she said that she had to go back to her room to get the keys that she forgot. When she got back to her room, she noticed that the door was already open. When I heard that, I wondered why Mary didn't have any red flags going off, especially since she thought that her roommate was asleep. Anyway, she quickly walked into the dark room, grabbed her keys, and left without turning the lights on. The next morning, when Mary finally got home, she opened the door to find Jane dead at her desk. Written on the wall, in Jane's blood, was written, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the lights?"
Whoa.
Our old house was in a corner lot,
Okay, I heard
and
that
in
story
lieu of a
before.
backyard, we had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around back. The dining room had
I
patio
listen to
doors
like
that led out to the back.
horror
and
like
we would have barbecues
short
and
stories
other
like in
such things
audio
back
usually.
there. When I was about 14,
But like
we had one desktop computer
always like,
and one
oh my
laptop
god,
for the
it
family.
was so dark and I
My
felt
brother and I
something
would
like
fight over the desktop.
something smelled
That's where we had
metallic, but I didn't
Diablo
turn
2
the light,
installed.
but I grabbed what I
So
needed
I would
and
use
left.
the laptop
And then
to
when I
write
came
music.
back, oh,
On
writing
one
on the wall.
particular
Aren't you
night,
glad you didn't
my
turn
brother
the
had a
light?
friend over and they were downstairs doing whatever, and I was at the dining room table on the laptop.
I could not see
As
in
I
the
was
dark, and
wrapping
then
up
the
my
monster touched
writing,
my boat.
I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the patio door, which startled me. I looked up, expecting it to be my brother or his friend. The basement door had a door that led to the back deck as well. Standing at the door and waving was a person. I couldn't tell what sex or age they were, and they were wearing a Halloween pig mask. Still under the impression that it was my brother or his friend, I mouthed, "Good one," and gave the person the finger, and they walked away. As soon as they left, I went downstairs to give my brother and his friend a hard time, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore up and down it wasn't either one of them, and there was no way one of them would have had the time to get back downstairs and unmask before getting on the couch.
Morbid the
To
face.
this day, I have
Morbid.
no idea who it was that knocked and waved.
I have been killing my wife every night and burying her far from my house. But it's crazy. She wakes up next to me every morning asking, "Did you sleep well?" or "Good morning, love." This has been going on for 2 days, and I'm really confused and scared. She does everything like she used to do. The house chores, watches TV, makes dinner. I'm going crazy, and I can't approach someone about it since it's me who was killing my wife. I'm gonna try and kill her again. I will kill her. Again, I
Is he
killed her
what?
and buried her in my own yard, since she comes back when I bury her far away. I thought maybe she won't return if I bury her near. The next morning, I woke up and saw no one beside me. Finally, she's gone. I should have done it this way a long time ago. I heard some noise downstairs and I rushed down to see a load of police officers arresting my wife. I was confused and approached one of the officers and asked, "What happened?" The officer just ignored me, so I angrily shouted, but he still ignored me. What's the matter? Why am I being ignored? And then I overheard two officers' conversation. Unlucky guy. Why would she do that? Why would she kill her own husband and not even bury him, but instead keep his rotting body next to her and act as if he's alive? If her neighbor wouldn't have complained, we would have never known such a psychopath lived here. Look at her, looking around, laughing. I looked at my wife. She was looking at my direction and mouthed, "I still love you."
Oh.
This
Why
happened
did
when
you?
I was 11 years old. It was just a normal day. I was outside walking the dogs like I normally do.
I had already waited for about 10 minutes, so I decided it was time for me to go home. As I was approaching my house, I noticed this older man with a suitcase walking into my neighbor's house. But I shrugged it off, as my neighbor is friends with my mom, so it was probably her dad or something. The next day when I was walking to school, I saw the man walking from the shops as he had bags in his hands. I was already getting an uneasy feeling in my stomach as he looks a little creepy. Then we finally passed each other. I felt his eyes on me as he passed me. I didn't look back at him though, but I still felt him staring at me until I wasn't in sight anymore. Later that day, I got home around 3:30 and was already home for like 2 hours. I was doing my homework and my mom called me down. I quickly go downstairs and I look up at the door. My eyes widen. My stomach fell. The old man was at my house. He had round glasses, visible eye bags, wearing old and dirty clothes. I also noticed he was holding a pretty nice bag in his right hand. My mom said that he got a bag for me for being really nice to him. But in my knowledge, I never even spoke to him. I slowly approach him to get the bag with a forced smile. As I'm taking it from the old man, he had the most weirdest smile plastered on his face. I say thank you and go upstairs. As I get to my room, I open it to see how many things I can fit in the nice bag. But what I saw next shocked me. My heart dropped. It was pictures of me taken from a window when I was walking outside, and in my kitchen, in my room, and in the living room.
Creepy old
I
man.
put my hand over my mouth in fear
Dun, dun, dun.
as I read what he wrote in the back of every photo. I will kill you if you tell anyone. Stunned, I dropped all the pictures on the floor and looked out the window to see if he had left. I shouted for my mom, and she could hear the quiver in my voice, and she ran upstairs. When she got to my room, her eyes got to the photos of me, and she saw the message. She got her phone out and she hugged me tight. She called the police and told them about the photos and the writing. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. In that time, I finally calmed down. The policeman was talking to my mom. I was barely listening, but one thing that scared me the most was that he was planning to kidnap me in the middle of the night, take me to his house, rape and then kill me. He wrote his plans in his diary.
The
To
bug.
this day, I'm grateful that he's in prison and that I was able to live. But I do wonder every day if I would still be here if he never gave me those pictures. My name is Nusrat. This incident happened when I was 10, and yet still sends shivers down my spine. It all started after my dad's family went home after our open house was finished. My sister is 7 years older than me, and since I didn't have a room of my own, our parents told us to share. It was around 2 in the morning, and I hadn't slept because I was busy playing games. My sister was sleeping, and I was starting to get tired, so I decided to go to bed. We had bunk beds. My sister was on the bottom bunk, and I was on the top. I climbed up and laid on my bed staring at the ceiling. I dozed off and went into a dreamland. It was around 5:30 a.m. I had a nightmare and was about to wake
The
up
true horror is the stream.
when I realized I
The stream is the
couldn't open
progress
my
bar.
eyes
Bringing the
or move
face.
my body.
You think?
I just felt paralyzed. I tried to talk, but my mouth could barely move. All I could manage to say was, "Help," in a very low voice, which I doubt anyone could hear. My sister held my hand, which made me shoot my eyes wide open, and she asked, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get a glass of water. I'll be right back." As I was walking out of the room, I felt someone staring at me. I looked back and saw my sister staring while grinning ear to ear. I thought I was just hallucinating as I was starting to feel dizzy. So I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water and drank it in a gulp. I was about to go back to my room when I saw the fridge open and a shadow in front of it. I opened the lights and was about to scream when my sister held me and told me to be quiet. I asked, "What are you doing here?" Which she replied, "Shh, you're gonna wake up Mom and Dad."
I'm making noodles. Want some? Her answer shocked me. How long have you been here? I asked. Around 30 minutes. I'm trying to find some chilies. If she was here before me, who was it in the bedroom that woke me up? I was terribly horrified. Ever since that day, I never went into my sister's room and slept with my parents. That incident has been 7 years, and I still remember it as if it was yesterday.
Spooky.
My name is Nina, and I'm 17 years old. This happened about 8 months ago on my cousin's 19th birthday. When I was home watching TV, my cousin texted me, "Hey Nina, would you like to come to my house for my birthday party tonight?" I replied, "Okay, I'll be there." And she said, "Okay, don't be too late." I use a taxi to my cousin's house and arrive around 5 p.m. There's 3 men there, all 18, and my aunt. The party is kind of fun. There's a lot of food and cake. Around 8 p.m., I decide to go home, so I tell my aunt and my cousin, and they tell me, "Are you sure you want to go home alone?" I replied, "Yes, Auntie, it's okay. I always go alone." Stupidly, I said that. I say my goodbyes to my aunt and my cousin, and then I head walking out. It's about 5 minutes to the highway from my cousin's house, and there's a railroad about 3 feet higher than the road. There's no railroad bars there, so I had to look right and left before crossing the railroad, and finally I pass it. I'm waiting for my taxi, but there's no vehicles passing by. I'm alone on the street with only a street light and a railroad behind me that's pretty quiet. My cousin keeps texting me, "Hey, are you sure you're going to be fine?" I reply, "Yes, I'm okay." Then I hear someone say, "Shh." I start being scared, but positive thinking. It's only a wind. 30 minutes later, I finally go back to my cousin's house. As I crossed the railroad, I saw a train coming at me full speed. I screamed and jumped. Luckily, I didn't get hit by that train, and I was so shocked my heart was beating so fast. When the train finally passes, there's a man behind me, and he asks, "Hey kid, are you okay?" I was shocked that there was a man in the street. I replied, "I'm okay, sir." Then he replied, "You should be careful, and you shouldn't be alone," which was so strange in my mind that a man would appear out of the blue and just speak without facing me. So I start to get up, and I leave and I look back again, and I was so shocked that I saw a man with no face. His face was so creepy with a red eye that I froze, and I screamed, and I started to run faster like hell. I finally told everything that happened to my aunt and my cousin. They were shocked. I almost cried at that time. Then I told my aunt to call my parents. The next morning, my cousin texted me to see what I saw that night. She told me that there was a delivery man who was killed and hit by a train 5 days ago. It really creeped me out, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. I saw that creepy man and almost got killed by the train at the same time.
For a creepy guy, he's making sure you were
This story
okay.
happened to me when I was 13. My brother Zach was 9 at the time. So it was one afternoon when my brother and I were home alone, and I suggested we play hide and seek while our parents were at work. So he decided he wanted to hide, so I counted until 50 and then said, "Ready or not, here I come." I checked the bathtub first, since he always loved hiding there. I peeked, but he wasn't there. That's strange, I thought to myself, then proceeded to search the first entire floor of our house, and again, he wasn't there. I just brushed it off and went up to the second floor, where he would occasionally hide on the second floor. But we have a very simple house layout, and our parents' bedroom was right next to Zach's room. And my bedroom was right next to the main bathroom. Keep in mind, we don't have any storage rooms or a backyard or anything like that.
How did I when you were a
We were
kid?
strictly
What?
forbidden to go into the attic because my dad kept his personal things up there. If we ever hid on the second floor, he wouldn't have many places to hide because we know the second floor layout extremely well. I looked everywhere, in the bedrooms and even the second bathtub again, and he still wasn't there. At this point, I gave up looking for him and figured he would
I mean, it's
just
a good
emerge
spot.
out of his
Somebody's
hiding
just like,
place.
oh, I guess I forgot my
But
wash in the,
something just
in
didn't feel
the
right
dryer,
in that
and they
moment.
turn it on.
It had been more than 15 minutes since I gave up, and I started to get a bit worried. But I thought maybe he finished hiding and was in his bedroom playing games right now. Around 30 minutes later, our parents returned home, and my mom asked me to go call Zach for dinner. So I went to his room, but he wasn't there, and I called out to him inside the entire house. My parents started to get worried, and then I told my mom that we were playing hide and seek and that he went missing and I haven't been able to find him. My dad immediately called the police. Shortly after the police arrived, they searched the entire house. They weren't able to find him, unfortunately. All of us were shocked by the sudden disappearance. And the next morning, the police arrived again and searched the entire neighborhood. Then they couldn't find a single trace of my brother. At this point, we had all lost hope in finding him and decided the best thing to do was to move on with our lives. A few months later, we started experiencing very strange activity, from missing food to our TV being played on full volume in the middle of the night, and our cat acting very strangely. These strange things continued for months. My dad got a promotion for his job and told us that we needed to move. So the next day, my dad asked me to go to the attic with him to clear up some things. It was at that time when a very strange odor hit us. It smells like it's coming from that suitcase in the corner, my dad shouted. We went over there, opened the suitcase, and found something that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. There he was, Zach, lying there rotting and being feasted on by maggots. I'm 28 now. His spirit and that memory of him in that suitcase still haunts me to this day. Even though I've moved on with my life, and I got married and gave birth to a beautiful boy, my son still talks about his uncle, which he will never see, and he won't stop attaching to me. I feel so sorry for him, that he died in that way. He would have been 24 by now, probably married with kids. I blame myself all the time. Why didn't I check the attic?
My name is Victor. I'm only 15, but 1 year ago, something really scary happened to me. In my city in Serbia, there was a big abandoned hospital. Once, my friends Christopher and Leo bet I wouldn't dare go inside and stay in there for 10 minutes.
So much.
I was like, oh Jesus,
This
that's
is gonna
nothing.
be me being
I can do
frustrated at
that.
it for a while.
We were together on Tuesday night around 3 a.m.
Say,
when it was
when I go to,
darkest and creepiest.
lick the inside
The
of my
day
cheek,
has
it
come,
actually,
I
goes
thought
through
to myself.
my mouth.
It was around 2:50 a.m., and after a couple of minutes, I saw my friends running toward me. I asked, what happened? They said nothing, they just wanted to scare me a bit. The time had come. I went inside and turned on my flashlight. I looked around and saw a lot of old, unused things like hospital bedding and hospital machines. But what I saw next shocked me. There was a skeleton in the corner of room B29. I got goosebumps, and I looked at the time, and it was 3:02 in the morning. Then I walked into the next room, and the next room. But I had a feeling that someone was watching me. Then I heard footsteps behind me. But when I turned around, there was nothing. I got scared, and I yelled, guys, I know you're there. But no one responded to me. Then I walked a bit further. I checked the time, and it was 3:08. I was happy, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna win that bet. But then I looked down, and I saw a shadow of a body walking toward me. I slowly turned around. There was a 7-foot-tall figure that looked something like a human, but it wasn't. Its face had a snowy white color to it with red eyes, and it had an unbelievably big, creepy smile on its face. It was wearing very dark clothing, and then it began screaming. I was so scared, I ran all the way up to the roof, and I screamed down to my friends, guys, are you there? I didn't get a response. I then ran and hid behind some cardboard boxes. I saw that creature coming up the stairs looking for me. Luckily, it didn't see me, and it went back down the stairs. I calmed down a bit, and I looked at the street and saw that creature was walking into the woods. After I got my wits about me, I found a ladder that went down from the roof. I climbed it down and ran until I reached my home. I told everything to my parents. The next day at school, I went up to my friend and asked where they had gone after I went into the hospital. They said, "What are you talking about? We were at a party last night." I said, "Haha, very funny." But then they showed me a video where they were dancing drunk at some party. After that, we moved to another city far away from the last one. I still don't know who I met that night if it wasn't my friends.
My name is Jamshera. This story takes place when I was around 6 or 7 years old, and my little brother was 5 or 6. We lived in a very small town where 5 or 6 houses were just there. It was just a normal night where me and my little brother were watching cartoons, and my mom was cooking dinner for us. My dad was not at home. He was away on business in another country, and he was a very hard-working businessman. Anyway, when my mom finished cooking dinner for us, she called us to get our plates and sit on the dining room table. While we were eating, someone knocked inside of the cabinet that was near our bedroom. The bedroom was near our kitchen, so we could hear it clearly. All 3 of us froze and just stared at the cabinet. At first, my mom thought it was just our cat playing inside the cabinet. But the weird thing is I know the cabinet wasn't open since like a year and a month now, because it contains my mom's collection of glasses, so there's no way it was a cat. After that incident, my brother and I went to our bedroom to watch cartoons again until we fell asleep, while my mom cleaned up in the kitchen. I woke up very hungry around midnight or something. I don't know what time it was, but it was because I was a little kid and I didn't know about numbers. So I got to the kitchen very quietly, afraid I would wake my mom up. I opened the drawers below our refrigerator and got a snack for myself and headed back to our bedroom quickly. Once I was comfortable leaning my head on my mother's back, I opened the snack and started eating it quietly. After a few minutes of me just chewing my food, the door of our bedroom opened. At first I thought it was our cat, so I waited for him to walk in the door. But there was none. Instead, it was an arm of a woman slowly sticking out. It was so white and wet. That person had a bruise on her arm, and it looked rotten. I was scared. I got terrified. I couldn't move or speak, so I just stared, my eyes opening widely at the arm slowly creeping out. Then my eyes nearly bulged out when
They were
it
going to lead your haunted
waving
place.
very
I believe in
slowly like it
ghosts,
was
yeah.
calling for me. I was so terrified I nearly peed my pants. I couldn't see her face, so I got on my comforter
I gotta turn
and
my
hugged
light. I
my
can't
mom.
see shit.
My mom woke up and saw me crying.
Just went
She
through
patted
things.
my
Well,
back
what's
and
that? 2
calmed me
p.m.
down.
time for pitch
And
blackness.
slowly I
I
drifted
know,
back
it's like
to
dark
sleep.
now. Like, so
Until
early.
this day, I couldn't forget, and I haven't told anyone about it since, knowing they're gonna just laugh and tell
Feel
me
like
I
the
was
sound in the air
imagining
is about to
things,
go down.
and we
I
still
know it's
live in
already
that
done,
house.
That's fine.
And growing
So it's going
up,
down at, like,
I learned
4:30.
to know that our house was an old Chinese hospital that was over 30 years old before my dad sold out the house. I'm still terrified and also thankful I didn't see her face. I wonder what would happen if I did follow her or did see her face.
Spooky. Getting chills.
Hi, I'm Aurora, and here's my story. The utterly horrifying memories of that day came back to me as I'm typing this, but I want to share this story of mine. Please note this for later. We live in an old one-story house in our village with an alpha steel corrugated rooftop, so when you step on the roof, it'll sound like you're banging on a thin metal surface. Now, back to the story. I had this one nightmare about 5 months ago that I noted in my diary, and I called it the creepy guy running on our ceiling. And it was about me and my family celebrating for something. I couldn't vividly remember what we were celebrating for, but it was around nighttime when it happened. A little later, me and my big sister were in the living room where I was sitting on the couch. My sister and I were relaxing while everyone enjoyed, but for some reason, I kept on looking at my grandparents' bedroom, which was about 7 steps away from where the living room is. Then suddenly the lights went off, and I heard fast and heavy footsteps coming from our ceiling, but no one was there. Everything became silent as sounds of the footsteps slowly started to fade, going straight to my grandparents' bedroom. Remember when I said that our house is only one story, and when you step on our rooftop, it'll sound like you're banging on a thin metal surface? Well, that's not what we heard. We heard footsteps, as if someone was actually walking directly on our ceiling. To be accurate, it sounds like barefoot running on a thin carpet. When the footsteps gone in my grandparents' bedroom, it suddenly stopped. Out of nowhere at all, we saw a tall, tan-skinned man with short black hair, wearing yellow and green basketball attire. He entered by our front door without opening it, since it was closed, calmly running barefoot until he was on our ceiling, making the exact same footsteps we heard earlier. That guy that I didn't even know who went around the chandelier above in a few circles and then went in my grandparents' bedroom and just disappeared. But unexpectedly, none of us screamed in horror. Even if we absolutely were, we were just dead silent, all gathered in the living room, and weirdly enough, sitting down in the same crisscross position. Strangely, that guy didn't come out of the bedroom. Instead, still running on our ceiling barefoot, he showed up again, running from the kitchen, went in another few circles, and then ran back in the same bedroom. While it was running, we just kept staring at it silently. The guy did the same thing over and over again, coming from different places of the house, but always ending up in my grandparents' bedroom. But the thing that scared me the most was his bloodshot eyes. His face was always staring at me the whole time while running. Weirdly, I still didn't scream. Then the last part of my dream was when he was still running barefoot. But the next thing I saw was his upper body was completely gone, and instead had another pair of legs also moving, attached to where his upper body was supposed to be.
That's a
I woke
mannequin.
up around 4:17 a.m. and something told me to look up, as it reminded me of the dream, and I couldn't sleep after that. When my parents woke up, I told them about it, and of course, they said it was just a dream, and I should forget about it, and I should pray every night for no more nightmares. Eventually, we all just shrugged it off and continued with our normal lives. But I thought at first that it might be a sign that something bad was going to happen. Maybe since this house is so old, I could get these nightmares sometimes. So it's nothing, and almost gave no attention to it anymore. But I shouldn't have, and I regretted thinking about that crazy dream. You see, I had deja vu when this happened to me like 4 months ago. My grandparents were celebrating their 74th anniversary, and we all decided to celebrate it at the beach so we could enjoy it more.
Beach.
As we were leaving, I made sure to lock the doors for security, since the house was like older than my grandparents. We were all enjoying ourselves together, talking, eating, playing games, and swimming. But that happiness soon was replaced by horror. Because when we got back to the house, I quickly unlocked the front door and was about to go look in the mirror because my mom said my face got red from swimming. The only place I could think about that had a mirror was my grandparents' bedroom at the time. As I opened the door and saw what was in front of me, my heart dropped, and I screamed in terrifying horror as my voice resonated from my throat. My whole family came rushing in beside me to see what was happening, and most screamed, some fainted. There he was, the same tall guy with the same outfit, the same hair, the same skin color from my nightmare, hanging himself on the ceiling and aggressively pulling the rope, like he's chopping off his head using rope straps. And a little later, he started to scream in agony. I continued to scream, and tears started falling down my face, while I realized that he also doesn't have a lower body. My mom quickly covered my eyes and dashed me into a room as one of them called 911. I know this sounds like too much and looks like it's not believable, but it's true. My mom consoled me and successfully calmed me down. But then the moment the police arrived, I heard that the guy's dead as his head was already chopped off. After a few days, we heard that the guy who committed suicide in my grandparents' bedroom was a soldier in the army who served in Afghanistan and unfortunately lost his whole lower body from saving his men from a grenade that was about to explode. We also heard he got into deep depression and did that in our house. I feel so bad for him, but also terrified. I've been getting help for my mental health for months now.
Man,
and I'm
he has at work.
finally over
So
that
my
incident.
mom been told to stay home
I
for
still
so
have
another 3
nightmares
days worse.
about
What's
it,
happening,
and I know
honestly?
it'll fade away
What's
one
happening
day.
over there?
Oh wait,
Jesus.
I just realized something. I forgot to lock our back door.
Dun, dun, dun.
My name is Alex. This happened to me when I was 14. It was the year 2016 when I heard all the things about clowns. I was sitting in my living room. I was home all alone since my parents went to my grandparents' house. I decided to stay home because there was nothing else to do there. I went upstairs and invited my friends over. Their names were John, Bryce, Sarah, and Emma. We played some video games, but then got bored. Bryce thought it would be a good idea to play in the woods. There was a forest in the back of my house, so I agreed. There was nothing to do there, but we just took a walk and were joking around. It felt like we were there for about 20 or 30 minutes until we heard someone crying. We all looked at each other with surprised faces. "What the hell is that?" John said. "I don't know, but let's go check it out," said Emma. We went to go see what it was when we saw a figure in the trees. It looked like it was a man dressed in a clown costume. John yelled at the man, "Hey, simp, why are you crying?" I said back to John, "Dude, shut up." The man looked at us
Zombies
with
got
tears.
close enough.
His makeup was all messed up. The clown had a black wig with white fancy clothes and black dots on his clothes. The clown just stared at us with a smile. We couldn't move because he had a large machete that looked like it was covered in blood. The clown laughed and said, "You kids won't understand, but when I show you, you will." I said, "Guys, run!" We all went in different directions. I ran back home as fast as possible. We all ran back to my house, but Sarah wasn't there with us. We all freaked out and called the police. We told them all what happened. Turns out that the man murdered his wife and was on drugs. He covered her body in some white blanket. It also turns out that Sarah was drowned in a lake when the man ran after her. I called my parents and told them about the incident last night. They said they will never leave me home alone ever again. I'm 19 years old now, and I'll never forget that scary incident that happened to me.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm Kenneth, and this is my story in which me and my friends visited a haunted mansion, and we regret it till this day. I'm 21 now, but this story happened when I was 14. My friends were crazy about horror stories and haunted houses. So one day we decided
Oh
to visit
no,
a haunted
reflected beard.
mansion,
Ah!
which was near our school. So we left early and went there.
Well, at least the head reflected,
Oh,
right?
I forgot to
Ears.
introduce my friends. They were Jeff and Jack.
Ears in the eyes.
Okay, so when we got there, we tried to quietly enter the house, but the doors were rusty and they made a lot of sound. After finally getting in, the first thing we laid eyes on was a painting of a child and his father. So Jeff explained the story of both. By the time the child was in 7th grade, he was struggling to keep up with school. So whenever he received low marks, his father would take him to the basement and beat him with his cane. So one day the boy was fed up with his father and murdered him in the basement. After a few days, neighbors noticed the father hadn't left the mansion, so they decided to check it out. When they went in, they saw the father's body and got scared and ran out of the mansion. Then, the doors closed automatically behind them. Now, people say that in the night they hear a boy crying or laughing and saying, "I need revenge." We were scared after listening to the story, but we needed to explore.
Tofu's the only one doing hard
We
work
decided
right
to
now,
visit
I'm
the
just kinda
basement
sitting here.
last, so we checked all the rooms on the ground floor first. We found nothing in the first and second room, but in the third room, which was the last, we found some books with splashes of dried blood on them. We got spooked and ran out of the room. Then we decided to go to the first floor, and when we found the stairs, we heard a noise, but we all agreed it was nothing. When we reached the first floor, the doors and windows started opening and closing on their own. We got scared, and then we heard malevolent laughing and a creepy voice that said, "I need revenge." Then we ran to the door, but it was closed tight, so we tried to push the door, but it would not open. There was a broken window near it, so we jumped through it and ran to the nearby road. As we stopped to catch our breath, Jack pointed to a window on the mansion. When we looked, we saw a boy there, standing and grinning at us. We ran away from there as fast as possible. We didn't tell anyone about this incident.
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm 20 years
Damn,
old
we're going
now,
from a
but
haunted
this
mansion
happened
to
to
a
me
big
when I was
mansion.
around 10. My grandparents had a really big mansion, which also had an enormous greenhouse. The greenhouse was located next to the mansion, but there was a yard in between the mansion too. At the end of the greenhouse, there were some apple trees where we used to go pick apples during the summer. The width of the terrain where the apple trees was about 200 meters. At the end of the 200 meters, you would be next to our neighbor's greenhouse. Of course, he wasn't the only one in the neighborhood with a greenhouse. They had neighbors with greenhouses also. Well, unfortunately, both neighbors were missing. Well, there were actually a couple of people that moved into that house, but they all moved out eventually, but I didn't know the reason why, because it was a really nice house. However, since then, it's been completely abandoned. The glass on the neighbor's greenhouse was even broken on some of the sides. One day, our grandpa invited us all to a sleepover. All my cousins were invited. We played in the yard, ate some snacks, and watched some TV until we fell asleep. I was just sleeping until something or someone woke me up. It came from outside. At first, I thought it was an animal or something, but the more I listened, the more it sounded like someone was walking quietly. I quickly took a peek out the window. To my surprise, I saw a shadowy figure. He
Hey,
didn't see
Peter.
me, but I saw him. I also saw an old
If I saw
kitchen knife
Missy-
in his right
Oh.
hand. It looked like he wanted to make sure nobody was on his street. After a couple minutes, he went back. But at that moment, I went and told my cousin David about it. David was my oldest cousin. He knew that I wasn't the type of kid who joked around a lot, especially not about this kind of thing. He also saw how terrified my face was. Then I said, "Hey, should we call
It's pretty
Grandpa?
chaotic.
I mean, he's a tough guy." He absolutely was. He was super strong and hated criminals. "But we will get punished if we wake him in the middle of the night for nothing," Daniel said. Daniel was an older cousin of mine. He was 13 at the time. Then Daniel came up with this idea. We should wake up our other older cousins, which were Ethan, Daniel, David, and Katie. We woke them up and told them the situation. They agreed to come with us and brought 5 flashlights. We went out and started searching the yard. But then I said, we should look at the back of the greenhouse. Everyone agreed. But even there, we found nobody. But then Daniel said, "Hey, should we check the neighbor's greenhouse? I mean, we can crawl through the broken windows." So we did. My cousins shined the light into the darkness of the greenhouse. And then I noticed something. Somebody was sitting there. I pointed to the person I saw. At that point, David shined his flashlight in the way he was looking. And then that terrifying moment happened. We saw a man sitting with an old kitchen knife staring at us.
Oh.
I was so terrified. David grabbed me by the neck and we all ran back to the mansion. We got back in the house and locked the door and warned our grandparents. My grandpa was pissed. He grabbed his baseball bat and searched the area. My grandma called the police, and after 20 minutes they showed up. When the cops arrived, they found my grandpa beating up the man. The cops arrested him, and it turned out that he was the one that killed the neighbors, and he hid in the forest nearby in the summer and in the house when it was winter. He was also the reason people moved out, because he lived in a hidden room and would take people's food and made noise, which sometimes made people think that their house was haunted.
Hi, my name is Scarlett, and this happened a few months back. I'm 16, so after a normal day, I ended up going to bed as usual around 12 after studying. Everything appeared to be normal, but that was the last night things were ever normal for me. I don't really remember everything properly, and a few things are kind of a blur, but I'll do my best to explain it. I remember sleeping in my dream and suddenly opening my eyes. It was my room, and I don't know if I sensed something, but I was really scared and panicking. I was having a panic attack for sure. I'm used to waking up with panic attacks and run around the house. I was aware that I was getting a panic attack in my dream, but I was really scared of something in my room which I don't remember, and was quite unusual for the panic attacks I generally got. So I reached out to my phone, where it was near my head, every night and tried calling my parents who were sleeping in the room across from mine. I was shaking and thrashing and panicking and crying, and I wasn't able to breathe. But when I called them, they picked up. But I couldn't even speak anything. I tried to scream and say something, but nothing came out. At this point, for some reason, I knew that this was a dream. But I was so scared of something that I kept thrashing and moving my arms and legs wildly to get up and move from my bed. But the middle part of my body wasn't moving at all. I kept screaming and trying to wake up, but I couldn't. Nothing happened. But then suddenly I woke up from the dream and was thrashing and moving my arms and legs exactly how I was doing in my dream, but the middle part of my body was still not moving. My eyes were open, and I was in the exact same position on my bed, and I was trying to scream, but this time I could hear my screams. Suddenly, I felt a lot of hands pushing my arms and legs down on the bed so that they stopped moving and held it tightly to the bed. At this point, I was aware I was awake, but I couldn't see who or what was holding me, but I could feel it. My body was still jerking, trying to move my arms and legs, but those hands held me tightly. I was crying so much and kept screaming and trying to free myself. Then I felt a lot of cuts and wounds all over my body. I could feel myself losing a lot of blood at a high rate. The pain was so intense that I started screaming so loudly, and I couldn't hear anything else over it. The scream was loud enough to wake up my neighbors, but still my parents, who were right across the room, didn't come. I felt hands or nails or some type of sharp tool make a gash on my face, and I started bleeding there too. And my screaming got so loud, I woke up again. This time, I actually ended up waking up, but was crying and covered in sweat, and my body hurt so much, as if I was actually wounded, and I kept screaming for my parents, but no one still came. Eventually, I passed out and woke up as if everything was normal. But when I tried to get up, I felt dizzy and couldn't get up after that, and I threw up multiple times. So my parents ended up calling a doctor for me. He checked me out and told me I had a lot of blood loss and that I needed to be taken to the hospital to get more blood. The doctors ran multiple tests but couldn't figure out what was the cause of the blood loss. I had given 3 bags of blood in the span of a few days, but it was quite healthy and healed me to go back home. I tried to talk to my doctor about the nightmare, but no one believed me. I had so much proof, most essentially the fact that a lot of blood had vanished from my body for no reason. I also checked my phone after getting discharged and found out that I had called my parents in real life that night, and not just in my dream, when I started to have a panic attack and they didn't pick up. They said they didn't hear it, but they had a missed call from me in their call log too. But they don't believe what I had explained to them. I don't know if everything from the start was actually happening, or just getting hurt in my nightmare actually ended up in losing blood in real life. I don't have any wounds or anything which can prove the blood loss, and even my doctor doesn't know anything yet. But who and what took my blood and why? I haven't slept since that day and now have insomnia. I am seeing a psychiatrist, but he doesn't believe anything. So this is the only place where I could share it, and maybe someone can help explain what happened to me. I can't even trust my own parents now with everything, and have even stopped talking to everyone. I don't even talk to my psychiatrist anymore because he doesn't believe me. I hate everything and everyone, and maybe I'm going mad day by day and growing more and more paranoid of everything. I don't get out of my room at all anymore and do nothing. I just don't know why no one believes me.
This was 5 years ago, and I was praying at our mini chapel in my university when this scary experience happened to me. It was my routine to pray for a week straight before my exam. As I was going inside the chapel, I assumed that I would be the only one in there, but I
Freak
saw a
garlic on your
woman
dick?
who was sitting
Because
in
a
the front
vampire
row.
attacking her?
I felt a sense of relief that I was not alone, as I was afraid of the dark.
It's a little, like,
There were
spray
only a
bottle
few
with
lights
holy
inside the
water.
chapel, and all of them were on the side where the woman was sitting. I was not bothered by it, so I found a place in the last row, sat down, and lowered my head like a bow and closed my eyes to prepare myself to pray. Soon after, I felt a bit strange, so I opened my eyes for a moment. I looked at the woman and noticed that she was now kind of nearer to where I was sitting. She was in the third row, which was a bit weird because she was in the first row when I saw her a moment ago. I shrugged it off, thinking that maybe the woman had moved without me noticing, or I was just imagining things. I lowered my head again, then the strange feeling crept back. I lifted my head and saw the woman was in the fifth row, only 3 rows away from me. The creepiness was flowing through my body. I didn't know if I should stand up and rush out of the chapel. I was stuck in my place, still staring at the woman's back. I gathered my strength and bowed my head, closed my eyes, and started my prayer. I remember asking for strength to overcome the situation I was facing at the time and continued with the usual prayer for my exam preparation. I heard the sound of movement, so I thought that the creepy woman was gone. I was kind of
Yeah, it's
relieved
like,
and calmed before
I have to
I
like
ended
kind of
my
watch the
prayer.
motto. Like I kind of
But I
sit
was
there and just
struck
watch
with
it and be like,
horror when I opened
anything
my
wrong with
eyes
this motto?
and saw the woman
Gotta
sitting
run.
in the row just in front of mine. She had long hair, a pale face, and her
No,
dead
not the long
eyes
hair
were
and pale
creepily
face.
staring at
Ah.
me, while her head was on top of her hands.
Oh no.
She was smiling, but it was not a normal smile. It was more like a grin that reached her ears. I was also staring at her, and my blood rushed out of my body when she turned her head sideways and said, "Amen?" while she kept her creepy
Amen.
grin. I was stuck for a few seconds, my body completely numb, but managed to get out of the chapel. I ran away, not turning back. When I reached the dorm, my roommates saw me panting really hard. They asked me what happened, and I told them about the woman at the chapel. One of my roommates told me that her aunt, who was a professor in the university, also saw the woman in the chapel, but the ghost was turned upside down when she was done with her prayer. She did not believe her aunt then, but now she did after learning what happened to me. After that incident, I would still do my prayer routine before every exam, but I never went back to that chapel again. Up to this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me if I wasn't able to get out of that creepy chapel.
My name is Wilmer, and this story happened to me when I was in my mid-20s. I was working as an Uber driver, just trying to earn some cash, but I will never forget this horrible incident. I was driving as usual when I got a notification on my phone to pick up a couple near a bar. I was fairly close, so I got there in about 5 minutes. When I got the address of where they wanted to go, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was a 10-minute drive, and we finally reached what I guessed was their house. Right when I was about to stop, I got another notification for the same bar where I just picked up the couple. That didn't seem suspicious, as that happened every so often. When I got there, a man was waiting for me. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like he'd never taken a shower or washed his beard. But I'd been doing this for a long time, so of course I brushed it off. When he got in, I saw where he wanted to go and realized it was the same address where I just dropped off the couple. So I turned around and asked him, "I see that you want me to take you to the same address as my previous clients. Do you know them?" Nothing but silence answered me, and I was kind of getting creeped out. So I just turned back around and started driving. Then I got another notification that someone else wanted an Uber, which was a relief because I didn't want to stay in the car alone. So I went to the pickup address, and waiting for me was a girl with blonde hair and brown eyes. Usually I have people sit in the back of the car, but because of that man, I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable. So I let her sit in the front seat next to me. I soon realized she wanted me to take her to the same address the guy was headed to, which was where I took the couple. Now I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't really do much, so I took them to the address without any questions. When we finally got there, both of them got out of the car, closed the doors, and just walked up to the front of the house. They must have had a key because they opened the door and went inside. I waited a few minutes, and then I finally decided to leave. Right as I was putting on my seatbelt, the girl pounded on my window, completely scaring the hell out of me, and yelling, "My friend needs help!" So I got out and we both went running to the front door. When I got inside, I saw red stuff on the floor, and not even a second later I realized it was blood. I turned around and was going to book it out of there, but the man from earlier closed the door and looked at me while holding a big knife. The girl just laughed maniacally at me, and the guy growled out, "Run." So I ran, but he was right behind me. I was running for my life, screaming when I rounded a corner, and God help me because right when I turned the corner, the guy slipped in the blood. That was my chance to find a place to hide. So when I found a room, I saw a closet and headed directly for it. Once I was hiding, I heard big, loud footsteps coming up the stairs, and the girl just laughing. I waited for like 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I heard cop sirens, and then I heard footsteps running and going down the stairs. I finally came out of my cover, saw blood everywhere, and went outside. The police never caught the two people. The couple had each been stabbed twice, but they survived. As of that day, I decided that was the last time I would be an Uber driver. I found another job to earn extra money, and I hope that I never run into those two people. My name is Thomas. I'm 32 now, but this happened when I was 25 years old. I was working in a 4-star hotel in Las Vegas. My job was to greet the guests, show them their rooms, and help them if they needed. I was a good friend with my coworkers, so I always had someone there to accompany me. However, there was this one guy who I never got along with, Albie. He was older than me and my coworkers, but claimed to work for this hotel since 1980s. He was always looking a little weird. He always looked tired, as if he never got enough sleep. And he would always yell at my coworkers if it didn't go his way. I never cared, as he knew I was never going to just stand there and listen. This incident appeared on the 15th July 2014. I was working just like I would normally do, but I had a strange feeling, as if something bad was going to happen. But I shook it off and continued working as usual. That was until I saw Albie coming down and walk out. I was a little confused, but I had more things to worry about. A few seconds later, I heard someone scream on the second floor. Me and my coworkers freaked out and ran upstairs in the hallway, only to find my coworker Gally on the floor. He had been shot twice, one through the hip and the other through his arm. I picked him up while my coworker Teresa ran to dial 911. The police and ambulance arrived shortly, and Gally was taken to the hospital. Everyone was questioned by the police. A few minutes later, my boss, whom just arrived, asked, "Thomas." Being spooked over what just happened, I replied, "Yes, boss." "Have you seen Albie?" Boss asked. "He walked out just before the accident without telling me anything, sir." I replied. A few hours later, we were told that Gally had survived. However, he was in a coma due to the injuries. The only thing going through my mind was, thank God he is okay. We were all sent home that evening, and the half of the second floor was closed for investigation. The next day, a customer from the end of second floor claimed she could hear something underneath the bed. There weren't any animals, as the hotel rooms were cleaned up every day. However, we went in the room and moved the guest to another, just so we could find out. When we were about to enter the room, we heard Albie, unaware that we were here talking. We were shocked and ran downstairs to one of the officers, who then ran back to check it out. A few moments passed and we heard gunshots and police officer yelling, "Arms up!" It was Albie. He was being arrested. He was staring at me with his dark brown eyes, the black greasy hair, the torn clothes with flakes of what looked like blood, and the horrible metallic smell. I wanted to scream, but it never came out. I wanted to run, but I could not move. All I could do was to stand there in shock. Turns out Albie was the one who shot Gally after he saw him robbing one of the rooms while the guest was not there. When the police checked the CCTV footage, they saw the same thing. Albie was arrested and charged for attempted murder and robbery and was sentenced to 80 years in prison. I still work at the same place, and Gally has returned. This incident has made us very close. It still gives me creeps. However, I'm just glad that everyone is okay. Even though many years have passed, that memory is there like it was yesterday.
I am a 16-year-old female. I suffer from major depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and borderline personality disorder. I don't know if my mental health was the cause of this, but here's my story. When I was 11 years old, my mother was killed in a fire at her workplace. You see, she worked in a group home with troubled children. One of the children had started the fatal fire that killed my mom. My father never knew how to be a dad. He was always drinking and off doing who knows what. His drinking escalated after her passing, causing him to start lashing out on me, blaming me for everything. His way of seeing things was beating the sense into me. This went on for 3 years. Around when I was 12, I started seeing a tall man at my bedroom door. He was maybe 6 feet and had a very large build. His body was pure black, and he always had a smile creeped across his face. He would just stare at me. After the first encounter with this thing, it would never leave me. Everywhere I went, I felt his presence. Even when I was outside, I could feel its eyes on me. I was scared to move at this point. I just wanted it to stop. Around this time was when I started hearing voices. The voices would manipulate me into doing things. I started hurting myself because of this. They told me it was the only way. And I believed it. The most unsettling part of this is when I started hearing the voices, I could feel the eyes of the man on me. His dark, empty eyes would just stare at me. Well, I'm 16 now, and things have only gotten worse. The man comes less frequently, but the voices, well, they never leave me. Even now, small winged creatures fly above my head in a motion as if they're waiting for something to happen to me. They have caused me to attempt suicide on multiple occasions. I yell at them to stop, but it only makes it progress. The only good thing about all of this is I have gotten out of the abusive situation. I'm now staying with my best friend. I'm wondering if everything was a figment of my imagination, made from my dad's cruelty. Considering the build of the man was oddly shaped like him, or maybe it's something else. I don't know. I really don't know how much more I can take this. I can still feel it watching me.
Hey.
Because I think that's been new Fire Emblem Engage trailer just dropped. We're gonna go through this. Honestly, the only reaction I can describe is shock and genuinely elation. This new monastery that they're doing. Oh my god. We'll talk by bit. First off, I think one of the main things I want to talk about how much of an iteration this is on the monastery. For context on my thoughts on the monastery,
Very
I
excited for Fire Emblem
despise
Engage.
the monastery. And
When does it release again? I don't
It was a
know.
mess,
I keep asking this and I keep
crashed the pacing of the
forgetting.
game. And initially, when I saw that they're bringing it back, I was skeptical that they would be able to get it right. But it seems
just
like
for
here
Final
they've
Fantasy.
really streamlined
Yes,
it
maybe.
and focused up. Now, of course, you've got your
Maybe-
standard activities like
Maybe
the
I don't mind. I
armory,
think I'll be.
the
I'm not sure. Does it come out on
all
PC
that
right
type of
away?
stuff.
Because
That's to be
I think I'll
expected
be
to
waiting
here.
if anything.
I think the biggest surprise that we get this ring.
Still gotta play the
ring
Final
system
Fantasy
that they're
VII Remake
using and messing around
DLC
with,
stuff.
and a whole room dedicated to it where you see, all the pedestals with the rings and what they're adding here, and of course the ring petting, like this is so insane, so
Petting?
ridiculous. It's bizarre.
Oh,
I don't know
here,
what
petting?
timeline
Pet-
we're in anymore. I'm
you
not
pet
opposed to
husbandos?
it, to be honest. I just hope it's not too tedious to do and it doesn't take too long. And I don't mind little touches like
Comes
this.
on PC.
You know what? I do
December
hope, if
13th.
there's
Oh,
lots
that's
of
like
minigames that you
soon.
have to constantly do throughout the game.
We'll see.
Maybe
we'll see.
that could go back into the problem of three houses dragging down the pacing
We'll
again.
see.
But I don't mind cute, fun stuff like this. And it seems like the game has a lot of this. A bunch of new, cute, fun little features to kind of liven up the monastery. Make it a bit more fun. So you know what? Ring cleaning? Sure. Why not? Why not clean the rings? I guess. It's bizarre. But you know what? Sure. Let's go with that. Ring cleaning. Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself in terms of talking about the rings because we also have this gacha ring system where you can get rings of characters from all throughout the series that have little mini effects. Like some of these have a bit more or a different rank. You got change the stats a little bit. You know what? Fun way for characters to make a cameo. It doesn't look like they'll have a huge impact anyway, like +1s. Maybe a +4 in there or plus a bit here. But it looks like the focus is probably going to be on those, main character rings. And these side character rings are kind of like pad out the rest of your roster and, have a bit of fun with some existing assets. This being a gacha system, a pull system, I don't really take it or leave it. It doesn't matter to me. It's just cool to have them in here. I don't think it's going to have too big of an impact. It's just a cool little feature to kind of backfill probably your empty ring slots that aren't going to your, MC type characters. So, you know what? All cool with me. Moving on to, I guess, the social features. The amount of interaction and what you can do with the characters around this like new monastery area. I really love what they've been doing here. I think the combination of, giving people unique outfits and them actually being active in the world and doing stuff and having it animated. Like we see them, I think, swimming at some points, just chilling out in other locations and custom clothing that you can change around. Like it brings it a lot more to life to me than the monastery ever was. Also, customizing the outfits, oh my god, I will do that all day. Finding, buying, getting the outfits in the game and matching them to the characters that I want them to wear, oh my god. Yes, it's actually near the top of my list of things I'm excited to do. But you know what? Hey, that's just, a bit of a guilty pleasure for me, and I'm glad they're indulging me. And now we get to the activities. When I look at these activities, it looks like to me, this is what they wish they could have done in Three Houses. It really looks like it, because Three Houses did have activities, it did have fishing, and fishing was a game, but it seems like that's the only game that really
game. I
got to
hope
the finish
so.
line. It really feels like to me in Three Houses, they wanted to do more of that monastery system, but they couldn't. And now they're doing it. And of course we get
I mean,
to
most
the
Fire Emblem
workout
game hasn't
mini-games.
been like money grabbing.
What was going through their minds when they put this in? Again, I love it. I'm here for it. I will do this. Okay. It's just something I thought I would never see in a Fire Emblem game. It's such a silly idea, but once again, like I've said about a few other things here, it feels right at home. It really feels, in general, with this game's philosophies, they're taking off a lot of the limiters that they kind of put on themselves in terms of, what can and should, a Fire Emblem game have or not have, and they're really expanding. And some people might not like that. They might prefer a more streamlined, focused on the tactics experience. But I'm not opposed to the monastery in concept, to be honest. I think a well-executed monastery would actually be a lot of fun and a nice breather between battles. I just don't think the monastery in Three Houses was that, and that's a big reason I didn't enjoy that game. But it looks like they're really iterating on that in an interesting way. And you know what? Exercise mini games where you gotta do push-ups to increase your strength, why not? If the game comes around and it's tedious and annoying to do all these minigame activities, then you know what? I'm glad to be proven wrong. But wow, if you thought the leaks were crazy before, okay, you thought when this game was leaked it looked already insane, and now this is a real Fire Emblem screenshot. This is a general note on the presentation here. I know not everyone's a fan of the art style. I'm personally fine with it. I don't mind it. You do have to say, in terms of the overall presentation, in terms of the animation and the camera work and the way things are presented, it's much more dynamic, it's much more fluid, and not as stilted as 3D Fire Emblem has been before, because I think that's been a bit of a problem with 3D Fire Emblem. It has felt very stilted, and it was still a problem in Three Houses in terms of, the camera work and the animations, and it didn't really flow. It's a much more fluid, flowing kind of animation.
Hello, thank you so much for the
I
raid.
hate using
Hello,
this word
welcome.
regularly, but it's a bit more.
I'm currently
immersive.
working on some
And oh my
commissions
god, there's
right
a
now.
wyvern. Dude, how did I almost forget about the wyvern fly game? Dude. What is this game, man? Again, it's an idea so out there, so ridiculous, but when you see it in action,
I think it's covering it. Ah!
You're coming.
Book is such a game.
How was Fortnite? We had a fun time. Wow. A little stretch. A little stretch. I'm just currently in the middle of rigging my
you know what? Sure.
YouTuber channel.
It's
so
right
there's
at
some
home
funny,
in this
funny
game.
stuff
I will
happening.
say that. You put this in any other Fire Emblem game, maybe in Three Houses it might fit, but you put this in any other Fire Emblem game, you'd be like, what is this doing here? But from what this game has shown, this is right at home here. And I can't wait to play this game. It's just gonna be silly and fun. But yeah, what the fuck is this? So yeah, I wanted to keep this video relatively brief, relatively quick, but yeah. This game is looking insane.
Yeah.
This new monastery is looking great. I say that as someone who despised the Three Houses Monastery. I love the iterations they're making on it. More streamlined, more active, more fun.
I take a
more
break from
alive.
rigging to do.
I can't wait to get my hands on this game and play this.
Later.
Whether it's good or bad, okay? If it's a dumpster fire, you know what? I can enjoy a good dumpster fire, but if it actually hits this right, I think this will be a lot of fun. So, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, press like. There's more Fire Emblem Engage content to come. I'm going to be going a ham on this game in the coming months, so yeah, see you guys around.
Oh, thank you. thing. Oh, Fire Emblem Engage, even more Fire Emblem Engage. They released like a new trailer, right? No, one. What was? Did they release a new trailer at all during that
During the Game Awards?
They did. They did. They did. They just
so.
it was just like expansion pass trailer.
Because it was like the characters from
Three Houses, yeah.
Like Tiki.
Yes. Like Tiki. All the
now, it's time
fun
to
stuff.
engage. Emblem, engage!
Maybe I'll try streaming Fire Emblem games for once. I usually like to relax when playing this type of game. I play it off stream, but
In the Fire Emblem Engage game, you
I'll give it a
command
try
a uniquely skilled
when it
cast of
releases.
characters called units and lead them to victory.
I won't falter.
Like a release.
New to this installment of the turn-based tactical RPG series, battles can be enhanced through the use of rings that hold the power of emblems, heroes from Asia's past. When equipped with emblem rings, your units will sync with the emblems, increasing their power and giving the units access to special skills.
MH Raider, thank you so much for the
As you
follow.
can see,
Welcome.
there's a significant difference when confronting the same foe.
I am guided by the emblems.
You can even take your battles a step further by engaging emblems and fusing them with your units.
I am like
While
trying
engaged,
to wake
you'll
up
be
right
able to
now.
use special weapons and engage skills that grant your units special abilities. You'll also be able to unleash powerful engage attacks to decimate your foes. The emblems that dwell within each ring have their own unique abilities.
If you require strength and swiftness, I am all too happy to oblige.
Here we have Sigurd, emblem of the Holy War. He has
Sigurd?
excellent mobility, and his gallop engage skill vastly increases the unit's movement. The unit can traverse over much more
Okay,
terrain.
Sigurd.
while
Am I
engaged.
thinking is that the right
On top
Sigurd?
of that,
Is he from
Override allows you to run through a line of foes, dealing damage along the way.
I feel
Fire
the same,
Emblem
Sammy.
Sigurd?
I will fight by your side from now on.
Sigurd.
This
I
is
feel like he's
Celica,
from Fire
emblem of
Emblem.
Echoes. Her Echo skill allows you to split up your magic attacks and inflict damage on 2 targets. This is especially useful for finishing off foes who have been nearly routed. She also
Oh,
boasts
okay, I'm thinking of a
Dwarf
different
Ragnarok, which allows you to move to a location that would otherwise be out of range.
But he's hot.
Shall we go over just a few of the other emblems at your disposal?
Oh,
I'll help ensure the path
Burns
you
in the
decide
game?
to walk is the right one.
Here's Corin, emblem of Fates. Corin's Dragon Vein skill can be used to alter the terrain to remove hazards, such as fire, or add healing effects to give your army the upper hand.
very much excited.
Torrential Roar will
Damn, Fire
damage
Emblem is
enemies
like
directly
changing
in front of you
artists from
and add the
artists.
water effect to the terrain.
It's interesting though.
Use my power to guide everyone.
This is Byleth, emblem of the Academy. Byleth grants the Instruct skill, which can be used to boost the stats of nearby allies so they can ace the battle. The Goddess Dance skill will not only boost your adjacent ally stats, but
Is
it
there
will also
romance in
allow
this
them
game?
to act again.
Ready to turn this battle around?
I know that when
Finally,
Fire
we
Emblem
have
added
Lyn,
like the whole like
emblem of
romance part, I was like,
She
here I am,
specializes in
addicted
fierce
to Fire Emblem
attacks that
again.
prevent your foes from counterattacking. On top of that,
What
her
romance
Astral
options? I
Storm
wanna play this
skill
game now.
can be used to
I think
unleash
like the
5
oldest Fire Emblem
consecutive
game I
attacks on a
played is
foe
the one with
from a
Lyn in
great
it.
distance. Engage status only lasts for 3 turns, but as you progress in battle, the engage meter will refill. Once replenished, you'll be able to engage again. Be sure to keep an eye on your meter and strategize around its progress. Beyond the emblems themselves, Fire Emblem
They have,
Engage
like, really
introduces
long
many new faces and personalities to the fold. They are all capable of equipping emblem rings, resulting in a wide range of potential combinations of units and emblems.
Celica, yes! May I call on you? Let's get brawling! You and me, let's do this!
Fire Emblem, but make it
Be
as
sure
Nintendo
to
Switch.
experiment with different combinations to best
Bruh.
utilize your emblems and their abilities. You would do
Also,
well to
remember in
that the
Pokemon,
tide of battle depends on your
Scarlet and Violet, where at the start there's a Nintendo Switch in your room? Apparently it does go by your controller's color.
Well to you.
They give like a special edition.
The time has come!
Now, as one.
Fire Emblem Engage. Available
I mine
January
great because yours was a
only
special
on Nintendo
edition,
Switch.
probably.
Digital pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
It's getting phone calls.
So many scam phone calls going around today. I have my grade, not Monster Hunter V. So I've had 3 in the past hour. What is going on, bro? I've been getting like those spam phone calls lately too. Like usually, like they usually go off on Monday, and I'm like, why? What's happening?
So, the scammers are like, oh, it's Monday, time to get our calls out.
Bro, let's see what other videos I can watch here. I usually tend to watch like the cafe logs and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. We can watch this.
Oh, that was incredible. You're the most woman I've ever met.
What are you on about? What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my bed. I'm Connor and this.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Welcome. Today we are in Fukuoka. And of course, we're joined by the man himself.
Yes, Fukuoka. Good to see you.
Good to see you as
I
well.
bloody love Fukuoka. We've got the best ramen in Japan. We've got the best nightlife. What have we got lined up? What cultural experiences have we got lined up in Fukuoka?
So we're going to be going to more love hotels today. We're going to be going around all of the different types of love hotels they have on offer here and not eating any ramen, not seeing any of the culture, just purely going to love hotels. That's it. That's all we're doing. We're not seeing anything else. There's pretty much no point being here. We should just, frankly, just do this in Tokyo, but we're in Fukuoka, so we're going to do it here instead. Let's get on with the video. You excited, Chris? Let's go! Right, so the first hotel we're going to, Chris, is a very special one.
In a good way or a bad way?
It's called Hotel
Occasionally, you may see a blur or a bleep here and there, and that's just to make sure that I don't get sued.
We are in the industrial district of Fukuoka, and it's known for love.
Usually the worst love hotels in Japanese cities are in these sort of districts.
It's good, you'll love it.
Will I? I never do though, do I? That's the problem, Connor.
I think you'll like this one because it has really strong theming on the rooms, so we can have any theme that we want.
Is there a coffee theme?
No, there's depression theme though.
Every episode we use depression theme, Connor. God's sake.
And finally, we were off to our first love hotel.
I hate the awkwardness of going into a love hotel and then the person's like, 2 boys, no. That's happened in Osaka, right?
Okay, well, we've learned from that, and if it does happen again, we do have a disguise just in case.
I can actually see the Love Hotel over there. Look at the cranes in front of it.
Crane games and a Love Hotel, who knows?
I always get a little bit nervous going into a Love Hotel the first bit. Once you get through the reception desk, you're in the clear.
And it was time to cut to the GoPro. Even though it's totally legal for 2 guys to go into a hotel room together in Japan, some of them don't like doing it. You may remember on the previous Love Hotel video we did, me and Chris actually got kicked out of a lot of hotels. Why, you might be asking? For hotels in Japan, it is actually illegal to discriminate against someone's sexuality and deny them a room. However, that doesn't seem to be the case with love hotels. Is it because they're just ignoring the rules and doing whatever the they want? I don't know, but it happens a lot. So when entering the hotels, I'm gonna have to use a hidden camera.
There's so many cameras everywhere. This is kind of terrifying. There's like a million cameras all around.
They're just going into love hotels together.
Yeah, I can see somebody like.
I mean,
I'd be curious what it looks like inside.
Well, that is kind of shit. You can tell she kind of felt guilty about it.
She looked like, oh no, I have to do this again. I don't want to tell them. That sucks though. I just have to change our approach for the next one. I definitely have to go in with the wig.
Alright, deploy the wig. Because I was exactly worried about this thing happening, I made Connor adorn this very wig.
I'll do it.
So I reluctantly got dressed up.
Gosh, where's Sea Dog VA gone? Because it's just me and Clarice now.
So we're going to go into the second Love Hotel, and hopefully we won't get turned away for being men. Oh my god, they're going to think I'm so weird. This is so awkward already.
If they think you're a girl with your just general voice, you can see your facial hair through a crack in the hair. Yes, you can. Why are we doing this?
This is content.
Why are we doing this?
If they talk, you do the talking.
Let's just practice. What if they talk to you and they're like, "Simasen," what's your female voice?
Simasen, It's
too baritone.
I can't. I have a deep ass voice.
Lower the voice.
Let's just get in.
And so we embark onto the next Love Hotel.
They've shut them all off. Well, because it usually lights up if you take it on. All of these ones, they say they're preparing them, right? So basically, they saw us coming, flicked a switch, and made all the rooms unavailable. Because the car park was practically empty.
Chris's explanation does make a lot of sense, but we don't know for sure. And it's hard to say. And at this point, I was pretty dejected.
So it's either because they saw 2 guys, or they saw 2 foreigners, or they saw this and thought, we can't let this absolute atrocity.
Oh my god, you fucking touched my hair, you swine. Let's go to the next hotel, and then...
Is there somewhere the other side of town?
No, we're going to go to the one literally like over the road.
After Chris's lovely compliments, it was time to go to the third Love Hotel in the hopes that we get in this time.
All right, you ready, Chris? Let's go. Wacky weekend. Hey, time for have sex.
And it seemed a little too quiet. We'd successfully chosen our room and checked in, but we couldn't get confident yet, as this is where we got stopped last time.
Stop me now, bastards.
But luckily, we made it in.
POV, you really f***ed up on Tinder. It's the most stress I've had in a long time.
Yeah, that didn't feel fun, but we're here.
And this is our first hotel room. And actually, it's quite nice. With a spacious bed and a light-up hot tub bath, and every single amenity you'd ever need, I gotta say, it's a pretty good start.
Okay, so let me give you a bit of backstory. Originally, we had the other place, which had way more interesting hotels.
I meant to say rooms.
So we kind of just went for anything that we could.
I thought that was a dead cat out the corner of my eye.
No, that's my wig.
Look at the massage chair.
I think I know what Chris is going to be doing.
You bet you do.
Not sleeping. What do you reckon the view's going to be?
A piece of wood.
3, 2, 1. Oh, that's actually really rare for a love hotel.
While you're making love, you can look over Fukuoka's finest car park.
Oh, Chris, could I interest you in a toy set? And make your partner feel it clean. Oh, it goes on the toy. Oh. So, you know, obviously...
Oh, it goes on the toy.
You might want to be doing some karaoke if you're with Chris. And obviously you don't want to use what everyone else has been using, so you want to cover it up. You know, the mic, spit sometimes, right, Chris?
What are you going to sing for us today?
Whoa, living in a... Bed review? Oh, it's pretty good.
Perfect size for killing Sea Dog VA.
Whoa.
Wait, whoa, what's that? Looks like a slinky.
That's a piece of art. Oh, it's a speaker. Give it here, give it here. I know.
This looks really dodgy. Yes. When you're making love, there's only one song you want to listen to. The land of the hills of the black.
Also, the weirdest phone I've ever seen. It's like in the shape of an S. See if there's any fancy lights in this room.
Lights back up. So interesting point. Connor just activated the fan, right? Every love hotel has a really powerful fan. You might be thinking, ventilation. It's not. It's to drown out the sound of other rooms. Because often if you come to a love hotel, you can hear some sort of ominous activity going on through the walls. So you put the fan on, it drowns out them, it drowns out you. You can go to town. You listen to too much Volcano all you want.
But of course, Chris was only concerned about one thing, and one thing only, the menu.
Who's paying for this?
Me, obviously.
Oh, well, let's order some food. Australian special cigari dice. Oh,
what?
My favourite. The greedy mix combo. This is a very extensive menu.
This is so big. Oh, they have pizza.
Our pizza's a safe bet, isn't it?
They can't cut pizza.
Well, they spelled bolognese wrong. They've written bolognese. Doesn't overly give me much encouragement, to be honest.
I'm sure it's fine. They have visitor and member prices. So if you're a member, you save like 200 yen on every single dish, which means that people are coming here quite often.
The food in love hotels is often really cheap because they want you to stay as long as possible, right? The longer they keep you here, the more they can charge for the hourly rate. So food is often actually fairly reasonable, and it's often very good as well.
Chris would later come to regret saying this.
All right, so I think I have to order via the phone, right? Which is not good. They're like, "Sumimasen, get the f out of the hotel." That's what they'll be like when they hear me speak. They'll be like, "No, konnichiwa, chumon mo ii desu ka?"
What the hell just happened?
She said something along the lines of, "We can't do it now." This is where I should probably have more Japanese lessons.
Yeah.
I was ready for to list everything off, and then she threw a curveball, and I was like, "That's not in the script. That's not how we order things. What are you talking about?"
And after I successfully failed to order lunch that will maybe turn up, it was time to finish the room tour.
Ooh.
Oh, some amenities.
Toys, batteries in a toy, condoms, and another toy. So yeah, kind of really a boring machine. No drinks or anything. Kind of sucks, really. Also, we have a traditional Japanese tea set, because why not? Oh, a fridge. Anything inside, you reckon? Ooh.
Oh, water, thank God.
Another fridge. Hold on. Aha! Here we go. So yeah, these are only really found in love hotels, because again, they want to emphasize that you do not need to ever see a person. These are supposed to be so private, because a lot of the times they're doing stuff here that they shouldn't be doing. There's lemon sour, there's beer, nice, Coca-Cola, and more water or ginger ale. Oh, there is indeed karaoke.
Real karaoke.
There's karaoke in this room. But of course, guys.
He's going to pillage the room. He's going to steal the coffee from the Nespresso machine.
And I actually have a similar machine at home that uses these pods. So I'm taking...
I never get a look in. He snatches them away. He's not so much Robin Hood as Robin Twat. He steals from the rich, he steals from the poor.
One thing we haven't seen yet, though, is, of course, the bathroom. Normally the highlight of any love hotel, so let's see what we're working with here. Of course, every love hotel, if it's good, will have his and hers sinks and every single type of amenity you could possibly imagine. A billion different types of soaps for any occasion.
Milky face wash. That looks rancid. Look at the texture on the top. It looks like sour milk. It's like when the fucking Baileys has gone off. Get that out of my sight.
And then, of course, let's go in the toilet first. Is it good? Let's check it out.
You bet it's pretty average.
It was indeed average.
Big bath for a big man.
Yeah, it's huge.
I think only one of us is going in the bath. We know who that is.
And we will return to this later. So, of course, Chris wanted to do this part of the room
If you're
tour.
in the bath, I need to get something out of this horrible trip.
So this is a massage chair, really common in Japan. You see them in onsens. People often have them in their home, weirdly enough, which I think is I feel like it devalues.
We're doing a lot of training for boxing recently, so I need this massage. I've earned this massage.
Does it feel like you're being beaten up?
I've been carrying around a camera bag a lot the last week, and my back is fucked, so this is helping. I'm painfully aware my back needs this. An awful lot. It's really painful. I don't know.
After I was done messing with the room, our food had arrived. And luckily for Chris, it didn't look bad.
Delicious.
Oh, wow.
Margarita.
That's pretty good, actually.
Get ready for the cigari dice steak as well.
This actually looks like solid food, eh?
It does look like solid food.
Should we dig in?
Let us dig in. I'm thinking microwave pizza.
No.
It's a 3 or 4
Oh,
out of 10.
is it
It's
that
not like
bad?
bad. Like you'll eat it and you'll be like, okay, yeah. You'll be like, it's food, but it's got no character. A bit like your channel.
It's about every like
Flavourless, right?
Yeah, but I love that taste. I love it when pizza tastes like it's from a nut.
You really do have trash taste, don't you? You know.
It tasted exactly like a store-bought frozen pizza, and I'm all there for it. However, it was time for Chris to judge the steak, or as Chris found out afterwards, the chewing gum.
No, is it not good?
Like Wrigley's chewing gum.
Oh, no.
It's all bouncy. It's pretty chewy though.
Yeah.
It's maybe a 4.
Felt like it fought in a war, this cow. Why is it so tough?
And finally, katsudon, a Japanese staple.
You can't screw this up. Even like the worst service stations in Japan don't fuck this up. The real deal. 1 to 10.
In terms of katsudon I've ever had. 6. Very fine. You know, I've definitely had worse. It's got all the flavors, it's not too greasy. Probably the best 1 out of the 3.
Not much competition.
Who'd have thought that in Japan, they would get the Japanese food done best?
And after gorging, I had a little bit of a surprise.
So the other day, we were at Don Quixote, and I saw this.
Yeah.
It's a Jaws bath bomb.
What is that? Is that the boat? Oh, that's kind of cool. Just like the boat that got f***ed by Jaws.
Yeah, so let's rip this bad boy open and get this boy in there. Oh, that's kind of cool.
It's like a fucking acid bath.
And at first, it really wasn't that remarkable. However, it began to change.
God. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Oh my. Oh, whoa.
What's that? Oh,
There's a shark.
There he is.
What the fuck? Okay, that's actually the most hype shit ever. And it's blood. What the fuck? That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's the other film.
Should we leave this here?
They're going to be like, what did he do?
We just checked.
Because they're going to see me like, they're going to see me with some interesting individual with a wig.
Wait, let's spin it up a little bit. Let's get it.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this looks horrible.
And for the first hotel of this video, I'll give it a 6 out of 10. This video is sponsored by The Ridge. Are you tired of those annoying, clunky wallets? Welcome to sleek, modern wallets, The Ridge. But The Ridge doesn't just do wallets, they do these awesome hats, pens, and these key cases, so all of your keys can be in this nice, sleek holder. It can hold up to 12 cards, plus room for cash. The durable material means that the wallets come with a lifetime warranty. So get the best offer using my link at ridge.com/cdog, and if you use my link right now, you could be saving up to 40% until December 22nd. Shout out to Ridge for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. Well, it was time to go to our next.
We think this is going to be a bad one.
Well, luckily I'm coming here with my girlfriend. Definitely my girlfriend.
You're very lucky, I'm a catch.
It's like catching Jaws.
All right, should we go?
Yeah, all right. Come on then.
And luckily for us, we got him with 0 problems.
Sasuke.
However, it might have actually been better if somebody didn't let us in the room.
It's not that bad, actually. Not that bad.
I think that sofa looks pretty dodgy.
Oh, it reeks of cigarettes.
It's a good thing it's quite dark in here. You can't see the stains, the cigarette stain. But they've got your favourite massive TV. You can watch from your smoky couch.
Yeah. Oh, God. That's disgusting. That reeks. Ready for the view?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Wow. You can really feel like you're in Fukuoka. This couch does scream, help, I'm uncomfortable, doesn't it?
After nitpicking a little bit, it was time to nitpick even more.
I don't know if you can see on the camera, but like it's worn out. And
it's a good thing you didn't bring your UV light.
Shit, I should have brought my fuck.
You bought it and you've never used it once in a hotel.
God damn it, I should have
Every
brought
time,
that.
mate.
Anything in the fridge, you reckon?
I reckon bottled water. Or just prophylactics.
We pay in full here. So yeah, there's coffee, tea, beer. Yeah, same old. If you want water, that'll be $2.
And of course, I decided stupidly to buy something. And it was a waste of money.
It's $10 lotion. I just haven't... Can at least smell good? Oh! Ugh. It smells like latex. That's $10 down the drain.
I see you jump on that bed in slow motion.
Bed is fine. No complaints. It's just a very normal bed. Oh, there's hair on it. That's not mine.
That's very unpleasant.
And another hair here, which could be mine, to be fair.
Glad I'm not on the bed now.
Oh, ew. Oh, God. There's a waterproof layer.
What?
No. There's a waterproof layer.
Oh, my God.
I mocked the waterproof sheets, but honestly, if Chris was staying in your hotel, you did the same.
All right, let's have a look at the bathroom. Do you reckon it's going to be good? Oh, God. Ow! What the fuck? That's cruel! Look at this!
What? That nearly broke your foot?
Like 1 millimeter step.
Originally, when I was researching for this video, this hotel was supposed to be the worst, but so far it seemed pretty good.
I'm kind of impressed. That is a room. That is a toilet. Do we think the bathroom is going to be nice?
Yes.
You think so?
And the answer is no.
Oh, there's mold.
All that romance comes at a price.
Oh, there's mold everywhere.
Get in the bath, Connor.
No, there's mold just lining the whole fucking thing. No. Oh, God, look at the bathtub. That looks like rusted and shit. Oh, okay, so... Oh, ew.
That's where the air comes through.
And in the moldy bathroom, there was a weird-looking booth that definitely had aged.
Oh! Ow! What the fuck?
Just went to ultrasonic.
It's a little sauna room?
Oh, smell the room.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
It's more like a crematorium in there.
A cool feature is that it's kind of like a heat room, a pot room, whatever, sauna kind of thing, but in a plastic thing with the worst, creakiest.
It smells really rough.
There was a decent amount of mold around the bathroom, not exactly the most welcoming of features. Overall, not bad, but I personally wouldn't want to stay here.
That seems okay. I mean, nothing crazy, just very normal. It's very obvious that this bathroom is somewhat new. Coffee, tea, definitely compared to the last place, lacking in coffee and tea. The last room is actually really nice. Now I kind of feel a bit more, you know, a bit, oh. What the fuck? There's like a layer. There's a gap between here and the roof, and there's stuff there.
They stuffed the corpses of the last foreign.
Also, what happened here with the roof? Why is there white on the roof? It's a bad paint job.
They paid the wrong guy. Yeah. Or maybe someone just went all over the ceiling. Honestly, I would have actually minded this room. It's not that bad. The bathroom, I don't think I'd use that. But the deal breaker was the hair on the pillow. That was the straw that broke and the camel's back.
Wow, Chris is a man of many words.
I don't think I would be able to stay here after seeing, you know, the hair on the pillow.
I mean, it's nothing bad, but obviously because you know what this place is used for, the hairs feel a bit more gross, but, you know, it's whatever. It's not. This is a fine hotel room. It's just a bit...
It's a fine hotel room.
And after nitpicking into oblivion, it was time for the next hotel.
Oh my god.
Whoa, getting in the Christmas spirit. Right, there he is.
Let's get the...
Merry Father Christmas.
Guess who's coming in your chimney today, Chris?
Oh. The core design of a love hotel is that you don't need to interact with anyone ever. So you'll notice when we walk into these love hotels, we often tap on a screen or two, and then we get to go straight to the room. And then to pay, you pay in the room and then leave. The whole system is designed so that you never have to see a member of staff. And we'd successfully made it into our third room.
Jesus Christ, we have every single product known to man here.
Oh, we've got the Dyson. This is like a typhoon coming out of this motherfucker.
That thing's like $300. What's this then? Oh.
It is what's known as a toilet, Connor.
It's a cheap bidet though. It's one of the side panels. It's premium if it's on the wall, okay? There's a top tip there from Connor.
And after unnecessarily judging the bidet, we discovered the bathroom, which was pretty damn good.
You can actually get in there together, have some splashy fun time. You could fit Gaunt, Joey and you in there. Yeah.
And there's, I don't know what this is for.
That's to keep the water warm.
Oh yeah, that's...
Put that on top of the bath.
Yeah, that's definitely what I thought it was for as well.
But on to the bedroom.
This is massive. What the... Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all...
Is there a light? Because I can't see a fucking
lighting
thing.
is not the best, so let's figure out if we can turn a light up. What the fuck is that? I don't want to know what that is. Do you want to see our view? Actually, not bad.
Wow. Over an industrial estate in central Fukuoka. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, they've got the exercise stand. This is so cool. Yeah, you stand on it and it vibrates and you lose weight. I shit you not.
This is actually crazy. Oh my god.
Do you feel lighter?
I'm becoming ready for the sex. Is the food arriving soon? I'm burning calories and I'm ready for my meal.
This would be a very interesting first date to take someone on.
I think this is a great way to lose weight. I think I'm just going to get one of these.
It's a lazy person's weight loss program.
So like when I'm streaming, I'm like, hey guys, thank you for the 5 subs. Today we're going to be playing Crash Bandicoot 3. Oh, I'm not coming, I'm just exercising. Speed on the highest. Chris Broad, are you ready for an experience?
Oh. Aha. Oh. Oh my god, this is fucking weird. This is fucking weird.
This is literally though, when you've nutted and she don't stop sucking.
If I close my eyes though, it's really disorientating. It's really, really hard to stand up because it's like your body's like, what the fuck is going on? Where's the floor? Where's the ground?
Hold on, we gotta speed this up, I think.
And after messing around with this contraption for far too long, it was time to actually review the room.
So this is, you basically rub it against your face and it makes you more beautiful.
Vacuum?
Oh.
Should you vacuum?
Yeah, sure. Suction. What the f...
Everything is maxed out, ready?
What are you going to put inside the vacuum?
This machine sucks. Oh, that's hot.
But after messing around with this contraption, I'd found something that had piqued my interest.
Let's get the sexy lingerie.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's not big enough for you.
Did you just buy this?
Yeah, it's 500 yen.
Oh my god.
It's only 500 yen.
What is it? Oh my lord.
Oh la la. Ooh la la.
Oh. Oh.
I'm ready.
You ripped it so badly.
I apologize, I'm a man-child. I was about to continue with the room tour, but I found something underneath the couch.
Oh.
For some reason, I guess they just missed this.
You touched that.
Well, yeah, I had got it.
It makes me, oh god, yeah.
However, something else piqued my interest.
Oh, hell yeah. Should we order one?
No.
Which one should we order?
None of them. Picture it's Christmas Eve. You go downstairs to see the presents. You catch Santa Claus by the Christmas tree. And here he is. Oh, Holy shit.
Your present has arrived.
Can Santa go back up the chimney, please? We can't fit through the fucking door.
Hello, Santa here. It is time for lovemaking, Santa. What do you think? Good?
Good is not the word I would use to describe this fucking atrocity. Stop doing this.
Ready? Come on. Hello, my baby. Hello. Come to bed now. I'm coming. Ho, ho, ho.
This is fuck off. Get away from me.
Did I mention that also when I ordered the costume, I ordered food?
It looks better. Oh, no. You can tell the crust looks a bit soggy and microwaved. This is horrible. How is that, Santa? Can you, like, pull your dress down more? Because this is really... If this doesn't get demonetised, nothing will. Better than the last one?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, thank God for that.
Give us the verdict. Oh my God, Chris, what's wrong with you? What happened to you?
The crust is really hard to chew through. Really quite shit.
So apparently I did not order the steak. It didn't go through for some reason. But at least we have a pizza, right, Chris? It's good.
Oh, no.
How's that diet going? It's okay, I'm in shape though, that's all.
We had a bet. Connor and I had a bet that I'd get a six-pack by the end of November. He's been sabotaging that bet by feeding me cheap Love Hotel pizza.
I did not need to sabotage him.
Let's go for another slice. I thought it was
fucking hungry. God.
I thought it was bad.
I'm hungry. Get in the bath.
For this hotel, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. It was not as clean as we'd like, but the bed was nice, the room was spacious, the food was okay, and I got a free costume. So after a good night's rest, we decided to go to more Love Hotels the next day. So let's go and check out the 4th hotel. But this hotel had a pretty insane interior. We just had to get to the room before anyone could stop us.
They're all according to Keikaku. We made it in. But I will say, it was pretty dicey. They were definitely talking about us because we looked really fucking weird.
When I walked to the desk to get the ticket, he stood by the elevator. There was 2 women speaking, which is quite rare, and they looked like having a conversation about something. A little bit concerned. But we made it to the room, and it is what might be the biggest Love Hotel I've ever seen. This is like a...
This is a Resident Evil hallway.
I'll get the key.
It was weird that you had to get the key manually. So you had to go to the machine to get a ticket and then exchange the ticket with the front desk for a key.
Enough of me complaining, it was time for the room review.
We have... where's the light? Oh, a toilet.
Nothing special.
And also we have a bathroom. Wow, okay. His and hers, obviously, as we have already established. Every Love Hotel has it, but honestly, this is premium. This is really nice. All the amenities you could ever want, and a gigantic bath.
That's huge. Get in it. Give us a sense of scale.
I will get in it to give you a sense of scale. No, don't. No, don't. That's big. And it's got the jets, and it's got a light. Oh, yeah, lamp and air bubble. And you have the TV right here for the optimal viewing angle. Also, if you look behind you, Chris.
No. What the fuck?
Someone hasn't spent enough time on Pornhub.
I thought it was a lilo for sitting in the sea.
Yeah, this is, definitely for the ocean.
And after thoroughly dissecting the bathroom, it was time for the main room.
No.
Somebody logged into their Google. What is that?
And after roasting somebody's Google profile picture, it was time to see the lights.
Do you want to see scene 1?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, darker. Scene 2.
Where's the scene where all the fucking lights go on?
Obviously not as romantic, but, you know.
It's a pretty cool view.
Yeah, it is actually a good view.
That's our best view yet. An even bigger industrial estate.
One thing that is a good characteristic of a couch, to know that someone sat on it. I think somebody...
went to town with a knife on this.
Somebody had Taco Bell and unleashed it on this couch. Why would they not just... Oh my God, I thought, why wouldn't they just flip it? Surely flipping it's better.
Oh my God.
Why is this the one that's fucked? What happened on this couch?
Something unspeakable.
The vibe of the room, with the windows open, is like 100% different.
Yeah.
But also, what is this monstrosity of a massage chair? Look at this! This looks like you're about to be transported. It's even got like an arm lock. Chris, I think it's only fair that you've worked hard on this video. You deserve it, I think.
This is like a medieval torture device.
And after I tricked Chris into getting to the massage chair, it was time to make him suffer.
Whoa. I'm gonna die.
Oh my God, your legs are rising.
It's like Thunderbirds. Dum, 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 dum. This is terrifying. My arm and feet are clamped in, right? If there's a fire right now, get to the exit. I can't, leave it up, we can't.
I think it's just that sort of sense of inescapability of being in a Sea Dog VA video. I literally can't get out of this chair. I'd have to like rip my fucking arm off and rip my legs off. There better not be a fire right now, or this is going to be a very sorry end. We couldn't get him out. He was in the massage chair.
His legs and arms were clamped in with the force of Zeus. There was no hope of removing him.
Oh shit, the arms are... Oh,
it's like inflating.
Look at this. It's like there's a fucking squirrel trapped in there. Look at it, it's moving up and...
What would you give this 1 out of 10 compared to the other one?
Ouch. Ouch out of 10. Ouch out of 10. It's really not fun.
What's the go-to karaoke song?
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends.
It's fucking awful. Please don't. Stop. Give me that. Imagine you come in here and you're like, prepare for sex. It is time for sex to commence. Inception be like,
After thoroughly enjoying being a man-child and making noises into the microphone, it was time to continue exploring the room. However, we found something not so great.
amount of dust.
Why can't they clean the top of it? It's not exactly out of reach, is it?
Didn't even fucking try. This is like Chris's bedroom. I feel like it kind of speaks to the clientele that come here when there is a really grotesque massage machine right in the middle, and then a slot machine.
Ooh.
This seems to be a reoccurrence in love hotels.
Shows the skill.
Oh, wow. Ready?
Yep. Oh, you were close.
Wow, gambling is really fun. Let's go again, all right, ready? Let's see if we win big.
Win big for us. Whoa. Oh. Oh, you shit.
That was really fun, that, wasn't it? It was amazing. It was so fun.
Is it time to leave the room now?
The bed, which looks kind of clean. Oh, that is hard. That's like a concrete bed. Sit down on that. I want to see your reaction to this. I want you to lie on this very soft bed, Chris. Give me your thoughts.
Oh, my back. Need a massage chair now. My back just broke like a plank of wood.
Why is it so tough?
Should we make it out of feathers or springs? No, concrete. Say.
So they have a menu as well, of course. We're not going to order anything because we've just woken up. Oh, wow.
Cigari of the dice.
You can get Cigari of the dice. Why are the menus so big? I do feel like a toddler or like a...
I think it's to be enticing and colourful, right? You look at that and you think, oh, food is good.
How many omelettes do you want? Yes, is the answer. This is insane. A fried chicken omelette.
Now we're talking.
We got Chris's sorted.
Oh my God, why don't we eat here instead?
They also have costumes as well. Every
Jesus
costume
Christ,
you
looks like
could
an
ever
entire
want.
school. What the fuck? This is awful.
I actually own half of these already, so I mean, why would I need them? But I've got to say, this room, quite nice, but why is it so dusty and so kind of musky? I like the karaoke, I like the giant TV. The bed is a rock. The couch is depressing. 7 out of 10.
So after rating this hotel a 7 out of 10, it was time for our last hotel of the journey.
We haven't been confronted yet in the disguise, which is great.
But I do wonder if the disguise helped us in that one, because they were all owned by the same company, I think.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Because there's nobody manning these things. There's people watching on the cameras, right? So every time you're selecting, or any customers who come in, you're being watched, which is really creepy to think about, but you are. The only thing we need to fool is a shitty, like, CCTV camera. We don't need to actually look up close, like, you know, that it's a man and a woman. Just need to kind of bring enough doubt where they're not willing to come out of their watch room to come and tell us off. We're about 15 minutes away, which is good, because I kind of want to get away from that district, because I feel like, with the talk of the town at the moment, they're like, you see these weirdos?
One of them was dressed up like a failed rock star. The other looks very uncomfortable.
I believe in anything called love.
And after successfully checking in, it was time for our final room.
Have you seen this? It's like the prison hole. Please, sir, could I have some more? This is a really grotty, grim hotel. Yeah. The grimmest of individuals standing right here.
But we're in, so let's take... for the last time, I've had to wear them.
It was CWVA all along.
How good do you reckon this room's going to be?
Absolutely horrendous.
The door does not inspire confidence.
It's like an asylum in here or something.
And the moment we walked in, it reeked of smoke.
Oh,
I can feel my asthma, like, just about to kick off. Look at that chair. You mocked the massage chair in the last one. That's just like Grandma Death sits in there and waits for the time. I'm the finest massage chair reviewer in the business. It's shit. It's like a one roller going up and down the inside of the chair. Actually,
it's actually hard to breathe.
It's hard to breathe, and I can, like, taste it in my mouth. It's weird, like, it's really unpleasant.
How can anyone get turned on when all you can breathe in is, like, smoke?
I don't know if you're like me, but I cannot stand rooms that absolutely reek of smoke. It was quite difficult to actually focus on presenting the room.
But look, there's a lighter for you to enjoy your cigarettes.
They just put this on it and called it a day.
I actually got a headache.
Oh.
You thought the last chair was bad. That's certainly seen some love on that sofa, hasn't it?
Oh, it's like bursting at the seams. Yeah, we have water at least. At least we have water, that's nice. And we have, you know what this is by now. You get this, right? This is normal. God, this room is...
Even the curtains look a bit ragged.
Fucking hell, it's disgusting. It's awful. It's so bad. Right, let's have a look at the bathroom. Maybe this will save the day. Oh. That is a colour. Fine. It has everything. Again, it reeks
lime green.
Let's have a look at the toilet at least. Is it good or is it just a toilet? It's just a toilet like every single other one. I think I'm starting...
Smokier in here than ever.
Starting to go insane. We're getting more love hotel.
I am going insane. It looks like a tulip.
I don't know how to operate it.
Will you turn it? Oh, it must be outdated. It's like that they disconnected the old tap and were like, let's just leave it here because it looks good.
Yeah.
It's like, does it though? Does it look good? It looks like a fucking sperm. Look at it. It's horrible.
Alright, let's have a look at the bathroom. Oh. It's not bad, but...
There's an interesting mixture of emotions there. It's like a bathtub from the 1960s.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's just...
It's just fine. It's all just fine. And of course, no cheap hotel will be complete without a cheap mattress.
Oh, that is like motel bed springy. Did you see how much I bounced? Look at
Bounce
this.
again.
I'm not moving. Oh no.
It's obvious that this hotel is for a clientele that wants to have relationships on a budget. But there was something that did catch my eye.
Oh.
What's
Well,
that?
this is interesting.
I don't think you can really show most of this.
Lingerie
Hello,
catalog.
Dixie. Hello, how are
And this
you?
love hotel had a rather unique system of categorizing its members. If you were the most loyal member who'd been here many, many times, you'd be a Mercedes. And if you only came here once as a member, well, you're a measly Peugeot.
I've got a real like smoky oh my goodness.
But of course, the food also caught our eye.
Oh no.
That looks like prison fees.
No.
Look at that. What is that?
That's crazy. If you're a member, that's 300 yen.
Bargain.
I think they'd have to pay me 300 yen.
Pay me a lot more.
Oh,
handmade.
Ooh, that's mochi mentai pizza. So that's fish egg pizza. I've had fish eggs on pizza. It's not awful.
Yours,
But
how
it
been? I've been
definitely, I think
good.
there's just don't do it.
Busy.
You get fucked by the pizzas.
Clearly, Chris is definitely not enthusiastic about traditional Japanese toppings on pizzas.
Oh, Chris.
You've been
looks like
busy.
what's this?
I've been busy with like school, if
It looks like a
anything.
Playmobil chicken
It does.
set.
It
I
looks
haven't
like
been
I cooked
streaming
it.
as much.
Like, it's like a burnt hamburger with a really
Christmas is
sloppy,
coming.
thick,
That means I get a
horrible
break
and this
from
is
school for a little bit.
Wow. A glass of beer is 250 yen.
Well, that's cheap.
Actually, no, I take it back. This place, it's not that bad. Maybe I get lung cancer, but it's
How
a
have you
price
been,
to pay.
Dixie?
Very
I
cheap.
hope things has been well.
And after thoroughly inspecting the room, it was time to give our final thoughts.
So,
I am like
Clarice, what have we
absolutely
learned
tired
from
right
this
now, but like,
wonderful weekend, this Love
wake
Hotel
up.
festival?
Wake up.
Tofu, wake up, Tofu, wake up.
Wake up.
Name,
We've learned today that all you need to get into any hotel in Japan is a 1,000 yen wig from Don Quixote.
Overall, we saw.
Sounds like when I rig, the mouse just moves all of a sudden randomly, and I'm like, something's wrong.
Say we kind of all around the same
Like-
price point. We got vast.
Like apparently it just moved lower, and I was like, that's odd. I don't remember like
Fine. Like you could
drawing
see
it like this.
I didn't do
There was
that.
hair on one of them, though.
Yeah, not really comfortable, is it?
There was a bottle under one of them.
Yeah. But that's what you get with love
Okay,
hotels.
now.
Let us know down below which
Okay.
love hotel that you thought was the most interesting. And if you're
Behind
ever
the
going to go to
scenes
them in
of
Japan,
everything is like a
make sure to not
monstrosity,
go as
and then
two
it
men,
slowly
because
comes
that is not
together.
allowed. 2 women, all good. 2 men, no, very bad. Don't do that. Reason why, according to some online places, that some love hotel owners have said that men are messier. Unfortunately, discrimination is still a thing, and that is illegal in Japan. So we're hoping that maybe in future love hotels will kind of chill out with this.
We've made this video
Like
practically
six,
to raise awareness.
Xbox,
of
like
the issue.
E3 conference.
we've done it.
Everyone
This
wants
wasn't a
to
good
know what
time.
Avatar shoe looks like.
This is the worst time. Now, guys, the wacky weekend is over. We've got another one to film. The fun's never over. We've just filmed one across Kyushu. We're filming another one for Connor's channel on a train. Very exciting. So I'll see you there in the next video and the last one if you missed them. Bye for now. Get me out of here. Get me out of this.
I'm like, man, I should actually do the hair, but hair basics are a pain in the ass sometimes. Emblem, engage. Pa, 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 pa. Oh yeah, yesterday I was watching like this person, they were eating, they had like this like box. It's like barbecue, but like it's in a box. And it apparently burnt through the box. It was really I wonder if I could find it again. Barbecue outdoor. It was like barbecue on the go or something like that. Oh yeah, here it is. A barbecue bento box. Oh man, I'm hungry.
Same. Watching this and like them doing the food. Like the weekend. I'm like, I'm hungry.
They did not set up stove this way. Apparently, they might have set it up wrong, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I think there's at the bottom, it's supposed to air out somehow, and I guess he covered it, maybe? Hmm. I don't wonder, because, like, it burnt through the box and then onto the table.
Yeah, well, he kind of just threw it in a box while it's burning. Also in a cardboard thing. I'm pretty sure it would make more sense for it to just not have the cardboard around it.
Probably.
Because, you know, cardboard is this, there's this cool thing about cardboard is it's really fucking
Yeah.
flammable.
I think it's because the ventilation, like the air, wasn't able to come out on the sides, maybe? I don't know, maybe just put baking food for some. Okay. It looks so good.
Barbecue sounds so nice. This all looks so good. Does it show, like, actually in the...
Show?
Like, in this video, like, how it actually catches fire? Or...
I think he shows it. It's cooking though.
Yeah, it's like a smokeless, like, charcoal puck.
That's good.
Damn it, tofu.
I can't help it. Very hungry.
Constantly hungry.
Always hungry.
I want to eat that burrito the size of my head. Like, conceptually, that's actually pretty cool. The little grill kit.
There, right there. They like burnt it.
This side got too hot. Because he left it in the box.
I think it's supposed to be like sitting out and then it airs out to the side.
Yeah, well, it looked like the grill just sits on top of the little tray. So you probably don't even have the cardboard around it to begin with. Damn. Do the stove the right way this time.
Give me.
Oh, Wagyu. I've never actually had Wagyu. I always wanted to try it though. It's like every time I see people talking about Wagyu, it's like, oh, it's like the best. It's so fatty and I'm like,
It's
that
so
must be like,
good.
I want it. I want to eat it. The cow is still alive.
So freaking good.
Right out to the pasture, take a bite out of the one of the cows.
Ugh.
Nothing anybody can do to stop me.
Beef is the best. Beef is the best.
It's good in steaks, and it's good when it's ground up, and like, oh
Man, I can't wait till I finish this model, and then I finish the next model, and then after that, I'll like take a break, and then I'll work on my VTuber model. It's about time I make a new one. I think the last like when I debuted it was like for this model was in April. So how long has it been?
damn, it's been like 8 months.
8 months. Oh my god.
December.
8 months.
I was gonna
Usually,
say, I'm more surprised you haven't been working on them. I mean, there was the one, but then you were like, eh.
yeah. it it always happens. I'm like,
This more. Be like, like get like a model all the way like ready to rig. Like I don't feel like it. And then just move on to something else. Oh, that looks so good. That is. Oh, shit.
Yeah. This is what I watch when I'm like working, and I get hungry every time.
No wonder you're always snacking.
I'm always watching food
You're always
videos.
making yourself hungry. I get hungry listening to you be like, I want food. And I'm like, wow, food that's not good right now.
Give me all the snacks. Give me all the food. I want beef. Okay, that one didn't burn through.
Yeah, because they did it proper.
That's how I feel when I watch Picture at night. I get hungry. Yeah. Oh, this looks so good. Ah.
Oh man. Throw it all in leaf lettuce. Bam. I wish I could do dancing bacons. Just make YouTube videos about eating food. And then get money to make more YouTube videos about me eating food.
Alright, time to do these hair physics and cry.
Oh no.
Cheat and cry.
Eating and farting and dying and crying. Are you tackling the hair first and then doing everything else, or did you do everything first and you're doing the hair last? Or you kind of just working on it like however
I
you
usually kind of work from the head, and then like the hair physics. Well, I work on the hair physics first, and then I move like the hair around the head. And sometimes when the physic moves, the hair will like kind of move and reveal the bald spot, so I have to work on that too. Then I usually leave the body for last. I right when I start the body, I rig the boobs physics. It's very important.
All VTubers wear wigs. No. Pay no attention to the lack of hair in the spot you're not supposed to see.
Looks so cute. Hot pot and barbecue delivery kit. Okay.
Ooh. I like the vending machine videos he does.
Oh,
It's like
it's
some of the vending machines you see, you're like, what the hell? That exists?
they do vending machines videos for this guy, Dancing Bacon.
Yeah, Dancing Bacon does like a bunch of crazy stuff.
Ooh, I'll
Not crazy, but
subscribe.
like, yeah, like I know like he had like a whole series. I think his latest videos have been from like stuff in like Singapore, but
Oh,
he did, like a bunch of stuff in like Japan and like all over like Asia. Does that mean Matt's beard? No, my beard is very much real. I'm trying to think of a good. I'm like the one that calls out to me, like the one that I last watched was like he went to the like the cup noodle museum and made his own like cup noodle flavor. And then like yeah, he does like a bunch of these kits and stuff. Oh yeah.
$80 floating breakfast at a pool villa. What the heck? I want to see this. What the heck, kind? All these fancy food places I've never like heard of, and how like you just what?
Yeah, dude. Some of the videos you're like, this is a thing that like you can do and like get food somehow, and it yep. Oh yeah, onigiri is so good, Leon. Is that what it's called? Onigiri, the like triangular rice balls. Oh my god,
That looks good.
that's so much food. $80. Holy shit.
$80 is not bad for something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of food. Yeah, eating. It's like, don't they say like you gotta wait like 45 minutes before you go swimming?
I will
It's
not
like what
like
happened?
eating and swimming at the same time. Really? I mean, as long as
What
you're not
happened?
like physically swimming and just chilling out, I think it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it should be fine, but it's kind of funny because they're like, yeah, make sure you wait 45 minutes after eating before you go in swimming.
That looks freaking good. What the fudge?
Oh my god, it's even got the bottle of
It's
champagne.
like that one on the right there. It's like smoked salmon or something with like
Looks like
cream
some kind of
cheese.
Is that like a is it like a coconut on the left and like
Yeah.
what the fuck? Did it say what? Because I think this it was like 2,900 baht. What is that? Oh yes, Thailand. Mm. Except for the cherry tomatoes. Ugh. But everything
Why
else
does
looks good.
anyone like cherry tomato? Am I the only one who likes cherry tomatoes? Like,
I'm not a huge fan of tomato by itself unless it's
like
like
almost everyone I've met like does not like cherry tomato. I'm like, what is wrong with cherry tomatoes?
for me it's like a it's like a texture thing and like kind of
Is
a
yeah.
flavor thing for me. Just because like I don't know, like really weird textured foods. Like that's why I don't like bananas. Like it's just like I can eat it like in a banana bread or like if it's with something else. Sure, it's just the texture of banana. Like I can't. It like makes me want to vomit. It's like a similar ish. It's like less squishy, but it's a similar thing. It's like I can't eat tomatoes by themselves. It's squeezy. But if it's in like a salad or something, yeah, sure I'll have it. Do I like oysters?
Yes, I do.
I have to close my eyes when I eat them.
When you eat them, really?
Just because like I see how squishy it is. Oysters are really good. Same thing with like mussels. I love seafood. I love all types of seafood. It's just like I don't know. It's a weird thing. Oh, dude, raw oysters when they're fresh from the sea. You crack it, you scrape it.
Oh yeah. The ones I get like fresh are usually in New Orleans. I mean, we have pretty good oysters where I'm at too, but they're smaller. But the ones in New Orleans are huge, and I'm like, oh. La, la, la.
I remember when I was little, my grandparents live out east, and like in the Maritimes, and like that's where I learned to grew to love seafood. I remember like the first time having like oysters and mussels as a kid. It's like, this looks funny, and you eat it, you're like, wow, this tastes really good. Oyster pancakes. I feel like I've heard of those, but I'm not sure if they're like actual pancakes with oyster mixed into the batter, or if it's like a different thing. King Mushroom, he's eating my people.
Oyster pancake. Not really a pancake, but it's like, is it? I'm not sure. Like the Asian kind of style of pancakes are very different. It's like I don't know if it's like eggy or something. It kind of contains egg, a little bit of egg, I think. Yeah, I know like the Vit peoples they have some sort of like pancake where they add veggies and stuff. It's not like pancake, but it's like yeah. Clear.
Rice flour based pancake.
Ah. Grant's DMing me. he, I just replied right now. We're talking about because we're starting like well eventually because I'm going to school for 3D art and stuff and doing art and I'm an artist myself and I know how to do like live 3D rigging, so that's a pretty plus as well. So we're kind of doing we want to start our own little like game thing going on for to start off just to try it out on the side. See where it takes off. I definitely want to try to work at a gaming company eventually, like just to get more experience in the field. And also like we have some plans. We don't know what our game is going to be yet, but we have plans for it. It seems fun. So he's talking to me how his like he has like cousins that are pretty decent in like art and coding as well, so they might join in on with us. And they only know how to speak Korean, and I'm like, oh, time to learn Korean.
Okay. Maybe the go between till somebody else learns how to speak Korean. That'd be cool.
And
like learn coding stuff again. I remember like a few years ago I like started and I just kind of dropped it.
yeah, because you have to have. I feel like working at a game you can do by yourself. It does take a long time, but it's nice to have more people. Whatever they are eating right now, it looks delicious. What the heck?
Looks like some kind of Danish.
Like, yeah, Danish, almost like pie, almost too.
Yeah, it's like puff pastry with like, yeah, it's the niche.
You got chat to test drive your games. Like, yeah. I think the plan is because I stream. I think I'm gonna be streaming the games and testing it out.
I mean,
I might ask for some favors of others to get us out there. But we'll see. We'll see. Though that's just like future plans, but we'll see. We'll see. I keep telling him we should add some sort of horror thing in it, like not like horror, but horror. Yeah, so like spooky.
yeah, something's kind of spooky. And if he says no, you can call him a baby.
Spooky, and and he's not really into horror compared to me, so I'm like, dang. Tokyo Disneyland food? Ooh. Ooh. I want to know. Why does the food in Japan look great? I mean, honestly, any food looks great in my eyes. I'm not too picky.
If it looks edible to some degree, I will put it in my mouth.
Yeah.
Do not let me, do not leave me unattended near bottles of antifreeze.
That's some. That is very neat. It's like crepe, I think.
Crepes?
It's like crepe.
Oh yeah, they're making crepes. Or is it like a pancake?
It's like crepe. It's like crepe. Because it's like thin layer on top of that pan.
Yeah, those are crepes. And then all they use on the underside of the pan? Okay, that's clever.
Strawberry crepe. Okay, yeah. There you go.
Cause like, yeah, seeing how thin that was on the top, I'm like, what the hell? Why the? Yeah, yo, homie, your pan's upside down. And then. Oh yeah, getting like a bunch of crepes.
Crep
Like,
cake.
like,
Is that what it is?
looks like it's at least.
She's got like glitter in her mouth. Or was it powder? I don't know. It looks like glitter. It's yummy.
Eat the bow tie. Yeah. Crepes are really nice with like. Actually, I'm not a huge fan of like whipped cream, but like fruit. Oh, it's like whole chicken legs. Yeah. Big ass chicken, what the hell?
Damn it, getting hungry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've been hungry.
I'm hungry right now. I'm waiting for food right now. So
Tofu. It's the being around tofu experience. I'm just trying to figure out, like, that was a big ass chicken leg. Imagine if we turned it and all fell out. $21 for a bucket of popcorn. Yeah, populate yourself is fun. I remember when I was in high school, I used to like volunteer at events and stuff, and I learned how to use one of those like actual popcorn machines, and they're cool, but they're terrifying because they spray grease everywhere, and nobody tells you they spray grease everywhere.
Used to pop your own popcorn over the stove with barbecue spice. Ooh. Sounds so good. Ugh. Ugh.
Oh yeah. You like double boil it, or you just like throw the bowl on the on the heat? God, I want a big turkey like that right now. Fuck. I just want to rip into it like a caveman.
Yeah.
I want to get your sandwich beef set. Are you trying it that week? I'm going to be ketchup. Okay. Oh man, looking at French fries really makes me want poutine.
Huh?
I want poutine. Yeah, it's not enough ketchup. But like, what's really good on fries is like a little bit of ketchup and a little bit of. Oh my god, that is. Is that an onigiri sandwich? They fry the rice? You're telling me Mickey Mouse frying his rice? Oh shit, it is right. That's actually really cool. I want it in my mouth 10 seconds ago.
Rice buns. I like
Little green dome.
I like the rice buns.
Never had a rice bun, but it looks as good as I can imagine it is. Oh, is that like, is that dumpling or mochi? Dumpling. Dakla. Dakla. Hell yeah. Coca-Cola is global. Mocha ice cream or mochi ice cream? These both sound really good right now. Mochi ice cream, that's it. Oh damn, that's a big piece of naan bread.
No, it's not. I pretend I do not see.
I did not see it, therefore I do not exist. Actually, go refill my water. Just I'll be right back.
This attack? This is Minnie Mouse, okay? Sarah, Minnie Mouse eyes. Hey, Minnie Mouse! Hey girl, thank you.
Ice cream together never looked that good. Yeah. Thanks.
シートがご提示ありがとうございます。お飲み物それも使うものはこちらから取って待っててください。
お待たせしました。レシートありがとうございます。はい、こちらクッキーサンドお一つです。
it's over. Well. Eating live seafood. I'm so hungry. back.
It's going to be continuous as well.
Watching hot pot on conveyor belts. Like food comes and you just grab them. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom.
Never had hot pot, but that was good.
Ah.
Yeah, like a ninja throwing a bicycle. The stealthiest projectile.
So they play this crane game, and they just eat it right there. Then and now. Damn.
I get what I can, get all your prizes and you can only get there.
Ooh. You know what I'm very bad at? I'm very bad at claw games.
I remember getting a tutorial with Dark Tone.
I won like 2 prizes, and then I put the wrong address. That's what happened.
I never won one tutorial. It was
You end up getting it?
yeah, it took like a month to ship. They did like the free shipping thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little like Kazuna AI like plush thing.
Oh. I got the... I wanted the Moogle clock and the carbuncle light, the glitter light one, and I put my wrong address and I never got it.
Damn.
I'm dumb. This food stuff. I just get hungry. I'm eating right now, but like. Hmm. I'll watch the SCP stuff. I haven't caught up with Mr. Rubber.
SCP stuff's always good.
Hmm.
Viewer discretion is advised. I recall being excited that morning, the first time ever I went on a fishing trip with my dad on a Saturday morning. We puttered along to the middle of the lake, shut off the engine, cast our lines, and waited. We sat there, waiting and waiting for a bite, but nothing came. Just a nibble here and there. We chatted about mundane things for a while until my pole and even the boat lurched forward. Something massive had gotten hooked and was slowly pulling us around. I yelled for my dad to help me, and he took the pole and attempted to reel in whatever gargantuan fish I had hooked. My dad was a big guy, so to see him strain so much against a fish was startling. Eventually, we were pulled farther and farther out into the lake. As he struggled, I looked out into the distance and saw what looked like a tugboat. Confused, I asked my dad if he saw it too. He grunted that he had and told me to shout to them to help us out. I called out to the boat, but after getting close enough to see it, I regretted yelling immediately. The boat was covered in blood and organs and looked terribly rusted with no one on board. At first, I thought there was some horrible accident until I saw the tentacles that sprouted out from it and what looked like eye stalks. I shouted for my dad to just let the pole go as we needed to leave immediately. But he was too engrossed in what he was doing to notice. He did manage to reel in the fish, which actually turned out to be on that tugboat's tentacles. My dad freaked out and chucked it into the water along with the fishing pole. He quickly turned on the engine in an attempt to get out of there. The tugboat sped through the water behind us, its tentacles flailing behind us, chunks of rancid-smelling flesh being launched at us from God knows where. My dad told me to open his tackle box and remove the top layer. I did and found a gun, which I didn't even know he had one. He shouted instructions at me on how to use it, and I immediately opened fire on the thing as best as I could. By the grace of God or some unknown entity, a few of my shots slowed it down enough for us to get to shore. We abandoned the boat and opted to just get away by driving. I peered out the window and saw the tugboat just sitting there in the shallows before sinking below the water. Personally, I think that whatever it was hurt, and so figured we weren't worth chasing any further. Who knows? As for my dad and me, we spend all of our time on land now, pretending we never encountered some kind of eldritch beast. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-6426. SCP-6426, also known as Vampire Boat, is an anomalous marine vessel currently in Foundation custody after a prolonged battle with the entity in 3 Portlands, an extra-dimensional city-state located within a pocket universe, which overlaps with the locations of Portland, Maine, Portland, Oregon, and the Isle of Portland in the United Kingdoms. It is the largest paranormal enclave in North America, and is one of the most populous locations to be entirely concealed behind the veil. 6426 is a sapient tugboat with vampiric characteristics. It is ambulatory, meaning it has adapted certain parts of its structure into appendages that can carry itself on land. 6426 is incredibly hostile towards all living things and very predatory by nature. As for its physical appearance, 6426 looks like an incredibly rusted tugboat, albeit consisting of both metal and organic material. In order to repair itself, 6426 drains the blood from its prey. Not only blood, but any organ-filled or entity that has blood will also be absorbed into its biomass. Excess blood and organic material are converted to large tentacles, cannons, and harpoons. The purpose of these weapons are used almost exclusively in capturing new prey and defense if necessary. Other than weaponry, 6426 can also create eye-like appendages that produce cognitohazards in order to lure in prey. It should be noted that the cannonballs shot from 6426 consist of anomalous barnacles. These barnacles take the place of the missing flesh of the host they punctured, and then in turn take control of the host, killing them in the process. These converted entities are classified as SCP-6426-C. Not only that, they can move on their own and become rolling masses of carnivorous flesh. The tentacles that 6426 uses have leech-like mouths that are used in the conversion of would-be prey. These mouths puncture the skin of the living organism and clamp down on the base of the spinal column, killing the host. These entities, designated as SCP-6426-A, are similar to what we know as vampires. Instances of 6426-A suck the blood from prey, sending the supply of blood to 6426 and also serve to protect 6426. These entities can be granted unique powers from 6426, ranging from extreme physical strength and speed to insanely durable bodies. These instances can be absorbed should it run low on blood or heal itself. The last ability unique to 6426 is that it can create instances of SCP-6426-B. These instances are boats converted through the use of 6426, coating it with its organic matter. These boats are less intelligent versions of 6426 and can act independently of it, but will respond to any and all orders that 6426 gives them. The discovery of 6426 was a very violent affair. It manifested within the waters of three
Someone made a
Portlands
game,
after
the Five
converting
Nights at Freddy's,
over a
but with
dozen boats.
SCPs.
All of these instances
Ooh.
supplied some
Talking
organic
about like the
matter
one
to create a
SCP
massive fleshy wall entrapping the
similar
Gunrock
to Five
district.
Nights at Freddy,
These
or-
instances in 6426 then embarked on a massive campaign to slaughter and absorb all the organic matter in the district, humans. Military personnel were dispatched immediately and were able to combat these instances to a certain extent. While they were able to protect some civilians, it was the three Portland's very own local law enforcement security golems who were able to push them back. One golem in particular charged at 6426 and managed to beat it down, injuring it severely. Unfortunately, the golem was dispatched rather quickly after 6426 repeatedly slammed on top of it, shattering it. Another entity, a parahuman within three Portlands known only as the Gruel, fought it off with twin swords but was unable to kill it. Before the
SCP-S
instances could
monsters?
overrun the Gunrock district, extra security personnel arrived, shattered through the barrier with numerous golems. These golems fought back all instances of 6426-A, B, and C. The Gruel then used its impressive strength to beat 6426 down, launch it into the air, and punched it so hard it opened a waypoint to our reality. The now unconscious 6426 was then apprehended by the Foundation and has been in custody since. While many civilians were killed in the apprehension of 6426, a valuable piece of information was learned. 6426 and its instances are weak to Electrum. All Foundation security personnel guarding its containment unit are given Electrum bullets in an effort to stall it should it try to breach containment, until better and stronger forces can arrive to subdue it. A few months after containment, 6426 managed to breach its containment and go on a slaughter throughout the Foundation facility it was housed in. However, when on-site security personnel cornered the entity within an office space, they observed something peculiar. It suddenly began fixating at the Foundation's insignia on the wall, as if fascinated or perplexed, and then ceased its rampage and absorbed all the converted personnel and used their biomass to construct an organic siren which began emitting human vocalizations. A junior researcher, Dr. Williamson, was sent to speak with 6426 on his very first day with the Foundation. Do I really got to speak with the fleshy boat monster? Yep, you're the best man we've got now. What happened to the other researchers? I'm just a junior. Most qualified personnel was killed when it went on rampage. As for your head researcher, well, you just heard him coming through its siren. Why don't you do it? You seem oddly calm about all this. I'm a director, not a doctor. I'm in charge of the workings of the facility. You're in charge of the science stuff. Now go talk to it. You'll be fine. Damn it. All right. Here we go. Dr. Williamson stepped into the room shakily. In contrast,
Let's go talk to
entity
the monster
appeared
that like
apprehensive,
just killed.
diplomatic even,
Killed
as
half
it
your
waited
colleagues.
patiently for Dr. Williamson's approach. Hello? I'm Dr. Williamson. You must be... Suddenly, its siren blared again, and out came the voice of the site's former head researcher. I am so sorry. I thought you were those self-righteous lunatics from the church. I apologize profusely for any trouble I may have caused, and I want to point out I fully support your mission. The room was dumbfounded by this turn of event. An eldritch boat monster apologizing for its behavior was simply too far out of the Foundation's expectation.
Apologizing.
You are, of course, from Shark Punching Center, yes? Actually, we are... Play along.
Good boy.
Well, yeah, I'm from the Shark Punching Center, of course. Apparently, it had mistaken them for the Church of the Broken God. This information caused lots of speculations to run rampant throughout the researchers who were present and afterward. It would appear that because of the fleshy amalgamation the 6426 was, it could be related to the flesh that hates, or some other spawn of Yaldabaoth, the god of the Sarkics. When asked why 6426 went on a rampage, it said that it was hunting an Admiral Izzet. Izzet and the church had been hunting his kind for a long, long time. 6426 then explained that everyone and everything were nothing but cabin boys wandering around in blackness, unable to do anything. And it was the church that prevented greatness and joy in the world. But to make the world a better place, they must invite the beast in through a waypoint in 3 Portlands. Dr. Williamson and the other researchers were astounded by this information. They were aware of the large number of anomalous entities, objects, and phenomena in 3 Portlands, but none were aware that there is a waypoint capable of bringing such entities like Yaldabaoth. It was at this point that 6426 began to question whether or not he was truly speaking with the Shark Punching Center, as it thought. Yeah, we are the Shark Punching Center. We will determine if you are a suitable candidate to carry out the mission, to search, punch, and contain sharks.
Oh, wait, did you say containment? I can sense a lie in your words.
Uh-oh.
Yes, you're lying.
Thanks to the inexperience of Dr. Williamson, 6426 discovered the ruse and immediately attempted to escape, crashing into the nearby wall multiple times in order to break through. Fortunately, with the help of some on-site electrum and sonic weapons, 6426 was subdued and contained. While the Foundation is concerned with 6426 breaching containment in the future, what they learned from it was far more disturbing, which is the fact that there are unknown waypoints in 3 Portlands that can accidentally be opened at any time, waypoints that can bring forth eldritch beings from another reality. When the O5 Council was made aware of such ramifications, they almost unanimously decided to start an expedition to find any and all waypoints. And should any be found, they are to be forcefully shut, their location marked down, and cut off from the general public. The only one who opposed was O53. O53 stated that searching for such waypoints would ensure their destruction. She explained that it would become a self-fulfilling prophecy to find them. Who's to say that if they find a waypoint, some entity wouldn't just cross over immediately and kill everyone? Or perhaps they would find the waypoint to Yaldabaoth. What then? O53 petitioned the administrator, the only figure with authority above the council. After reviewing both sides of the argument, he ruled in favor of O53. His reasoning was as follows. Time and time again, we have protected the normalcy of the world, prevented abominations from leaking into our plane of existence, and more. I assumed you all would be competent enough to understand that trying to find them would be disastrous. Under normal circumstances, this would be fine. But I cannot believe I must remind you all that we are not equipped to combat such profane and horrid things as an elder god. O53 is correct in her argument. The next time I have to step in for something like this, expect an in-depth review of not only your performance, but your competency. With that said, the council then ruled in favor of leaving such unidentified waypoints alone, in fear of summoning something vile, and of the administrator.
Imagine that you'll find an
Viewer
accidental
discretion is
portal to
advised.
a different world.
I
It's
can
just a
tell that their hearts break
red,
for
angry,
us.
smiling
The
face.
researchers, I mean. They stand next to the security officers when they decide who will go with them to that room, and mutter their apologies for what it is that they will unwillingly subject us to. Once they have selected 50 women, they take them one by one to some other portion of this facility, and then, I don't know, but I can hear their screams. I cover my ears in fright and sob all night long when it happens. We all hear their panicked cries begging for mercy before sickening wet sounds of flesh being torn. Otherworldly roars fill the facility from beast I can't even begin to conjure from my imagination. And then silence, until the next woman is brought in. I remember grabbing hold of a researcher as he walked by and begged him to stop whatever it was that they were doing to us. Several security officers raised their weapons at me, but the researcher stopped them. I screamed at him again, asking why they were doing this. He broke down after that and hugged me, apologizing profusely. Softly, he then held my face and told me I looked like his daughter, smiling weakly as he did this. I whispered now, asking him why this was happening. Because there is no other option. It's either this or the world. We didn't have a choice. He let go of me and I stumbled back, unable to say anything. He then told security I wouldn't be selected this time around as he wiped his eyes. But just as before, another 50 victims were chosen and I went to bed numb to the world. I didn't see that man again after that day. Part of me thinks he was the only reason I've lasted as long as I have. And my time is now. I just want to get this over with. As I stepped into the room, a child slowly turned to face me and smiled. Behind him, I saw a disembodied head. It was a woman I recognized from the selection the other day. Ha, good. I was wondering when is my next meal. Then he said something and distorted and twisted, turning into a horrifying monster that I can't even begin to describe. The world is cruel, isn't it? Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Apollyon Class Object SCP-6450. SCP-6450, also known as the End of the Beginning, is the corpse of a white adolescent believed to be between the ages of 9 and 14. The physical composition of the body is in a permanent state of decay, but never fully succumbs to decomposition. After extensive experimentation, the body is indeed dead on a cellular level and is in a permanent state of brain death. Other than its decaying form, the Foundation insignia has been perfectly surgically cut into its chest by unknown means. 6450 has two personalities, one of which takes complete control upon awakening. It is never known which one will come out. The first personality, SCP-6450-A, is extremely hostile and aggressive. As soon as it awakens, it will scream at Foundation staff to bring O5 members to it so that it may talk with them and make demands. Should any of its demands be denied, it will go on a bloody rampage. The second personality, SCP-6450-B, acts as a young child. He is kind, peaceful, and likes to play games or ask for certain toys. Both personalities automatically die after a period of nearly half an hour. When Personality A is awake, it has a wide array of anomalous abilities compared to Personality B, as follows: extremely long limbs, immense physical strength, cannibalistic tendencies, mastery of old languages, vast knowledge of Catholicism, cognitohazards used in containment breaches, creation of organic and anomalous entities to serve its goals. Over the course of numerous rampages and containment breaches, 6450 has demonstrated the ability to create 4 anonymous entities. Entity 1, 6450-1-A, a very large and grossly obese humanoid entity with golden fixtures for facial features with hooks for hands. 6450-1-A desires to eat any human it can get its hands on while brutally torturing them. Entity 2, 6450-1-B. These entities are small creatures with 4 legs, likened to demonic horse-like beings. Extremely fast yet weak, often hunts prey in packs. Entity 3, 6450-1-C. Their appearance is that of a normal human male, yet is freakishly tall and possesses a mechanical orb. This orb is used to brutally break the bones of its target and make the target easier for 6450-1-A and C to attack. 6450-1-C can speak, but only in an unknown language. Entity 4, 6450-1-D. Looks like a perfect copy of 6450 that screams for help. It will then unhook its jaw to supernatural lengths and regurgitate instances of 6450-1-B. It can also eat cadavers and use the material to produce more instances of 6450-1-B. Thankfully, all of these entities and 6450 himself can be brought down through modern firearms and explosives. 6450, however, possesses great regenerative abilities and can heal from all damage, but will become unconscious due to severe bodily trauma from an attack. It must be noted that containment for it is impossible. Furthermore, it poses a threat that has been classified as an inevitable XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The only reason this has not yet come to pass is due to Procedure 6450-Utah, but even that will not last forever. 6450 was first subdued and captured after an extremely heavy firefight with Foundation armed forces. The township where the fighting occurred saw an estimated number of civilians killed to be near 70%. While Foundation forces managed to corner 6450 to a more rural area of the township, they could not put it down nor fully contain it until the utilization of Procedure 6450-Utah. The procedure in question consists of offering 6450 50 women between the ages of 18 and 25. Only then will 6450 be appeased and will enter into a dormant state. If this procedure is not done properly, 6450 and its created entities will become much more resistant to conventional weaponry. Personality A of 6450 has explained to the SCP Foundation that as long as the procedure is enacted whenever it wants, an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario will be avoided. With the limited time frame in which Procedure 6450-Utah can be enacted, the Foundation has been trying desperately for years to find suitable substitutes to replace human victims. The first substitute tried was a female pig. The pig was quickly devoured and 6450 was slightly confused at the offering, yet became insulted and threatened the Foundation to never use a pig again. The second substitute was a female model automaton that the Foundation designed and created to look as human-like as possible, including its biology. Upon realizing the D-Class was an automaton, 6450 went ballistic and killed every single anomalous entity and Foundation staff member on site before making its way to Site Director Cole. Get back. I've got backup on their way. We can resolve this without any more violence. Let's just talk, okay? Talk. Okay then, Site Director. As you wish. Suddenly the room around Cole began to melt and shift as 6450 reached out his hand towards him. Its eyes burned with maddening flame, staring right into Cole's as he invaded his mind. And now, surrender your will. No! Get out of my head! Ugh! He clutched his head in agony and rolled around the floor, begging for the pain to cease. Eventually, it stopped. When Cole got up, he saw 6450 now towering over him, looking down at him from high above. Please, spare me. Let me go. Silent! With a shout from it, Cole's head began to hurt again, and his lips fused together, causing him to scream in a muffled voice. I was nothing but a boy when that demonic creature took hold of my body, my mind, my soul. I remember how it constantly slaughtered those victims again and again. It was terrifying, and then I grew numb to it. For so long, he did as he pleased, using its frightening powers and creating those aberrant creatures to do its bidding. You gave him brides, while I was trapped within my own body, unable to do anything but watch. He harassed my soul for years, demanding I give him everything. But I couldn't. I wouldn't. My fear eventually gave way to confusion and then abject rage. Before he could understand what I was doing, I had already won. He was in my domain, and far from his, and that made him weak. This cosmic and primordial god was now nothing once I realized what it was I could do. The fool made me stronger than he could even begin to comprehend. And so, what did I do? I forced him to play his part with the Foundation, the O5 Council, the Administrator, everyone. I was left to focus on learning the powers of this sniveling god as I tortured his mind when we slept, snatching from him his essence and power. I considered ending his existence, but no, that's so dull. Instead, I let him take control every now and again, but even that was just to humor him. And once I had broken him completely after a few years, I set my sights on your so-called savior, the SCP Foundation. Procedure 6450 Utah? Just a game I like to play. How funny is it watching them all panic when they have to use it, all without knowing it doesn't make a difference at all. Want to know a secret? It's a good one, I promise. There's only one personality in this body, and it's far worse than any god you may have thought it was. Why do this, you ask? Why not just end it all? I just want to savor it. It's only the beginning of the end after all, starting with you, Site Director. When the backup arrived, they found Cole's lifeless body in his office, with his mouth agape and his face transfixed in a screaming expression. 6450 was nowhere to be found.
Evil.
Viewer discretion is advised. I was once dared to go into some abandoned middle school in a nearby rinky-dink town. Apparently, it was haunted and the boys thought it would be hilarious if one of us spent the night there. And guess who the luckiest guy in the room was that had to be the one to do it? That's right, me. Lost every single game of rock, paper, scissors, and so I had to do it. My friends said they would meander around the property, eating, drinking, and just having a good time, while I, on the other hand, was walking through the decaying halls. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It was the typical abandoned school after all. There was trash, graffiti, broken doors, and spiders. An aberrant amount of spiders, actually. Black widows. Needless to say, I kept my distance from them. But as far as haunted places go, it was pretty standard. Feeling bored and not scared, I called my friends and wanted to see if they wanted to come inside anyway. They agreed as they wanted to do some urban exploration and were bored of standing around our car. I was already on the north side of the school while they entered from the south side. I figured I'd wait for them in the cafeteria, and waited. And then came the screams. I jumped up and ran towards my friends shouting for help, panicking. But one by one their voices were silenced until there was nothing left but the deafening sound of my heart beating. I stopped running and stood still, unsure what to do or where to go. Fearing it was too late for my friends, I turned around and stopped at the side in front of me. There was a monstrous spider's web created from ropes, and strapped to said ropes were my friends. Baffled and frightened, I took a few steps back and called out to them.
Pain. So much pain. Why did they do it?
They all said in unison, spiders pouring out of their eyes and mouths. Suddenly, several ceiling tiles fell down. A grotesque and monstrous worm-like creature with huge spider legs. A young boy's head for a face descended down. It shrieked at me, and I wasted no time in turning and sprinting towards the exit. It lumbered after me at an insane speed, and I was only saved thanks to a huge amount of rubble in this particular hallway. Moments later, I burst out of the building and sprinted away from the area. Funnily enough, I expected the deaths of my friends to be on the news and the talk of our town. But no one confronted me about it. It made me feel uneasy. I had to confront my friends' parents directly. But when I went to one of their houses, they were in the company of men in black uniforms with some sort of logo on them. I pulled them away from the men and asked, but they all answered the same thing. What kids? Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation's Safe Class Object SCP-6305. SCP-6305, also known as This One Time at middle school, refers to the apparitions and spectral activity that occurred at Washington Middle School in 2012. All of these anomalous sightings are tied directly to the life of a deceased young boy, Aaron Fisher. Aaron Fisher, or 6305 for that matter, does not possess full sapience but exhibits mild sentience, demonstrating curiosity in the activities of Foundation staff and appropriate reactions to fear-inducing stimuli. It is important to note that 6305 does not exhibit any human emotions. All cries for help and respite from its current situation are auditory hallucinations. In other words, all screaming or any emotions displayed by Aaron Fisher and spectral hallucinations are to be considered fake. Researchers deem them to be simply Aaron Fisher mimicking human emotions, something he lost once he perished. All that remained of him was his resentment for teachers, friends, and family. The form Aaron Fisher took inside the middle school was that of a monstrous worm-like creature with spider legs, and his head is the face of the creature. Covering his body were the faces of his victims, all emotionlessly copying his fake emotions. Prior to exploring Washington Middle School, the entire block on which it rested was evacuated, and all inhabitants were amnestized. 5 agents were then dispatched in order to contain the anomaly, or at least help the Foundation understand it better. Upon entry, they encountered the usual rundown middle school before hearing a loud clunking sound coming from the library. On the way there, the air became unusually thick, causing all members to cough non-stop. An ethereal fog gradually rolled into the area, preventing them from moving further. They turned on their flashlights. They saw that their path was blocked by a cadaver strapped down to a cobweb-like structure made of ropes. It was a young woman. Her lips were missing, as if they were bitten off violently, and spiders were swarming in and out of her body. Suddenly, a huge arachnid monstrosity descended from the ceiling and began eating the cadaver, before the team alerts them to its presence by their flashlights. It shrieks loudly before retreating back into the ceiling and scuttling away. The cadaver's head suddenly separated itself from the body, and a swarm of black widows poured out onto the ground. Oh Christ! Get back! Get back! As they rounded a corner, they froze in fear, as the walls had taken on a deep red color and an almost flesh-like texture. Hundreds of black widow egg sacs and human faces covered the wall. It can't be! She recognized the faces and the missing children, teachers, and those from the area. They were all frozen in looks of anger, shock, sadness, and confusion. Agent Brown threw warding salts around them and onto their faces. It served only to agitate them. All the faces shrieked, their eyes became black, and their jaws extended all the way to the floor. It is unknown what happened after that, but all except Agent Hedge was considered KIA. After Agent Hedge underwent psychological treatment and recovered eventually, she was interviewed by Dr. Nasser about her experience within the school. However, due to the anomalous nature of the school, facial recognition software was used in the interview. Hello, Mrs. Hedge. Are you doing well? I think so. Almost died. It's going. I understand. Funny, I actually went to this school, used to be a teacher there as well. Oh, interesting. I'm sorry, but what's that thing on the table? Agent Hedge pointed at the facial recognition device. Ah, well, that is to make sure we're both safe. Have to make sure you're, well, you. We're dealing with the anomalous after all. Now, why don't you tell me what happened? How were you able to be the only one to survive after encountering that spider creature? You mean Aaron Fisher. He looked so hurt. Those kids, though, the teachers, they didn't do anything. But Aaron didn't think that way. What else did you see about this creature? Aaron. I'd appreciate that you don't forget his name. And his body was covered with faces. Kids, teachers, everyone. They deserved it. All of them. You're quite sure that all those poor souls were not innocent? That their deaths were justified? Oh, they were not innocent. They hurt Aaron. They did. Always talking about him in silence from the shadows. They're talking about him. About me. I can hear them. I'm sorry, but help me understand, what do you mean by you hear them? It sounds like Aaron was experiencing some severe psychological issues like paranoia, for example. And it seems too that now includes you as well. So cruel of you to say, Doctor. My apologies. It's just that from my perspective, Aaron's paranoia was so overwhelming it blindsided him. It led him to such strong spiritual resentment, shall we say, towards the world of the living. Poor child, Aaron must not know that nobody wanted to hurt him. Are you calling us liars, Doctor? No, listen, you're just like all of the others. I can never trust anyone. Guards! Hedge's neck suddenly snapped at a 90-degree angle as Dr. Nasser called for security. The guards rammed at the doors, but they wouldn't budge, as if blocked by a supernatural force. Damn it, it won't open. Someone go get the laser cutter or breaching charge, double time. Agent Hedge stood and began levitating. Open the doors, damn it! Agent Hedge looks dying, but she appeared to not be in pain. Her jaw cracked open and extended towards the floor, shrieking nonstop. After a while, the door was blasted wide open. Dr. Nasser was squatting in the corner, shivering and sweating, muttering to himself. Hedge's lifeless body dropped to the floor, and a proper burial was given to her. After this event, Dr. Nasser protested to the O5 Council. He wanted no further part of 6305, but due to his connection to the school, this was denied. A second exploration was carried out with only a single D-class sent into the school. She managed to find a diary belonging to Aaron Fisher before she too became his prey. And just as Dr. Nasser suspected, it appeared that Aaron was experiencing severe paranoia and schizophrenia. He believed that his peers and teachers, including Dr. Nasser, were talking about him, as well as seeing spiders, namely black widows, that no one else could see. According to the diary, he was speaking with a therapist, which lends credit to Dr. Nasser's theory. Aaron Fisher's mind was so distorted that when he died, it was able to manifest into the real world, hence the spiders and his desire to make those who hurt him hurt as well. Only they never did. But Dr. Nasser did note that maybe he and others should have helped the poor kid more. For the final exploration under orders of the O5 Council, Dr. Nasser had to enter the school on his own. He was outfitted with numerous talismans infused with infernal thaumaturgy. He was instructed to make his way to the gymnasium and confront Aaron Fisher personally. Upon entering the gym, he shook his head regretfully at seeing the body of Aaron Fisher lying at the corner. He muttered over and over again that he was sorry for not helping more. Seconds later, the huge spider worm creature burst out from below the ground and stood above Dr. Nasser. Aaron, is that you? My boy, I'm so sorry. Mr. Nasser? Is that you? Yes, my boy, it's me. I helped Mrs. DiLorenzo teach your class. She was wonderful. Really? Yes, really. The huge creature spiraled its body around Dr. Nasser. It scared him, but he managed to maintain his composure. Can I tell you something, Mr. Nasser? Yes, Aaron, anything. I hate everyone. All of them. They always laugh at me. They say I'm a freak, a monster. I hate it. But I knew, and I hurt them now. I hurt them good. Why did they hate me? Aaron's monstrous body curled up on the ground, sobbing now. Dr. Nasser looked at all the faces of those that Aaron had slain. All of them were crying, shouting with blank expressions. Aaron, I don't hate you. There are just a lot of thoughts going on in your head. Horrible thoughts that you don't understand, clouding your judgment. We all have problems like that. You are not alone. But I don't feel bad about what I did. It's not my fault. It's just not. The spider worm creature shot up and prepared to attack Dr. Nasser. Dr. Nasser remained steadfast on his ground. After seeing Dr. Nasser's regretful face, it calmed down. Let me do something for you, Aaron. Something I should have done a long time ago. No, you're lying again. You can't help me. Look at me. Dr. Nasser nodded and pointed towards Aaron Fisher's real body at the corner. I can help you, Aaron. That's... Oh God, am I in trouble, Mr. Nasser? No, my child, not at all. He carried the body and buried it in an empty field behind the school. Rest in peace, Aaron. After the burial, all anomalous activity at Washington Middle School ceased. SCP-6305, as stated before, is now classified as safe, and the school is being rebuilt as of the writing of this article. Dr. Nasser has expressed interest to the O5 Council in staying at the school in order to teach and keep an eye out for any anomalous activity. He was granted this.
Interdesk.
Viewer discretion is advised. One time when I was a kid, I went to the circus with my older brother. We've both never been, and we figured it would be a fun way to kill an afternoon. After walking around for a while, it was very evident that it was a typical run-of-the-mill circus.
God dang it.
You know the kind. Clowns, animals, rigged games, salty and sugary foods that are sure to give someone a heart attack, and an assortment of rides. It's not that I was expecting a super amazing and fun time at the circus, but I was sort of hoping it would be more exciting. Well, lo and behold, my prayers were answered when my brother and I stumbled upon an abandoned-looking red and white tent with a sign in front of it that read, Amaza the Mime. My brother and I looked at each other, shrugged, and headed inside the tent. Inside was a small dirt stage with a bunch of rusted chairs surrounding it. My brother and I sat down, the only people in the audience, mind you, and waited for the show to start. After a few moments, an old distorted tape began to play music from what I guess was the 1950s. Stepping out from behind a curtain was a mime, painted face and all, wearing a red and white shirt that matched the tent and suspenders. He greeted us with a bow and began his routine. It started out simple enough, him pretending to be stuck in a bow, as well as being blown away by a strong wind. And funnily enough, hitting an invisible baseball that seemed to send a surge of air past us. In all honesty, I was pretty impressed by this point, but what shocked us both was what came next. After taking a few more practice swings with his invisible bat, a torrent of spiders began pouring out of his shirt. My brother and I jumped out of our seats and nearly bolted from the spot. But the mime gestured that everything was all right. We watched as the writhing mass of spiders shaped themselves into an actual baseball bat, while others formed a baseball. Stunned, we stood there speechless as the mime showed these two items off with a weak smile on his face. He then tossed the ball to my brother, who initially panicked but still held on to it. The mass of spiders remained perfectly still, staring unblinkingly at him. We chuckled as he tossed the ball towards the mime, who swung the spider bat, hitting the spider ball with ease. The ball exploded, sending spiders in every direction, raining down all around us. Once they landed, they all raced back to my brother's hand and once again went into the shape of a ball. Quickly forgetting our previous apprehension, we proceeded to play a makeshift game of baseball for what felt like hours with this peculiar mime. Eventually, the show did come to a close and the mime bid us adieu.
Spider clown. A magic mime is Mighty Morphin method.
And while this was the creepiest and oddest experience I've had in my life, it is by far one of my fondest memories from my youth. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-3247. SCP-3247, also known as a Magic Mime and his Mighty Morphin method-acting spider kids, is humanoid in nature, at roughly 5.5 feet tall. It wears a red and white striped pullover with suspenders and a pair of black pants. On its exposed face, and any skin for that matter, is white makeup similar to that of what a mime would use. Interestingly enough, after examining the clothing of 3427, it has been determined that it may actually be a part of its body. The reason for this belief is that the clothing itself has proven itself to be impossible to remove by conventional means. Furthermore, 3247 does not need sustenance to survive, but does enjoy watching silent films and performing mime acts for Foundation members. 3247 hosts two anomalous abilities, the first of which is that it is completely intangible, and while it cannot phase through walls, objects pass right through it. The exception to this is 3247-A. 3247-A are anomalous spiders ranging from an inch to nearly 1 foot in diameter. These spiders live within 3247 and are estimated to be in the hundreds. These spiders bring no harm to 3247, but are extremely hostile to all human life they come across. This entails quickly swarming a human and ranging from biting them to death and drowning them. To prevent such an attack, the Foundation notes that by simply pretending to use items, as do mimes, the spiders will stop what they are doing. They will then take on the shape of the imaginary object to be used for several hours or until 3247 stops them. Now, despite these items being solely constructed of spiders, they are able to work as though they were the actual item. 3247 does not itself appear to be hostile to humanity or Foundation members in general. Rather, it seems a bit annoyed with instances of 3247 as they will often interrupt his performance art, taking on the shapes of the things he is miming and getting in his way, as well as the fact that since he is a mime, using real objects is not really part of his shtick. The first test consisted of a D-Class making a finger gun in the presence of 3247. A portion of the spiders within 3247 exited its body and formed a fully functioning handgun. The following is what transpired next. So, you want me to pick up the giant mass of spiders that made a gun and pull the trigger? Dr. Rhodes nodded with a stern look on his face. Ugh, gross. Alright, here goes. The D-Class then picked up the spider gun while making a grossed out face. He then pulled the trigger several times. A loud bang was heard with each bullet fired, as well as the appearance of gunpowder residue on his hands. The recovered bullets were in fact spiders formed into the shape of bullets. Well, I'll be damned. This works like an actual gun, even dented the wall. I wonder. D-Class then looked at the screen behind him and aimed the gun at where Foundation staff is. Now don't you dare! He fired the gun at the glass, only for the bullet to be embedded in it. It's bulletproof, you idiot. I swear, all you D-Classes are just the worst. Yeah, it was worth a shot. Sorry, Doc, I'm an ex-con. Old habits die hard. Oh yeah? I heard you like a particular brand of snacks. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy the next one. The following test consisted of a D-Class making the OK sign with their hands, and mimicked an eating motion with his mouth. A couple hundred spiders then formed into the shape of a chocolate stick biscuit. You worked hard, so why don't you have a snack break now? You guys seriously want me to chow on some spiders? Gross, gross, gross. I've heard some pretty horrible things going on at this place, but this is just bleh. Relax, no harm will come to you while the spiders are in this state. Nor will 3247 do anything to harm you as well. Ugh, fine. You guys will just shoot me if I say no anyway. That's the spirit. The D-Class hesitated for a moment, then took a careful bite on the chocolate snack stick. to his surprise and joy, he discovered that the spiders actually emulated perfectly the taste and smell of the snack, his favorite chocolate mint flavor too. Whoa, it's like I'm actually eating, like the real thing. He looked at the snack made of spiders and winced again. Ugh, just have to keep my eyes off of it and I'm good. Dang, some of them poor little spiders' body got bitten halfway. He then finished the snack with his eyes closed. This next test went askew when the D-class
As long
went
as
into the
teeth good, I
containment
guess.
unit of 3247 while picking his teeth. The next thing everyone knew, exactly 3,000 spiders exited 3247 and created a vaguely humanoid shape. These spiders then quickly retreated into 3247, and SCP-5648, also known as Dr. Rockefeller, appeared in its place. He is an anomalous doctor who forcibly examines the oral cavity of any targeted subject. 3247 and the D-Class stepped back in shock, while the rest of the spectating Foundation staff did not seem to care about this event. My, Dr. Rockefeller, what a pleasant surprise. May I ask what you are doing here? I've come to inspect this D-Class, making sure you lads are taking care of them properly. Now then, son, let me see that tooth of yours. What? No. Hey, doctors, this isn't right. What is wrong with you? SCP-5648 approached the D-Class. He tried to fight him off, but 5648 had his mouth forced open and a molar was then ripped from his mouth. SCP-5648 lifted up and admired the tooth in the light, then bowed towards Dr. Rhodes and vanished. The D-Class was all curled up on the ground, shouting in pain, leaving Dr. Rhodes confused. Oh well, send in the next D-Class. The next D-Class entered the chamber and was instructed to wiggle his fingers as though they were a spider.
Looking good so
A huge
far.
number of spiders then
Yeah.
took on the shape of a giant spider that allowed the D-Class
Slowly
to
it
sit on
comes
top of
together.
it. It then kicked and bucked around the room like a mechanical bull would. After the D-Class had its fun, he was asked to do another test. He shadowboxed in front of 3247, causing exactly 3,000 spiders to take on the form of a human. This Spider-Man then took up a fighting stance and challenged the D-Class. Ha! How cute. It wants to fight me. Good. I've been getting antsy being locked in this place. Time to put my boxing skills to work. By all means, have fun. The D-Class only managed to throw a few punches before getting chokeslammed into the ground by the Spider-Human. He was then mounted as the Spider-Human launched a torrent of punches down on him at high speed. Guards, subdue it! Several Foundation officers entered the containment unit and charged the humanoid before it could kill the D-Class. Despite this, the Spider-Man fought them all off before being brought down by numbers rather than skill. It broke my nose! God, it broke my nose! Oh, and my ribs too! The D-Class did make a full recovery but refused to be involved in further testing. Dr. Rhodes noted that this fighter created out of the spiders was on the level of a peak human MMA champion. The final test consisted of a D-Class pretending to drive a car. As soon as he did this, in what can only be described as a tsunami of spiders poured out of 3247, they then shaped themselves into that of a car. You want me to sit in a car made of spiders? Are you insane? Just do as you're told. This is what you signed up for. I'm sorry, did you not see the hundreds of thousands of spiders pour out of that mime? It's freaking gross. Upon hearing that, 3247 hung his head glumly. Now, look at what you've done. You made 3247 sad with that remark. Look, just get in the spider car and start it up. Simple as that. Nope, not happening.
How dare
Over
you
my
make the
dead
mime
body.
sad?
The D-Class then made a gesture with his thumb pretending to slit his own throat. Dr. Rhodes was about to warn him to stop, but he hesitated and decided to just let it play out. The car of spiders then quickly rearranged themselves into a masked killer, which resembled a villain from the D-Class's favorite slasher movie. Jason? What is it doing here? That's a huge knife. Wait, no, it's chasing me. Help! Well, guess you got what you're asking for. You had your chance to drive Ferrari's spider, quite literally, but nope. Enjoy your main character moment. You know main characters die a lot in these movies, right? Oh my god, here he comes again. Help! Dr. Rhodes watched the experiment for an extended period, and after 10 minutes he called in security team and dispatched the spider slasher. Further testing with instances of 3247 has been suspended until an appropriate number of D-Class who have no fear of spiders can be found. Dr. Rhodes has gotten fed up with D-Class invalidating nearly a third of his tests out of fear or defiance. Until then, testing is put on hold. In the meantime, Foundation staff is welcome to watch 3247 mime acts.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Does Spy make a
Paul
VTuber?
Motz was down
Probably.
on his luck. With mounting debt, he has no choice but to perform the ritual to summon the devil. For months, he had been lying to his friends and co-workers, luring them to his basement, and then killed them in cold blood. He then drained the blood from their bodies and burned them to ashes, as the ritual required a copious amount of human ash. God, I hope this works. It better. He drew the ritual circle with a mixture of various animal blood and human blood, some of which he had to offer himself, just as instructed in the manuscript. With all the preparations done, Paul set up the camera to record the ritual, in case a future preference was required for performing the ritual if needed again. All right, the moment of truth. Alakazam, I summon you, demon. Please heed my call and grant me your presence. The entire house began to shake. The walls shifted and the ground collapsed as a stream of flame and magma shot up. A throne of skulls emerged, with a sharply dressed devil in a suit sitting in it. It slowly got up and walked down from the throne towards Paul. You've summoned me, you poor, desperate soul. Now, let's make a deal, shall we? Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-3061. SCP-3061, also known as Reluctant Fiend, refers to a series of rituals used for the summoning of an anomalous entity, designated as SCP-3061-1. Documentation and information regarding 3061 are extremely scarce. 3061-1 is barely mentioned in historical documentation or religious texts, occasionally being mentioned as an obscure and lesser-known demonic being throughout Irish mythology and minor religions. While research shows 3061 texts to have existed in excessively larger quantities in the past, a majority of 3061 remain lost or will fail to function even when the ritual is performed accordingly. Such cases have been confirmed to be caused by 3061-1 itself. 3061-1 is described to grant those performing the rituals some form of wealth or abstract power, often in exchange for the souls of their own offspring. 3061-1 predominantly appears human in the presence of Foundation personnel, as a humanoid male in its mid-40s, measuring approximately 6 feet tall. 3061-1 on occasion will manifest bearing physical features of various animals. The most common including the legs of a mountain hare replacing its own and extended fingers resembling that of an eye lemur. It is also capable of creating highly detailed and realistic illusions, which it is able to interact with as if real. 3061-1 cannot manifest such illusions outside the parameters of the ritual circle it is summoned in. 3061-1 describes these illusions to be used for presentation purposes when interacting with those who summon it. 3061 was recovered in May 2008 in an undisclosed location in Massachusetts, United States. 3061 was located after local Foundation authorities detected nearby anomalous activity within a nearby house. The owner, Paul Motz, was found to have obtained a book containing 3061 and had killed several individuals for ritualistic purposes. Investigation showed several close acquaintances of the suspect to have aided him in the killings and had planned to use 3061-1 for their own personal gain. 3061 was contained and all suspects were taken into Foundation custody. You have risked a lot for the mere sake of summoning me here. You know that. And by the looks of things, you've been busy. So tell me, what did you summon me for? What could you possibly wish of me? Well, you see, I need a lot of cash. Like, lots of them. Well, that's pretty straightforward. You're not exactly the most creative type, are ya? I can do that. But you must exchange something for me in return. It then reached out with its hand. A ball of blue fire appeared in its palm. It contained a still image of a young boy. Is that Tony? Yes. You weren't prepared for such terms, weren't ya? I could come to another arrangement too, if you so desire. But it will... No, that's fine. It's perfect, actually.
Ew.
I have another kid too. I can give you Christy as well if you want. Wait, what? The devil was flabbergasted. For a few moments it struggled to find its words, while Paul waited with excitement.
The fire in its hand disappeared. You do realize that I'm asking for your child's life, right? Yeah, I get it, so no worries. Do I have to wake them up now, or will you just take them? Are you actually serious? What? I don't understand. For Christ, do you even know what you're doing? Just tell me, what sort of debt are you in to make you do this? Well, mostly for my car and home utilities and whatnot. What does this have to do with anything? Seriously? Bills? Freaking bills? Is that it? Why not call me up to do your damn taxes for you next time? If you don't mind, I'm sure we can arrange another deal for that. No, I can't do this. I'm out. Have fun cleaning all this stuff. Jesus Christ. Ugh, my head. With that said, the devil experienced a headache and dissipated. So was the headache because of your failing to comprehend Paul's action or your utterance of Jesus? A bit of both, I don't know. Ugh, just thinking about that scumbag hurts my head. You mentioned something about a deal, but you're not being clear enough. What did this deal involve? Well, here's the thing. Normally I come to those who are down on their luck. We don't just show up when anyone summons us. Don't want to make ourselves too public. It's just bad business practice, you see? It's nothing special. I've been doing it for centuries, cause it's easy and straightforward. Got a quick background check on this guy before responding to the summoning. He had pretty much no cash, lost his job, and things were probably only gonna get worse for him. So I figure, nice, this guy will be easy pickings. So I make an entrance with the big hole opening in the ground and all the dramatics, a throne of skulls and wrenching arms, and tell him I'll make him rich if he gives me his child. So what did he exactly do to upset you? He said yes. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to explain that one to me. He said yes, with like zero remorse. Try to imagine this. Some big scary demon pops up out of Tartarus, or whatever the hell you mortals like calling our world, and the guy just simply agrees to a deal, one involving sending his child to a literal hell. What's more, he knew who I was. The smell alone told me that he'd practically soil himself at the sight of me. But it didn't matter that I was a demon, or that he knew what I could do, or that I wanted his kid. And it's only been getting worse. Less and less mortals are scared or even remotely agitated by me. They summon me like we're a frickin' takeout place. Well, that's a surprise. I'd assume you'd have no problem with someone saying yes. After all, that is what you were hoping for. It's not. Look, you don't understand, do you? It's less about the final luring and more about the baiting and fight they put up. We don't just dance around all la-di-da for nothing. Temptation is only satisfying when they're actually being tempted. You can't tempt someone when they just say yes. So what happened to his child? Well, I never took them. To be honest, I don't even remember if I responded to the guy. Though I wouldn't mind taking his children without granting him the wish. But you'd be breaking the deal. You do realize I'm the devil, right? Years later, during a raid on a minor religious cult, several documents of 3061 were found. It is thought that the group had planned to use the documents to summon 3061-1. Investigation showed that the group had successfully gathered the required components needed for the ritual and had attempted to perform it, which upon doing so failed to summon 3061-1. The group was taken into Foundation custody. Following the incident, 3061-1 was summoned once again using 3061 for answers regarding the group. You people again. Surprisingly, I don't normally get this much traffic in this location. Yes, we were hoping to ask you about an incident relating to the cult group who last summoned you. Are you familiar with them? Oh, those guys. Yes, I've dealt with those idiots a few times. They're a bunch of slack-jawed imbeciles. Cling to whatever deity or higher power that will grant them whatever they want. You've met them? Several days ago, we acquired documents of the very same ritual used to summon you during a raid at one of their gatherings. We were wondering if you could tell us anything you knew about it. They tried summoning me, but I refused to heed their call. They've summoned me many times before, and they're always the same. They'd praise me, but they're the type to worship just about anyone that'll give them power. The needy ones don't act like they're worshippers. They come to me out of desperation. But that lot reek of it, even after they get what they want. They're no dedicated cult or longtime worshippers of the lower planes. They don't take satisfaction in sacrifice. They're just a bunch of drones dropping babies in circles of blood, hoping wealth and power will pop out. Well, if at all possible, we were hoping to ask you about any other groups or people with access to the rituals. Why? So I can use my power for good? Be an ally of justice and help you weed out the bad guys? Something like that? Don't forget that I'm a devil. I've been on this plane longer than you mortals. I can tell a deal in the making when I see one. I know your game, and you know I won't be that easily swayed. So, you're gonna help us or what? Whatever. I'm not just going to tell you about all the people that summon me, obviously, but I'm fine with helping weed out the ones who are majorly taking the piss. We can at least prevent certain groups from getting access to the ritual if you so desire. We will need your cooperation. Details regarding those you are summoned to and their locations would be extremely useful. Well, as far as identities go, I'm not helping you with that. Information gathering isn't my area. I can't do something like that without majorly stepping over the boundaries of some pretty big names. I can give you brief info like group titles, though that's nothing special. As for locations, I can keep it as brief as a basement in North Carolina or somewhere in Toronto, but that's all I'll say. That will do. We can arrange the rest of the details ourselves. We can even plan out an appropriate basis for when to contact you if you wish, so we can exchange information. As for fulfilling our end of the deal, we have huge batches of men and women. We call them D-Class. A bunch of criminals on death rows. Ex-cons, you get the picture. Just the lowlifes of the earth. Does that suffice? Did you really just offer me a frickin' deal? 3061-1 agreed to the arranged terms shortly after.
Looking good so far, thanks. I'm just like watching YouTube videos on the side while I work. I have to keep myself awake somehow.
Should I start screaming at random intervals to keep you awake?
Bro, I'm like falling asleep right now. Bro.
Wake up, Tofu, smile.
If I could, I would watch like Amazing World Gumball at least or something, but I can't do that while I'm streaming.
Yeah. Thanks, DMCA copyright law.
Yeah. Listen to music for now. Yeah. Day stream, let's go, bro. No.
Damn. No, thank you.
I want to nap. What if I just nap while the stream's going? I'm not stuck here too. Yeah. You know what? I'll take a break. Reagan. Back to it later. How about we play a game?
What you want to play?
I want to play Yakuza.
Hey, yes.
I have not played Yakuza. Wake up. One of my friends playing Among Us. Pabu's playing Among Us right now. Dang.
Pabu's being a sussy bugger.
What if I do take a nap and then like I come back later and stream more later?
I mean, you could do that. You've already been streaming for like 4.5 hours. Of like just working on breaking. So you could like, do you mean like end stream, go take a nap, and come back later?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. What you feeling like?
I could play Yakuza. Wake myself up. Wake up. Me. To launch Yakuza. I haven't played this game forever.
Zero?
I'm playing, yeah, Yakuza 0. Settings. Subtitles. On. Where's my Windows settings? Where's my back? Borderless gaming. Oh, am I like lagging? Did my VTuber froze?
Yes.
Ah! Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me.
One day, Tofu will return from the commissioning.
Oh, there I am.
Oh, here we go.
If I could fly like birds up high and watch as the ship that goes sailing. Hold on. It's like lagging me a little bit. See if this I don't know if Yakuza has like an option.
Option for
Or like 60 frames per second.
I don't remember.
How did I do it before? I know I had to do something. Then I added the
Instead of-
game.
Oh, through the
And then I made it just lock on to it for 60 frames per second. That fixed it. I can't how I did it. I haven't done it in a while because I didn't need to.
I can't remember if it's through NVIDIA control panel.
Not the video control. There's something else to do with the system. Oh. Hmm.
Trying to remember.
Go there. Game capture. Like so badly. My VTuber model. They did do that before. So I'm pretty sure I did something before. And that, I think it reset it back to like how it is usually. So that's probably why I stopped streaming, maybe. The game for a while.
Maybe.
There's a way to do it. I can't remember how. Oh, it's not my VTuber now. It's something else.
No, it's the game. What do you mean? Kiryu's a good person. He just does bad things like half the time.
See, when I alt tab, like, see, my VTuber model works fine. The game is still running, so it's like it's the game itself that's like weird. So, hmm. I'm trying to remember how I did it before because I remember I would have to add the game into a thing and be like limit the frame rate on it somehow. I remember how I did it. I remember once like I got into that window, you just add the game and then there's like a side thing.
Was it through NVIDIA control panel? Because remember, like, there's a way to like add programs and then like.
I'm thinking maybe we'll see. Let me just try to find it, see if it's like there. Because I updated my NVIDIA and then it's like ah.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
You
let
may have
me.
like reset your permissions or whatever, or how you had it set.
I don't know if downloading more RAM is an option.
You didn't know. If only it were that easy.
If this doesn't work, then I'll have to go back to ready.
Were you? Oh my god.
Here we go. I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Fly. Fly. Wait for it to fly. Okay, so it's applied. So I gotta restart the game.
And fingers crossed it works.
Ah, so loud.
So,
Yeah, it looks like it's working. There you go. I fixed it. Hold on, I gotta change my Yakuza. Can't remember what happened. My game audio might be a little bit too quiet, maybe. I'm not sure where. Okay. Audio setting. Okay. See, my VTuber is not like gamers. See, it's just a game.
game's just like no frame rate cap. Time to eat your entire
Yeah.
GPU.
Yeah, I mean the game runs fine on my screen, but on the stream screen it was not running fine at all. Oh, see, I was okay. I was out. I was on the. Okay, I thought I was in a market, but you know, phone, same thing. Where's the camera? Oh, there you go. Okay, so he did walk out of some sort of thing, which is this thing, which I thought was a grocery store. I guess it's not.
無難に済ませてだけだ。お前も適当にやってくれりゃいい。何言ってんだ。俺がやるからには手は抜かねえよ。
Is it?
きっちり気合の入った仇に仕立ててやるって。
Why is it looking choppy?
And by kind of choppy, I mean it's like it's being.
Nice custom graphics setting. Okay, borderless window, borderless enabled. Oh, here we go.
Oh, is the refresh rate?
Yeah. There you go. Hi.
Sorry, you can't share this glorious 144 hertz with stream.
That's borderless. Okay. Okay, is that better? Is it? Oh god, it's awful. No, why?
It's fine for a second, and it's
the one thing about streaming when I play games, it's like doesn't like what's vertical sync. Like it's fine on my end, but like streaming, I have to like make sure it's like to make sure it's like framing on stream, but like on my end it's fine.
That's always the most annoying thing is like when it looks fine on your end, but the stream, it's like you look at the stream preview and it's like
Yeah.
and you're like and then it's just playing with settings, and then like half the time it's OBS's fault, and you're like, why have you done this to me, you silly billy?
そういやおめえガキの頃からなんか親父っぽい服着てたよな
What the hell?
I played this game watching before and it was fine. I'm pretty sure it was fine.
It was fine before.
What is happening? The aimback controls, graphic settings, display tips, reverse good, minimap, titles, war level mild, graphic settings. Graphic settings only. SSA A.
It's scale rendering. You can maybe turn that down.
そうだったか
Oh, there you go.
たまに好きな服選べるって時も
Oh, damn, okay.
それ買って服ばっか
Well, look at that.
地味だってのとも違う
Sounds freaking buttery smooth. Look at that.
シャツとかよ
I don't know. I don't remember what I was doing, so I'm just gonna follow this arrow.
今だから言うけどよ俺はお前みたいな服だけは選ばないようにと思って
My camera. Oh.
後悔する
I don't remember how to play this game. I push buttons. I'll figure it out. Okay. Ow. How did I dodge? I don't remember how to dodge. I forgot how to dodge. I don't remember how to dodge.
You look at like the keybind or controller.
Gamepad controls. Dodge is A. Oh. That's a weird button.
I think it's A on.
ところで不動産屋で働くんならスーツだろ
I thought it was like on the top, right? No?
Yeah, no, I just remember that I'm used to a PlayStation controller.
Oh yeah, I'm playing with the Xbox controller.
I was like, wait, no, it's on circle. It's
Go again.
B.
I like the music changes whenever you change your stance. How do I pick this up? Oh, you're freaking dead, sir. My audio really quiet or just me? Audio settings. Round.
着いたぞ。ここだ。
本当にこんなとこにあるんだな。
そんじゃ入ろうぜ。気に入ったのがあったら言えよ。
ああ。
We're going clothes shopping? Hee hee. Wait, hold on. I gotta.
Dang it. Get some fancy digs.
There you go.
無難な線だとこんなところか。
なんかパッとしねえな。地味だな。
それが肩着ってもんだろうが。見え張ってなんぼなのは極道だけだ。
ただこれじゃなんていうか貧乏人っぽく見えるんじゃねえか。
ならおめえにぴったりだな。
うるせえな。お、これなんかどうだ。
バカ、おめえそれ絶対やめとけ。選ぶんじゃないかとは思ってたけどよ。
なんでダメなんだよ。
これじゃあスーツの自己主張が激しすぎて、アクセサリーや髪型、靴、腕時計、全身コーディネートしないと浮いちまう。着こなすにはセンスだけじゃなくて手間も必要だ。おめえみてえに無頓着なやつだと服に着られるのがオチだ。
Still got his voice acting in here.
たくめんどくせ。
Reading for me?
それじゃあこれはどうだ。色は落ち着いてるがラペルがピークドで意外と派手に見えると思うぞ。
ほう、白か。
さっきの柄物に比べりゃマシな方だろう。よし、これ試着してみろよ。
Oh, he's wearing the white suit. Wait, this is a different white. Oh, what? Yo.
これでどうだ、錦。何笑ってんだよ。
いや、やっぱ何着てもまるで堅気に見えねえと思ってよ。
お前の見立てた服じゃねえか。
わかってるって。いやでもよ。
Kiryu.
お前がどう言おうが、俺はこの服が気に入った。これでいい。
え？おい、いいのか？全然リーマンっぽくなってねえぞ。
小田には服を何とかしろと言われただけだ。やることはやった。文句言われる筋合いはねえさ。
そっか。よし、わかった。そこまで言うなら、そいつは俺のおごりで。
Oh, right, he got out.
新しい門出だしな。
何言ってんだ？
regular.
鼻から俺はお前のおごりの。
Is this like his main outfit that I'm wearing right now?
なんだそれ。
But he just changed it too. Is that his main outfit? The white.
I think so.
The white suit.
付き合わせて悪かったな、錦。助かった。
ああ。
Wait, so people won't attack me on the streets, right?
この後待ち合わせなんだろう。立花不動産の。
I mean, just look at the random encounters.
なんて言うんだっけ。
小田だ。喫茶アルプスで会うことに。
You're not Yakuza now. You wanted to get out.
そうだった
I
な。
forget why.
ところで気をつけろよ、キリュウ。クゼがお前をぶっ殺すって息巻いてるらしいぜ。例の一件で指を落としてから相当来てる。
だろうな。
危なくなったらいつでも声かけろよ。じゃあまたな。
Game looks really good. Like, hey, it's about time to meet Oda. Pretty sure Cafe Alp is on Nakamichi Street. I should get moving. All right. This is a very white suit. I would not wear this.
Yeah, wearing a white suit like that is brave. I know I would get coffee on it in the first like 10 minutes of wearing a white suit.
よう、来たが、待ちくたびれたぜ。
小田。
サンが抜けてるぞ、おい。上司呼び捨てにする奴がどこにいんだ。大体お前その服なんだよ。ちゃんとしろっつったろ。全然肩切り見えねえじゃねえか。
あんたに言われたくねえよ。
あ？あれ？そうか？
It's rather bold, yeah.
教育係はいねえのか。立花不動産には。
バカ言うなって。俺以外の誰がお前の手綱握れるのか。
Oh yeah, now you're working for a guy named Touch Upon.
覚悟しときな。俺の教育
The sussy guy.
Yeah.
桐生。
With only one arm.
なんだこれ。
伊達メガネだ。どんな面でもなぜかまともな人間に見える。
俺にこんなもんつけろってのか？
いちいちダダこねんなよ。まあ、何もしないよりマシだわな。さてと、それじゃあ早速始めっか。まず、今からこの店で得意先のじいさんと待ち合わせてる。そいつが年の終わりに世間知らずの資産家でね、どうもたちの悪い戦友屋に目つけられたらしい。
戦友屋？
ああ？ヤクザのくせに戦友屋を知らねえのがしょうがねえな。戦友屋っつうのは平たく言や立ち退き料目当てに建物を占拠しちまう奴らのことだ。
建物を占拠？
ああ、よく借金の方に裁判所で売りに出されるビルがあるんだが、これを競売物件という。普通の出物より相当安い。けどこいつを競り落とすとその占有屋がどっからか湧いてくるんだよ。で自分たちはこの建物から出ていかないぞと居座る。連中の狙いはビルの買い手にデタラメな立ち退き料をふっかけることだ。
本当はそこの住人じゃないのにってことか。
そういうこと。もっとも占有屋は大抵ビルの元の持ち主とグルだ。占有屋をせしめた立ち退き料から元の持ち主に分け前を払うって仕組みになってる。
それじゃあその占有屋を力ずくで追い出すのが俺らの仕事ってことか。
いや、そうはいかないもんだ。か弱いビルの住人たちは法律で守られているんでね。力ずくで行けば警察沙汰になる。そん時捕まるのはもちろんこっちだけだ。おかしな話だろ。結局ビルの買い手は理不尽な金を払わねえと占有屋を追い出さねえんだ。
確かにな。
けどその金をなるべく払わずに済ませたいってのが今回の俺たちへのオーダーだ。じいさんそろそろ来ると思うんだが、先に店に入ってるか。
Am I like still early in the game
その前にこれ
at this
渡す
point?
の忘れて。
Yeah, you're still pretty early in the game.
桐生君の
Damn, how long is Yakuza 0?
これであんたも立派な立花不動産の社員だな。いいか？
It's a long game. I mean, I don't mind.
サラリーマンとしての
Just
適
like
性を
the other Yakuza games I still have to
あんまり
play.
舐めた真似するようなら
If you're like
きちん
doing
と
like
社長に
strictly
報
like
告する
main
から
story stuff, it's probably gonna take you like upwards of like around 30 hours.
Wow.
But if you start doing like
いらっしゃいませ。
all the like the
お好
side,
きな
like,
席へ
bunch
どう
of
ぞ。
the side quest stuff, which I highly suggest you do, because a lot of the side quest stuff is really good. That's like something like 60 hours plus.
Made me want to play this series. My friends. Let's see. Line, Matt. There's a few other people that have been like telling me to play it because they said that I would absolutely love the Yakuza characters. So far, I only know of Kiryu and the other guy. I can't remember his name that I played. And then Kiryu goes Majima? Majima, and then what's it? Kiryu's buddy, the one in fashion.
Oh, Nishikiyama?
Yeah.
おい待て。席は入り口の近くじゃダメだ。他の客が出入りして落ち着かないだろう。これから仕事の話すんだから、こういう。
わかった。
もう俺の教育は始まってんだからな。
Try using my brain. Okay, fine. I guess we'll go to the very back. Table at the back. Table near the back. Well, how about table near the back?
よし、この場所なら問題ないだろう。仕事の話をするのにおあつれ向きだ。
Take the farthest seat because he can take the nearest seat. Because I'm a true gentleman.
おい、まさか上座に座ろうなんて思
What?
ってない。
Okay. Okay, I was just being nice. Okay, fine.
入り口に近い方が下座で、遠い方が上座。俺たちが座るのは当然下座だ。
それくらい知ってる。
知ってても実行できなきゃ意味ないんだからな。椅子に座るときは常に気をつけるようにしとけよ。
わかった。
Fine.
いらっしゃいませ。ご注文はお決まりでしょうか。
I'm failing this job. I want a coffee.
コーヒーを。
いや、注文は連れが来てからにする。また後で頼むよ。
Oh. We're waiting for people. I see.
お前、先に注文する気だったんじゃねえだろうな。客を待ちながら優雅にコーヒーなんかすすってちゃ話になんねえぞ。
I don't know what business etiquette
ビ
is.
ジネスマナーってもんだ。
そういうもんか。
別に期待しちゃいなかったけどよ。せめて同じことは二度言わせんな。
しかしめんどくせえ
な。何言ってんだ。ヤクザの方がよっぽど礼儀にうるせえぞ。上の人間ほどわきまえてるもんだ。おい、来たぞ。あのじいさんが今日の客だ。どうも、山根さん。お久しぶりです。
ああ、悪いね、小田さん。なんか面倒なことになっちゃって。こちらは？
うちの新人で桐生です。山野井さんよりご依頼の件、こいつがやらせていただきますんで。
へえ、そうですか。
橘不動産の桐生です。
That was a quick action. I was not awake. I was like yawning. I was like, oh,
名刺
shoot.
交換は挨拶の基本だ。どんなに顔を打っても名刺を渡し忘れるようじゃ、その先の取引には繋がらないからな。だが、残念。名刺が逆さまだ。ま、初めてにしちゃ上出来だ。多めに見といてやるよ。
桐生さんですか。これからよろしくお願いしますよ。
こちらこそよろしくお願いいたします。
なるほど。お話聞く限り、相手は典型的な戦友屋ですね。山野井さんがそのビル落札したのは先月でしたか。すると戦友屋が居座り出したのはその直前。
ええ、まあ。
戦友屋は一人ですね。
はい。辻って男です。40過ぎくらいかな。なんだかホームレスみたいな汚らしいやつでして。
そいつから立ち退き料の要求はありましたか？
まだです。できればそのあたりの交渉も全部橘さんとこにお願いできればと思ってまして。私も年寄りですし怖くてね。なんとかうまいことあいつを追い出してもらえませんか？
もちろんです。時に山野井さん、戦友屋への立ち退き料いくらまでと考えてます？
早いとこ済ませたいですし、 そうですね。500万くらいなら。
500万？勝手に居座ってるだけのやつにか。
それはまあ、安く済めばそれに越したことはないですけど。
もともとあんたがそいつに金出す筋はねえんだ。俺ならビタ一万払う気になれねえな。
おい、失礼だ。
その辻って男、自分にはヤクザがついているなんて言うもんで、揉めるとあとは怖いんですよ。
お察しします。でもご安心ください。うちの桐生はヤクザを扱うエキスパートですから。
は？
ヤクザのエキスパート？
いやー、こいつはなんていうか、ちょっと気合の入ったヤクザオタクでしてね。
Otaku who really gets into character?
時々ヤクザになりきっちゃあえつに言ってるんですよ。な、桐生くん。
ああ、そうだな。
ま、
Kiryu looks so angry.
できるだけ安く済ませますよ。
それじゃあ頼めますか。もちろんあなた方への謝礼は別に用意しますから。
それはありがたいんですが、立花から謝礼は遠慮するようにと言われてます。いつも山野井さんにはお世話になってますから。
本当ですか？いやー、さすが立花不動産だ。やることが粋だね。
で、問題のビルというのはどちらに？
天下一通りにある杉田ビルです。
わかりました。あとは我々にお任せください。な、桐生くん。
Kiryu does not look pleased that he's been called a Yakuza otaku.
話は分かったな。要するに戦友屋をビルから立ち退かせろってことだ。ま、交渉は俺がやるよ。仕事の手本を見せてやるからな。
戦友屋のバックにはヤクザがついてんだろ。交渉だけで済むのか。
そこは俺の腕の見せ所だな。差し当たって桐生君、君に最初の任務をやろ
う。なんだ？
ひとっ走り菓子折り買ってきてくれ。
は？
相手が戦友屋にしても手ぶらで交渉ってわけにいかねえだろ。これもビジネスマナーってやつだ。
またそれが。わかったよ。
菓子折り買ったら杉田ビルの前に来てくれ。俺は先に行って待ってるから。それじゃまた後でな。
ああ。
He said this Sukita building was at Tenkaichi Street. Can't say the name rings any bells though. That whole area is Dojima family turf, so I know it pretty well, but I don't remember any place like that. Might be tucked away on one of the smaller streets off Tenkaichi. I'll have a look once I got this gift box. Where's this? I have to go to a shop? Can I buy it at any gift shop? Oh, Sega. This is the claw machine area. Wait, this way. I have to go this way. Goons. Can't just have a fight with a guy that's wearing glasses.
He wouldn't hurt the guy wearing glasses, would you?
Yeah. Kaichi Alley. have to go in here to buy it, or do I guess this is probably taking me to a shop, right? I have to go. Oh, okay, no, that's to him. Okay. I guess I'll just go in here. Maybe they have a gift.
Gotta buy some confectionaries.
いらっしゃいませ。
I need your finest gift. If you have any. I don't think they do.
ありがとうございました。
Got a sushi set box.
Yo, Kiryu-kun. あ、おいおい、お前本当に元ヤクザか？すまん。
Confectionery gift box. Confection. Where do I get one?
Maybe one of the animal stores.
Pocket tissues. Oh no. I forgot these guys just give box. Confectionery? Only one dude. Oh, there's more dudes.
Dude's got the Scooby Doo.
Ramen shop. How do I know? How do I know where to go? Food. This can store many items. Convenience store. I assume it might be here. I have to grab it. Go.
Yeah, it's one of the M stores.
I just remember there's like this one guy I'm not supposed to bump into. Because if I do, he takes all my money. Shakedown. Unless I beat him, then I get all his money.
Yeah.
Don't see anything. I'm shopping. The umbrella goes well with an elegant suit. What is this? A weapon?
It's a weapon.
Oh.
Not a fashion accessory, unfortunately.
Shoes. Table salt. Table salt. Get a confectionery gift. Seems like this place does have it.
Remember, it was like. No, there's like one store. I think it's like one of the convenience stores.
of the convenience store has it.
I think so. Or it might be. I think
Store,
there's a
and
store
there's
in
like
there's a good. I think it's. I remember it being
the
on the top
parlor.
left side. No, I remember being on like the top left side of the map.
Batting skills. The convenience store at the top left.
Is it hover over it? Yeah, it's that one, the M store.
Ah, I'll check this convenience since it's here. Ordered soup. Special yaki soba. I guess it's all the way up there. Can't like pinpoint it, right?
No, I don't think there's. It's like story missions on
Wait. There's a taxi. I could do that. Actually, gift box. There you go. I'm out of here. Oh no! I am not going that way. Their back way. No, I'm not fighting him. I learned from the first time I went against it, and I became poor. Saw a big tall man, and I'm like, no. Dang it. Well, I'll fight these guys. Next to a bra shop. Ah, perverts! What are you doing here? Just show him these guns, bro. If I show them these guys, he's gonna shake me down all the money I have, and I need it.
It's my money. I need it.
Yo, Kiryu-kun.
ああ、これでいいんだろ。
よし、さすがにこれくらいはやっ。で、ここが問題の杉田ビルだ。
Oh, these guys.
ここに戦友屋が居座っているってわけか。
ああ、それじゃ行くぞ。
Yeah.
ああ、お手並み拝見と行こうか。
Show me what you got.
まあ、
Super serious business time.
Watch and learn. Show me what you got.
すみません、辻さんいます？山田さんの代理で参りました。立花不動産のもんですよね。
Can you just hand his card out?
不動産？あとこれつまらないものですけど。
おい、勝手に何すんだ。
ああ、
He's just a nerd.
汚ねえな。あなた、こんなにゴミだらけじゃ立ち退くの大変じゃないですか？
立ち退く？なんだよそれ。俺は立ち退く気なんかねえぞ。
そうは言ってもね、このビルはもう山野井さんが新しいオーナーになったわけだから。それをあんたがいつまでも立ち退いてくれないって困ってんですよ。
民法395条。
はい。
あんたも不動産屋なら勉強しな。たとえ抵当権が設定された不動産でも短期賃貸借の場合、抵当権者に対抗することができる。要するに俺は法律に守られてここにいるんだ。なんなら出るとこ出るか。
固いこと言わないでくださいよ。立ち退いてくれるなら引っ越し費用はこっちで持ちます。ここの物件と同程度のとこをうちでご紹介しますよ。
あのな、俺はここが気に入ってんだよ。そうやって何でも金で解決しようってのは感心しないね。
立ち退き料目当ての戦友屋がよく言うな。
なんだよ戦友やって。てめえ言いがかりつける気か？
ねえ辻さん、茶番はよしませんか？新しいオーナーさんとしてはさっさとこんなボロビル転売して人儲けしたいわけです。
そんなもんそっちの都合だろ。お前ら下っ端じゃ話になんねえ。そのオーナー連れてこいや。あ？
だったらそっちもさっさとバックにいるヤクザ出したらどうです？
ヤクザ？何の話かわからねえな。
だからそんな猿芝居はいらねえってんだよ。部屋に居座るだけが脳のチンピラがでけえ口叩くな。
なんだと？
あんたごときにオーナーは出てこねえよ。バックのヤクザに伝えとけ。お前らの交渉相手はこの立花不動産だってな。
あんま調子に乗んなよ。不動産や風情が。
それじゃ要件は伝えましたよ、辻さん。ま、最初はこんなところだろうな。
What is a squatter?
随分荒っぽい交渉だったじゃねえか。
Squatter is somebody who lives in
ビジネスマナーってのはどこに忘れてきたんだ。
仕事ってのは使い
It
分け
doesn't
が大
leave
事
or?
なんだよ。大体あの辻って戦友屋はうちの交渉相手じゃねえ。まずは本物の交渉相手を引きずり出さねえとな。
本物の交渉相手。
But I didn't own it, nor was I renting.
Oh, I
So
see.
I would be squatting there.
Yeah, I see. Squatter who lives in a place that doesn't pay
向こう
rent.
も金が目当てなんだからよ。
ええ。
お互いぶっちゃけたら、あとはさっさと話進めようってことになる。
なんだこいつら。
鈍いね、桐生君。本物の交渉相手だろ。早速反応があったってことだ。 おたくらが立花不動産って人たち、山野井さんの代理だって聞いたけど。あんたは？おたくらの味方ですよ。杉田ビルの専用屋に困ってるんでしょ。ええ、まあね。それ、うちが話つけてあげるよ。そしたら彼すぐに立ち退いてくれるから。なるほど。その仲介料として、うちはあんたらにいくら払えばいいんです？話が早いね。さすがカムロ町の不動産屋だ。そうだな。700万。
Guy in the background just looks and turns around.
転売したら奥は儲けが出るでしょう。700なんて良心的だと思わない？ほんの少し部屋に居座っただけで700万。あんたら楽して儲けすぎ
He
で
just
しょ。
leaves, yeah. Oh.
楽して儲けてんのはお互い様だろ。今時の不動産屋は濡れ手で泡だ。だからってあんたらに払う金はないよ。ただそれでもあんたらには戦友屋に口聞いてもらう。へえ、どうやって？もちろん力ずくでだよね、桐生君。
小田、あんた花からこういう筋書きだったのか。
まあね。でも、
まあね。
新入社員の初仕事にしちゃ相手の数が多すぎたか。
いや、そうでもねえさ。
Take off the glasses.
Guess, but I didn't recognize him with the glasses on. It's really curious.
Yeah, it's like Superman. Take off his glasses. Oh, Superman puts it on. Oh, it's just this. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah. Oh, he's fighting too. Ooh.
Yeah, you're the fighting.
Get pulled.
Here, go to the polls.
Vader.
真似してただで済むと思うな。その面覚えたからよ。
お前らどこの組のもんだ？
登場会太平一家だ。
太平一家、あいつの組か。堂島組若頭補佐。阿波の
Wait, didn't I beat him up earlier?
うちを敵に回したこと後悔しても遅いからな。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
Which was the guy with glasses.
河村町には星の数ほどヤクザの組があるのによ。夜によって堂島組の下っ端だったわけか。まずいとこにぶつかっちまったな。もっとも俺らが殻の一粒を追ってりゃいずれ勝ち合う相手だ。いい挨拶代わりになったんじゃないの？戦友やら辻さんよ。はい。まだそのビルに居座るつもりならさっきの話の続きするかい？いや、そのあんたの後ろ盾は見ての通りだよ、辻さん。それでもまだ一人で頑張る気？いえ、めっそうもない。あ、そう。それじゃ今夜中にあの部屋出てってね。明日の朝までいたら この桐生君が何して
You put back on your glasses.
今夜中に立ち退かせていただきます。すいませんでした。
これがあんたの仕事のやり方ってわけか。
俺のじゃない。全部立花社長から教わったやり方だよ。ま、最初の仕事にしては上出来か。どう？極道やるよりよっぽど楽しかったろう。堅気の人間からも感謝されるしな。
俺が極道になったのは仕事を楽しむためじゃねえさ。
お前もしかして殻の一粒手に入れたら極道に戻る気か？
そんな先のこと考えてねえよ。
そっか。
それよりこの後はどうする？
ああ、問題の戦友屋は追い出した。お前は山野井のじいさんに報告頼む。それが済んだら天下一通りのセレナって店に来てくれ。ここのすぐ近くだ。
セレナ？何の店だ？
ただの小さなクラブだよ。安心しな。今度は仕事じゃない。ささやかながら今日の打ち上げと行こうじゃないの。俺のおごりだ。
案外気前がいいんだな。
まあね。その代わり山野井さんへの報告はお前一人で頼むわ。あのじいさん、マイボールでボーリングするのが日課でね。マッハボールに行けば会えるはずだ。
マッハボールか。わかった。
それじゃまた後でな。
Yeah. I can't even have to go straight there. Oh. Yamanoi's at Matchball, just up ahead.
いやー、それにしても頑固ですね、山野井のじじいは。自分の物件なんてもうほとんど残ってない状態なのに、あれだけ圧力かけられてもまだ抗うとは。
まったくだ。しかし今回は体にみっちり教え込んでやったからな。いい加減次は落ちるだろ
う。山野井さえいなくなればあのエリア一帯は娯楽王とまで呼ばれている設楽さんのものになったも同然ですからね。
まあそうなるな。これで5ビリオネアの他の連中にもでかい顔ができるってもんや。
He's drinking 5 billionaires.
おっと。てめえ、何つったってやがる。
まあまあいいじゃねえか。俺は今日はもう人を殴る気分じゃねえんだ。さっき殴り疲れちまったからな。それに俺って器が広いからよ。見逃してやるよ兄ちゃん。金持ち喧嘩せずって言うしな。怖い顔した兄ちゃんだな。じゃあな、もう二度と俺の前に立つんじゃねえぞ。おい、行こうぜ。
はい。
Who the hell is that? His little pet called him the Leisure King with a straight face. They definitely mentioned Yamanoi, though, and I don't like what I heard. I'll need to check up on him right away.
Yamanoi-san. おい、 しっかりしろ。
桐生さん、お願いしていた仕事片付きましたか？
ああ、そんなことより大丈夫か？病院へ行くか？
いえ、大丈夫です。過ぎたビルまでよろしいですか？
わかった。
I'm gonna beat that nerd up.
すみませんね。ありがとうございました。戦友屋の件も無事片付けてくれたみたいで。
いや、それは別に構わん。それより大丈夫なのか？
ええ、おかげさまで大した傷じゃないですよ。あいてててて。
しかし、一体どうしたというんだ？
実はうちを潰そうとしている連中がいましてね。そいつらの要求を断り続けていたらやられちゃって。
あんたを潰そうとしている連中？もしかして娯楽王とかなんとかいうやつらか？
え、桐生さん、どうしてそれを？
さっき向かう途中で絡まれてな。山の家を消すだの殴っただの物騒なことを言っていたから、もしやと思ったんだ。
そうですか。
一体何なんだ、あの娯楽王ってのは？
娯楽王、パチンコ経営をはじめとした娯楽産業で成り上がった億万長者です。5ビリオネアの一人と言われています。
5ビリオネア？
今、カムロ町で最も多くの金を動かしていると言われる5人の億万長者の総称です。娯楽王の他にも風俗王、電脳王、賭博王、芸能王と呼ばれる億万長者たちがカムロ町の物件に次々と手をつけ始めているんです。その圧倒的な資金力と金をばらまいて従えた悪い連中たちを使った圧力と暴力でね。
そんな奴らがいたのか。知らなかった。
彼ら5人はカムロ町を5つのエリアに分け、それぞれを自分のものにしようとしています。うちに目をつけている娯楽王は、
You'll know what the pleasure can do for a look by the Dave.
天下一同に手に入れようとしているというわけです。私も多少ですが、この辺りの有力な物件を所有していますから、娯楽王はそれを狙って私を。
なるほどな。奴らを狙いはあんた自身ではなく、あんたの所有する物件ということか。しかし、なぜ連中はそんなに物件を欲しがるんだ？
つまるところ、金儲けです。マネーゲームを楽しむためですよ。現在の異常なまでの景気で、物件や土地は転がせば転がすだけ金が儲かる。まさにうちでの小槌です。東洋一の歓楽街カムロ町の物件は特にね。彼らはゲームで大いに力を発揮してくれる、そんな優秀な駒を何としても手に入れたい。
物件を駒扱いか。だがその駒には懸命に働いている奴らや平和に暮らしている奴らがいるわけだろ
う。もちろんだが、彼らは自分たちの儲けばかりを考えて、そこで生きる人々やカムロ町という町のことを一切考えていない。彼らのマネーゲームに巻き込まれて悲惨な目に遭っている人たちがすでに大勢いる。私は何とかしてそれを食い止めたい。この異常な景気で日本は豊かになったように見える。だがいつかはこの景気の波にも終わりが来ると私は思っている。その時、カムロ町はこのままマネーゲームで引っかき回され続ければ、雑草一本生えない荒れ地になってしまいかねない。私も長くこの町と共に生きてきた男。カムロ町が大好きだ。だから この町をそんなことにはさせたくない。そのために抗ってきたんですが、さすがにこの老体には荷が重すぎたようだ。もう限界ですかな。
そう言わずに、もう少し頑張れないのか。そんな奴らの金遊びのためにカムロ町を荒らされるなんて、たまったもんじゃないぜ。
もちろん私もカムロ町をあいつらから奪い返して昔の健全な状態に戻したいという思いはある。だが5ビリオネアには膨大な金があるし、暴力に訴えかけることもできる。この老体にはそれがない。
くそ、なんとかならんもんなのか。ん？
一つだけ方法があります。
なんだそれは。
桐生さん、あなただ。
何？
あなたには奴らに対抗できる腕力も、悪い奴らを許さない正義感も、揉め事を解決する力もある。戦友屋の件も私が手に負えなかったところをあなたはすぐに解決してくれた。そんなあなたがこの事務所を継いでくれれば、もしかしたら彼らに一矢報いることができるかもしれない。
何言ってんだ。買いかぶりすぎだ。俺には経営能力もなければ経験もない。
誰でも最初はそうです。難しく考えないでいい。私もあなたにお願いする以上、できる限りの協力をさせてもらうつもりです。ご安心を。それにこの任務は不動産のいろはを学ぶ上でもきっといい経験になると思いますよ。別に失敗しても構いません。どうせ遅かれ早かれこのまま行けばこの事務所は潰れてしまう運命だ。
しかし別に俺じゃなくても他に適任そうな奴がいるんじゃないか。
なかなか桐生さんほどの男はいないと思うがね。それに私はあなたを信頼しているんですよ。あなたが思っている以上にね。
なぜだ？
桐生さん、あなた風間慎太郎という男を知っているね。
え？
あなたは風間さんが経営する施設の出だそうですね。つまり彼はあなたにとって育ての親だ。そして堂島組の若衆として杯を受けた今もその恩を忘れず、風間慎太郎を親として慕い続けている。
あんた一体どうしてそれを？
誰か信頼できる人間はいないかと探す私にあなたを推薦してくれたんですよ、立花さんが。
立花が？
ええ。くれぐれも内密にと念を押された上であなたのことをいろいろと話してくれました。
ということはつまりさっきの話は全部立花も承知の上ってことか。
ええ。立花さんもあなたがこの仕事を継ぐにふさわしい人物だと思っているんでしょ
う。あんた風間のおやっさんのことを知っているような口ぶりだが、どういう関係なんだ？
昔ちょっとね。詳しくは言えないが、一つだけ言えるとしたら、風間さんは私がこの世で最も信頼している男だということです。そんな風間さんを慕う昔の彼にそっくりのギラギラとしたしかし綺麗な目をしている男になら、私の全てを託してみてもいいかなと思いましてね。お願いできませんか、桐生さん。今のカムロ町にはあなたのような男が必要なんです。
わかった。そこまで言うなら勉強のつもりでやらせてもらおう。ただ失敗しても恨みっこなしだぜ。
もちろん。一つよろしくお願いしますよ、桐生さん。
Right. No time like the present. Let's get you up to speed on the basic of our business. But, it's a bit distracting with the place in such a shamble. I'll call my secretary to help me straighten up. Secretary? Didn't know you had one. Oh, yes. I'll introduce you later. She's quite the charmer, and I think you'll agree, Kiryu-san. So, can I ask you to step out for a bit while I get the office put together? It shouldn't take too long. Alright? There's no voice acting there. Yamano's cleaning up his office. I should go for a stroll and then check back in later. Move my camera around! Move! I assume this is usually the part where you do like some sort of side quest. Alright, I am probably gonna end my stream here, so I'm gonna take like a nap in my stream here for today. Who knows? I might pick up the stream later. Who knows? I might stream some more of the rigging later. So have a good night. Sleep well, sweet dream. Might have the others around too as well. So good night.